let's do this. Let's get... G'day, boys. Let's buckle in. Let's do this. We got about 5 hours of just pain in front of us. 5 hours of pain in front of us. Oh, God. What's up, Blue Line? What's up, Nacho? How are you, dude? Good to see you, man. There's only one Lord, the Dark Lord, Ben Rothwell. Have I got my microphone turned on? I do. All right, cool. What's up, Eric? How are you, man? Yes. You know, digger is an Australian vet term. It's actually quite endearing to call your mates, and not so much in modern vernacular, like in 2025, but certainly in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you'd call your mate a digger, because we were the best at digging trenches in World War One and World War Two. Yeah. So when I know, like, when Dig comes on here, I call him Digger, because it is like it's an Aussie slang term that you throw around a bit. Especially, you still hear it in like old school pubs out in regional Victoria. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie not watching this card? Of course, mate. What? Fucking, mate, I don't even fucking watch this shit. Sunday morning? Nah, mate, I'm asleep for that. I fucking put my bets in the night before. Fucking Sheila came over. She had an extra 50 that she earned on Chapel Street last night, giving hand jobs behind the dumpster. Just fucking chucked it on a sick parlay. I'm sleeping through this one, cunt. I don't know why Beanie Dougie's turned into a stoner, but there we are. The shittest cards have the best KOs. They do sometimes, Blue Line. I thought Eric was actually doing it as a reference to the military thing. No, he's just thinking he's being... It's funny, because the Yanks think they're being funny by swapping the N with the D, but Aussies read it. We're like, yeah, I'm down for that. That's great. No, Eric, in the law, there's also... Eric, in the law, there is also the light Lord Ben Rothwell. And little Ben Rothwell. Educate yourself. Exactly, mate. Since he's part of the industrial... that is true, Nacho, and that doesn't get talked about it enough. You know, Eric is a sleeper agent. Eric is one of the stormtroopers in here spying on us. You know, Eric says that he hates the system, likes to rebel for the system, but he puts on the stormtrooper goggles just like any other good Imperial soldier. You know, when COVID-2 does fire up, as we're seeing in the media already in Australia, Eric is going to be the one holding the rifle and the needle to our arm. Yep, that's right, Eric. You do. What's up, Sheila? As an Australian Sheila, it's just you call your brothers mates and you call the girls Sheila. What's up, Sheila? You don't have to know. You don't have to. I'll tell you what, Jazago. What's up, Chris? How are you, dude? What's up, Miguel? Sheila is for true Aussie chads that can't be bothered to learn the names of all the women, so they just call them all Sheila. It's really just to get through all the bitches' names quickly, Jazago. What's up, Chris? Good to see you, man. Terrible card, just disgraceful. It is Miguel. Truly one of the worst cards that has ever carded. Absolutely. There is only one Dark Lord. You like the card next week? I mean, compared to this one, it's definitely better, but... it is dog shit as well. The card next week is utter dog shit for a pay-per-view. But comparatively, it is good. What's up, Fight Talk? How are you, dude? Another weekend where boxing does a lot better than MMA. It does look like it, dude. Is there boxing on today? Hey, I'm not a stormtrooper. I'm a high-ranking stormtrooper. Yeah, one in record. You're still a stormtrooper. Do you have your passport ready? I do. Lorado. I do. You will own nothing. You will be happy. That's right. There's Sheila and then there's birds. Yeah, Sheila is your top bird. Sheila is your top bird. Can you do an impression of Evil Dougie working for the healthcare system during COVID too? Fucking g'day, cunts. You've been mandated. What do you mean Australia's got the highest rate of cancer in young people? Fucking get over here. That's it. Get boosted. Who pulled out? Why isn't it starting at 7? There's been some cancellations due to weight cutting and fighters passing out. Don't remember who it was. It doesn't matter. But yeah, this card's gone from worse to worse. I like boobs and John Cena. You know what? Down syndrome, Jesus. It's the simple things in life, isn't it? Nacho, good one. What's up? Bilal, how are you, dude? Good morning, good morning. Are we going to watch it? It's here on my screen, so if you want to watch it, it's available to watch. Holland Luke is going to be good, that is true. Boxing sucks, so does the UFC right now. But MMA is so dead right now. We are in the Dark Ages, part 2. Passport, are you going to go to USA, aka El Salvador? No, I'll either go to Serbia or Thailand or Moscow. Yeah, that's where I will go. Can we dono to send you to the Apex? Yes, you can. It will cost... the Apex tickets cost $2,000, I think. So $2,000. Then I'll need flights and back to America, $2,500. Then I'll need an entire week paid off work, so you'll have to cover my week my weekly salary. So, you know, if you guys can rustle up, then I'll need hotel and I'll need food. So if you guys can rustle up about 10 grand in donations, yeah, you can send me to America for a week. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie not going into lockdown and deciding to instead just chill and smoke on the beach? Ladies and gentlemen of Australia, COVID-2 has hit. Remain in your houses. Nah, fuck that, mate. Let's go down to the beach. Fucking sunset's beautiful, mate. What do you mean they'll turn off me Centrelink? Alright, I'm fucking going inside. No, I'm locking down. They're not turning off me Centrelink, mate. Or should we think about an MMA drinking game? You can. It's 8:30 in the morning on a Sunday. Bit early to get on the beers. Very un-Australian of me. Australia and New Zealand's COVID response was bad. It was. It was human rights injustice. We told them so the entire time, yet they didn't listen. In fact, they sent police around to our houses. Zach Reese is about to reignite the hype. Alright. Nacho's having some fun on this card. Right now, boxing are making two guys we want to see fight each other fight absolute cans in the same card to hopefully set up a big fight in the future. Does the UFC not do the same? Does the UFC not do the same these days? Lass doesn't seem damaging enough. Don't understand what you mean by that, Nacho. So you're going to fly to Vegas and march in the UFC headquarters in September? In June, mate. In June. But if I do ever plan a trip to America, I'll make sure we do a march and a protest in front of the Apex for fun. Do a drinking game every time Dustin pulls up his shorts, or go for a guillotine. I love that. Simply kudos. And you know what? We can do that drinking game together for UFC 318. I'll bring beers. If you come, we'll do that drinking game together. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie stealing your Apex dono money? Again, what was all these fucking donos here for? What, for you to go to the Apex in America? Nah, mate, we could spend that on meth. Fucking give it here, cunt. Fucking give it here, cunt. Go sit the fuck down, cunt. And that's better than what the UFC has been feeding us. It absolutely is, Toad. If we shave off like 2% of Joey's food budget, we could use that to... Be nice to Joey. Be nice to Joey. You could tell he was heavily bullied throughout his entire life, and now he has to pander to the Muslim fan base. Just be nice to Joey. Please, God, just be nice to him, poor kid. It's okay, bro. You can stay with me in Salato, and then we'll go down to Vegas and march. All right, cool. That will certainly cut down the costs. Zach Reese could become the next Barlow with a stunning KO. He could. Wait, isn't Zach Reese fighting a Uros Medic? Hang on a second, Nacho. Hang on a second. UFC Tapology. Isn't Zach Reese fighting Uros Medic tonight? You motherfucker. Don't fucking play around with me, Nacho. Hang on a sec. Don't make me look at this fight card again and try not to vomit. Hang on a second. Who's Zach Reese fighting? Zach Reese. Dusko to dog. I thought he was fighting a Serb. You fucking dog, Nacho. No, Dusko will. Dusko will win. I was like, I'm pretty sure Zach Reese is fighting a Serb tonight. You fucking dog, Nacho. You see, Tony Has Died made another thing where all the UFC fans will unfollow John Jones on June 6th. Man, these motherfuckers stealing my date. No, I picked June 27th. I mean, good for... I don't care if Tony is the one that's going to end up leading the charge against the UFC. That's fine. This isn't an ego thing. As long as someone in the MMA fan community leads a charge against the UFC that they will actually feel. Like if March on the UFC Apex doesn't take off, but another fire lit somewhere off in the kingdoms of MMA fandom is the one that people are going to be gathering around, I don't care, because we have the same enemy. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm going to be the dwarves or the hobbits, yeah, and Tony Has Died is going to be the elves, I don't care. We are all against the evil eye of Sauron, and we are all marching towards Mordor. So whoever leads the charge, leads the charge. It really doesn't matter to me. If it's the MMA community is going to get around Tony Has Died, great. Honestly, great. Let's go for that. Simply kudos. I'll bring the beers, you bring the hair and shorts counter. Do you think Dustin jumps Gilly because he nearly caught Khabib with one? Yes, and I think he believes that he lost winning a UFC title because Khabib slipped out of that guillotine, and he will do anything he can to prove that he can actually land a guillotine. And at this point, like, landing a guillotine is almost like winning a UFC belt to him. It's one of the few things he hasn't achieved yet. Can you do an impression of Evil Dougie telling Beanie Dougie to get a job and stop stealing real Dougie's money? Oh, fucking g'day, cunt. Fucking Beanie Dougie. Fucking get up and get a job, cunt. Stop going to Centrelink. I'll keep fucking stabbing you with this pen. Get a fucking job, cunt. Yeah, you fucking... Tell him. Tell him, Evil Doug. You keep stealing my Centrelink money. Mate, I don't want to fucking get a job. They just give it to you, though. The fucking government just gives you money, though, cunt. Come on, I've got me disabilities, mate. Me back's sore. Don't root against the Serb, bro. Well, I'm not rooting against the Serb. Did someone say ego? Ego. Kevin might pull up. They're really trying their hardest to give Zach Reese the biggest bums at... How dare you call the GOAT... Wait, who's he fighting? Which Serb is he fighting? Dusko today. How dare you call the GOAT Dusko Todorovic fists of steel a middleweight bum? How dare you, Toad? That's Dusko Todorovic you're talking about. I don't think you understand just how good Dusko Todorovic was. You know, I was about to do a deep dive war room video this week breaking down this fight. I was going to do an hour this week breaking down Dusko Todorovic and Zach Reese, but I just ran out of time. We didn't have the time for it. We were covering too much important stuff on the channel this week. But I was this close, mate, to talking about Dusko Todorovic in depth. Outside of Jones, who is the most shameful UFC champ currently? Outside of Jones, the most shameful champ? That's a good question. Let's go through them. It's not Pantoja. He worked so hard for this. He was a taxi driver. It's not. It might be Marab. Playing around with Nina Drama, paying OnlyFans models to be in bed with him. It might be Marab. What's my weight division? Right now, I would be a welterweight, but if I actually get in shape, it would be lightweight. I look like Justin Gaethje when I'm fit. I look like Justin Gaethje. Body shape wise. It's obviously not Volk. He's a family man. No, outside of John Jones. Simply kudos. It's probably Ilya Topuria from running away from his division while he still had work to do. It's not JDM. It's not DDP. It's not Magomed. It is probably Ilya Topuria. Who in the Douggee Law will be the most helpful in the battle against the Apex? Evil Douggee will be the most helpful, or Mercenary JDM on the back of Crow Ariel Hawani. Can you do Evil Douggee stabbing Crow Ariel Hawani? Fucking get over here, cunt, you fucking bird cunt. How do you like that, mate? Fucking toss you in the trash like you do with the babies over in Gale. Oh, what happened there? Zach Reese has been training with Strickland. I expect to see his jab and teep game extremely leveled up. Too bad Dusko Todorovic will barrel through that. What's up, Sam TM? How are you, dude? Leap to you, mate. Leap to you. Don't know if that's some sort of cultural greeting wherever you're from, Sam TM, but leap to you, mate. Sugar will KO Marab with a brutal body shot. I agree, Nacho. Let's try and have some fun with UFC 316. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie telling Pantoja to stop working so hard, relax, and enjoy? Oh, I worked so hard for this until the bank check clears. I have to go Uber again. Mate, what are you fucking doing, mate? Just kick back, enjoy life. Fucking Centrelink gives you free money, mate. Go on, have a smoke of this and just enjoy the sunset, cunt. Go on, enjoy it. Sit down, stop working. I have to work so hard for this. No one has to fucking work hard for it. Go on, mate. Go on, have a puff of that. You look like Justin Gaethje. Thank you, Nacho. DDP. Why is DDP the most shameful? I mean, because he makes out with his coach. That is pretty shameful. That's true, Crisp. It's Ilya. I think it's Ilya. Ilya is the most current champ, buddy. Ilya's not a current champ. That's true. Then I think it is DDP for being a degenerate making out with his coach. I think it is DDP. What's up, JVD? Fucking Winnie Blues, cunt. Fucking nothing starts your day off, mate, like a fucking Herald Sun, a meat pie, an ice break, and a pack of fucking Winnie Blues. That's how I start my day every day. Can't wait to see Serbia continue its generational loss streak. Serbia's undefeated in the UFC, Nacho. I'm pretty sure we've established that. Thoughts on Ilya's brother talking about if Ilya and Islam won their fight, Ilya should fight Thoughts on Ilya's brother talking about if Ilya and Islam won their fight, Ilya should fight Islam for the 170-pound title. I love it, simply kudos. Why not? Let's have some hype. Let's have some fucking hype. Ilya would get his fucking head caved in, but I like it. I hate when your dyslexia ruins my jokes. Oh, shit, Nacho. Sorry. What was he? You look like Justin Gaethje. I think I read that one. Sugar will KO Marab with a brutal body shot. Yeah, I agreed with that one. Zach Reese has been training with Strickland. I expect to see his jab and tape game extremely leveled up. I think I got them all right, Nacho. Can't wait to see Serbia continue its generational loss streak. Serbia is undefeated. I think you're hungover because I'm pretty sure I've read your last 5 comments spot on, mate. Justin Gaethje. The joke. Justin Gaethje. It isn't Justin Gaethje. Yep. All right. No, that's on me, Nacho. Nacho, that's on me. And I'm a big enough man to admit when I'm wrong. And Nacho, that one's on me. That one's on me. Chat. That one was on me. Not on Nacho. You see what I did there? That's called good YouTubing. You know, that's how you maintain the relationship between the streamer and the mod. You know, now Nacho won't randomly ban people like some other mods did in the past. I know who you were. Teach us how to Dougie. One day, Lorendo, but I'm not wearing any pants, so today is not the day for that. I hope O'Malley wins so I can call him overrated and a fraud. That'd get destroyed by Umar. I hope O'Malley wins so I can call him overrated and a fraud that'd get destroyed by Umar. Yeah, you would love that, wouldn't you, Toad? Although we would just say Umar couldn't even get past Marab, and O'Malley smashed Marab. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie and Pantoja hitboxing OG Dougie's car, and he walks in an impression of Beanie Dougie and Pantoja boxing OG Dougie's car? What are you fucking doing? Punching track practice. But that's Dougie's car, mate. I know, I work so hard for training. I work so hard, and Dougie forget. What are you guys fucking doing? That's my van. I have to go to work to afford that, man. I haven't paid it off yet. What are you fucking doing, guys? Add a fucking golden gay time to that list. Ooh, nothing better than a golden gay time. You actually watching this shit tonight? I am Brady B, although it's not that hard for me. It's 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. I've got nothing better to do. What's up, Dougie? Ready for this atrocious card? Classic UFC in 2025. I don't know if I'm ready, but it's open, and I'm waiting for it to start. Inter Milan brutally cucked by PSG. No idea what the fuck you were talking about, Shotgun. Inter Milan brutally cucked by... Sounds like soccer? Is this soccer? Are we doing soccer? Can you do an impression of Evil Dougie putting Sugar Sean in his tea to sweeten it and then he drinks it? Fucking get over here, you fucking nerdy fucking bushel head clown cunt. Get in my tea. Get in there. Fucking... That's it. Bleed into it. Oh, yeah, that's sugary. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is delicious. Blood and Sean O'Malley in my tea. That's fucked, cunt. How many points does India have now? Still 0. Unbelievably, simply kudos, but India still has 0 points. Can you believe it? I can't. Imagine losing the Championship League final 5-0. Absolutely brutal Brazil versus Germany. 2014-esque. Mate, I can't believe it. Even to this day, Super Shotgun. I can't believe it. I forget Nacho could ban... Nacho could ban whoever he wants. Yeah, true. But he hasn't. Except for Blueprint. Nacho banned Blueprint. Unbanned Blueprint, Nacho. For real, though, Umar is such a nightmare matchup for O'Malley that they'll never make it unless Umar gets the belt. No, they'll never make that fight. No, never. They'll do everything they can to keep O'Malley away from Umar. MMA is Australia's probably the easiest way to watch. Lazy Sunday. I agree. Alpeg75. I completely agree. Yeah, we get it really fucking easy. Really, really fucking easy. That's why I've always said, like, if MMA Guru had half a brain, he would move to Thailand, where it's pretty much the same time zone and he could have a normal sleep schedule and live a very cheap life. But instead, he wants to hold down the fort in England for some reason. It's time to go down to the servo and pick up a bronze. Sad time for this shit. Can't fucking get it, JVD. Head down to the servo. You don't know how lucky you are to see UFC pay-per-views on a Sunday. Oh, I know. I absolutely know. Absolutely. I trust me. I completely agree. Completely agree with you. I know. I understand, mate. I don't know how the English fans do it. It's disgusting how horribly the UFC have treated their English fans when they are the most hardcore MMA fan base in the world. They get up week in, week out, and stay up all night long on a Saturday night to watch this shit slop, and that's how you reward them? Fucking disgusting, mate. Impression of Beanie Dougie and Stoner Pantoja moving into OG Dougie's house and just bum around and mess it up and eat all the snacks. I am done working so hard for this. This beanie covered fuck has got the point. That's it, mate. Fucking come on. I've got a place to stay. Just fucking hang out. Go on. There's a shit card on today, but fuck it. We don't have to go to work tomorrow, so smoke this, mate. What are you guys doing? You're eating all my food. All of it. Get a fucking job, cunt. Especially you, Beanie Dougie. Get a fucking job. I'm reporting you to Centrelink. Your back isn't sore at all. The sugar tea joke was good. I'm happy you enjoyed it, man. What's up, Paul? How are you, brother? Hey, fellas. Is Blueprint the guy who always comes in and grinds your gears? Yes. Well, yeah, he is. He's a retarded kid. He is a retard autistic who thinks that Khamzat Chimaev is the greatest thing to ever happen across the UFC, across all tier lists, categories, weight classes, fight stances. Khamzat Chimaev is the best. Guru doesn't know how to live on his own for long and needs mummy and dad. Don't say that, Lorendo. I'm sure he can figure it out. I can't believe there is a British UFC fan base with those times, to be honest. Neither can I, Al Peg. Neither can I, dude. It's fucking insane, isn't it? I like seeing Blueprint rants. I like seeing him argue with himself. I know, Blueprint was good, mate. I miss Blueprint. There are rare times in America the UFC fights have to start around 8, 9 a.m. It's been sweet. Do you like it, man? I don't know, Jazago. I don't know, because they all start... In Australia, they start between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. That's generally when they start. Although we're getting on to 9 a.m. now, and this card still hasn't started. They've just been talking shit at the desk. Yeah, to me, 8 a.m. is the perfect time to start the card. You know, it finishes with a little bit of time left in the arvo. I can kick back, put my feet up, relax for a little bit. I don't like them when they go a little bit too long, because then I still have to do the post-fight video. But yeah, no, I don't mind them. I need to know, Dougie, how much is a slab of piss, just like a case or a pallet or relative? You're probably paying about $60 for an average slab of beer. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So average salary is around $30 an hour. So you need to work 2 hours to afford one slab of beer in Australia. Leon Scott defending his title to Smelly Below at 5 a.m. Oh, and it's £1,200 for the cheapest nosebleed seats. Enjoy. Yeah, I know. It's actually shocking that MMA, well, the UFC is still as big as it is, to be honest. It's fucking shocking, to be honest. It is shocking how badly they treat the fan base and how much they still just latch onto it. Follow BKFC, boys, next week, 6th of the 6th, BKFC. Check it out. Remember that stream when Blueprint was going on for like 3 hours and no one was responding and just ignoring him and he kept going? Yes, I do. That was a legendary Blueprint stream. 3 hours of just autistic rambling while we just moved on and on and on and on he went. He really was a special breed. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie and Stoner Pantoja throwing a house party with a bunch of uni kids and OG Dougie walks on it? Pantoja, I reckon it's time to get some fucking bitches around here, mate. What do you reckon? I think it's time for this. We worked so hard for this party. Fuck yeah, mate. I'll call my mate DJ Aiden. He'll always fucking know when the bitches rock up. Hours later. What the fuck? I've been at fucking work all day. Why is the couch on the fucking roof? Where's the fridge? What the fuck have you done? The floor's on fire. I can relax, Doug. You got insurance, don't you? Go on, have a smoke of this, mate. Just relax. What's up, Sniff? How are you, dude? Can't be bothered to watch this card. Just going to chill in the stream while I'm at a car, mate. Nice one, Chris. Well, eventually we're going to get over to continuing the UFC Olympics. So that's the plan to get through today's stream. Thoughts on Leon Scott versus Michael Morales rumors. Leon needs a win so bad it's his last chance. Otherwise, the career over. The rumors were completely started by Michael Morales' Ecuadorian team. That doesn't mean I don't like the fight, but it's the same thing as when Kyle Baralho was trying to convince the MMA community that Dricus du Plessis had snapped his leg in half. It's just completely made up. Would you rather lick Bilal's crusty, dirty toes or sniff a fat, meaty Thai fart? I would rather sniff a fart than lick a toe. Yeah, but how much piss we getting for Diddy bucks? I don't know what that means, JVD. I don't understand what you convert to American accordingly. 60 Aussie dollars gets you a slap. $30 an hour is a lot. Isn't the Australian dollar worth more than the US dollar? No, it's worth half the US dollar, Crisp. It's worth one Aussie dollar is half an American dollar to be a fair conversion. I think I know guys like Blueprint. Just shut the fuck up, dude. I liked Blueprint. I thought it was fucking funny. What's up, Sniff? How are you, dude? I thought you were in here before under Autistic Jesus or whatever that was. Jesus, a dumb autistic Jesus that likes beers and tits, whatever that person's name was. I thought that was your alt account. How are you, Sniff? I hope you're good, dude. What's up, Ron Olk? How are you, man? One championship, BKFC, Ryzen, the holy trinity of combat sports. I agree, Shotgun. Follow these sports, boys. One championship, BKFC and Ryzen. They are better than the MMAs. Working 2 hours for one pack of cigarettes is a fucking joke. Yeah, I agree, cunt. I completely agree. In fact, JVD, right now in Australia, there is an underground war going on. Criminals and gangs have stopped selling meth to each other, and they've started burning down tobacco stores and getting into machete attack fights on the streets because the cost of cigarettes have gotten so high. It's better for the gangs to start selling them, and it's caused all-out street warfare out on them streets, son. Let's get death sentence into the UFC. I agree, mate. I completely agree. Simply kudos. Evil Dougie pulling up on Warrnambool impression. Fucking g'day, cunts. What's going on here? Where are your sheep at? Fucking give me your sheep and give me your women. Fucking. Oh, sorry. Was that your sister, mate? Yeah, but how much piss is a slab? My fault. Should have asked it. Oh, how much piss is in a slab? 24 tinnies is in a slab, mate. 24 tinnies. A tinny is, I think a tinny's 375 mil. What's a can of beer? I think a can of beer in mil is 375 litres. 375 mil. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Let's answer you specifically. How much beer is in a tinny? Yeah, 375 mil is in one can of beer. You get 24 cans of beer for about $60. There you go, JVD. Yeah, Nacho's on you. Do you have any picks? Do you have better picks than Juliano Argente? I haven't done any picks today, Hunter, so I couldn't tell you, mate. But love the profile, love the picture. Good on you, Hunter. Can you do an impression of Evil Dougie coming to visit and being surprised by the state of the house from Beanie Dougie and Stoner Pantoja? Fucking time to go over and see OG. What the fuck happened here? What the fuck happened here? Who's that cunt in the beanie? Fucking g'day, cunt. You want to toke? Yeah, go on then. I'm not even watching UFC right now. I'm just at the gym and I'm here for the impressions. Fair enough, Benny. Fair enough, dude. What about Marab and O'Malley? Sam T? What about... Usually there's more to a question than just about Marab and O'Malley. Usually there's a little bit of context before and after the names. What you've done there is just write the names. You're on the right track, but I think you need to add just a little bit more around the outsides of the names to know what the fuck we're talking about here, mate. But keep trying. We need Death Sentence versus DJ Adam. We do. Lorendo says, I'm talking about titties. There you go. You see? Bit of context. What's up, Chadhead? Good to see you, mate. What's up, Twizzz? I took a shot on the dog. What do y'all think? Why not, mate? Go for the underdog. You never know. It's MMA. Flip a coin. A ton from BWS. 30 cans for $40. Yes, you can get a ton from BWS. 30 cans for $40. Or you can go to Aldi and get a slab of rivets. That's pretty much $1.20 a can. That's good stuff, that is. Now, listen, the fucking headache you're going to get from a can of rivets is going to be ungodly, but you will be able to get on it. How are you, Two Smelly Fingers? What's up, dude? I just turned into the UFC stream, and it was Aaron Blanchfield playing Paddy Ball with a Lesbo partner, and I was like, what the fuck has happened to the UFC? I know, dude. I know. The card has been on for nearly 40 minutes now. They haven't shown a single fight. It's at the Apex. It's a women's MMA event. It's been 40 minutes of fucking filler. I hate the fucking UFC right now. I hate it. Is alcohol over there expensive? I don't drink, so I'm not sure about the price. Yes, it's very, very expensive. It's heavily taxed. It's heavily taxed. Heavily taxed. Beanie Dougie and Stoner Pantoja is probably the best duo of the law right now. They're the ones on top of the tier list. I like it, Penny. Nacho taught me about Harold Holt. About Harold Howard in the Discord chat. Legendary character. On ya, Nacho, getting him up to date. Michael Chiesa working the desk tonight. His grift is still doing dude scamming the UFC for career. How long can it? He's scamming the UFC for his desk career by being in the UFC and fighting once every 2 years. I know, dude. How long can it go on? Ungodly headaches incoming? Yes, exactly, dude. Do you have better picks than Lorenzo? Again, Gengar, and I'm guessing you're asking on behalf of your mate Haunter. Great character names in the chat. I haven't done any picks, so for this week, almost certainly, they're doing better than me. How are we doing with the Olympic points, Dag? It seems to me that America is slightly behind, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to do it during this stream once the chat slows down a little bit, which I'm sure it will. It always does. But currently, Russia is leading the way. Who could have guessed? I can't wait to see more Blanchfield. Hey, yeah, striking while the UFC tries to tell me it's high-level stuff. I know. If you are interested in this card, you are either a bot or retarded. You are either a paid bot on Twitter by the UFC, or you are just fucking retarded. This card is quantifiably bad. Michael Chiesa blagging his way for an hour before a single feint. The thinking man's fighter. Fire Chiesa. Australia government can't handle a bunch of Aussie men off the piss. That is true. They wouldn't be able to handle it. There'd be riots on the street. I hope Dana saw this fight card and said, fuck it, we ain't going to show people this shit. I wish they did. I wish they would have done that. Just cancel this fight card. Harold Howard is a true legend. If you're coming on, fucking come on. I'd take on death sentence for 10k. He is way open to the straights, and I got a deceptive reach. One leg kick, it'd take me out these days, but we'll delusionally forget about that. You got to have delusion the older that you get. You have to. How did you know Harold Howard drove into a shopping mall in a blind rage back in 2009 and got sentenced to 10 years? A true classic OG character. I love people like that. Do an impression of Beanie Dougie and Pantoja convincing Zesty Dougie to get with the girls. What do you reckon, Pantoja? You reckon we can get him? Yeah, I reckon if we got to work hard for this, we can get him. Or Zesty Dougie. You know, if you go in a chick's arsehole, it might as well be the same thing. Go on, give it a go, mate. No, stop it, guys. You know I'm only into the dick. Tim, I honestly think the majority of this chat would smoke death sentence in under 30 seconds. I agree with Nacho. Dougie, do you know Harold Howard? You won't look at duct tape... You wouldn't look at a duct tape sandbag the same way. I've heard and seen the meme, if you're coming on, then come on. That is all I'm getting from this so far. The most unranked blobs have better striking than the top 3 women's flyweight. I agree, Toad. Women's MMA is a fucking joke. This entire card is a fucking joke. Dusko Todorovic versus Jack Reese. There's 2 fights on this card. Ludovic Klein and Dusko Todorovic. Never forget Rolling Thunder Harold Howard through in the UFC back in the day. All right, never forget, man. How many packs do you smoke an hour? How many I don't smoke, Lorenzo. I don't smoke. I don't smoke anymore. I stopped smoking when I was like 27. Shotgun. Shotgun, do you think Dougie has a clue who Howard is? He doesn't even know the Dougie. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Howard threw the first ever Rolling Thunder. People forget, man. There you go. He needs more education about UFC from back then. Dude doesn't even know. Arena Sonata. Here we go. Here you go, the fucking old hats. Here come the old hats. Go, what do you mean you don't know about Rena Sonato? He fought 3 times in Pride between 1991 and 1992. Dude was goated. Fucking hell. This is the times where I miss Lucas Tracy. Blasphemy, Dougie fucking fucks all over Lorenzo with his picks and analysis of fights. The reason us old heads are here, kids these days. Well, thank you, Tim. I needed that. Do an impression of OG Dougie walking in on Zesty Dougie with a baddie set up by Beanie Dougie and Pantoja. How the fuck did you get him to go into that? It was easy, mate. Just fucking gave him some LSD and told him it was a bloke cunt. We worked so hard to get him in there. Ben, that was a good one. Ben, that was a good one. Wait, you mean he's fucking high as shit right now? Yeah, cunt, he fucking thinks it's a bloke, mate. This is the best ass I've ever had. What's your top 3 favorite moments from the stream? That's one of them. The Anderson Silva watch party that we did was one of them. Top 3 favorite moments from streaming. The Dustin Poirier fight was really good. The Anderson Silva stream was really fucking good. Don't know. Can't think of another one. I really enjoyed the Cliffside stream that we did. That was a very fun stream. That was enjoyable. Rumo, not Rinya. Rinya Santos, so underrated. Murillo Bastita. Yeah, there we go. Dougie doesn't even know about Elvis Sinolnik. Exactly. Good on you, old heads. Just keep saying names. Harold Howard loves you children, loves your wife. Can you believe it? He loves his family too. All right, that sounds based. Do an impression of current checked out Dana White. What's that? Well, there's a card on today? I can give a fuck about that. Go on, hit me again. Hit me again. Come here, son. Let me teach you how to gamble with these dumb fucks' money. Come here, son. Do an impression of Corey Sandhagen explaining to Nate Diaz being high and cool doesn't win you fights. You gotta learn how to switch stances. You gotta learn how to pop the jab. You gotta read about the art of war. Nate, being high doesn't win you fights. Man, shut up. I beat Leon. I landed one punch on him, so I beat him, all right? Well, I beat Leon. No, Nate, you didn't win on the judges' scorecards. You've got to actually win the fight. Oh, man, fuck that. Oh, I knew I won that fight. Hey, Dougie, doesn't mean Nacho isn't right about old stuff, but seriously, Lorenzo is entertaining, but seriously, I mean, people can be entertaining and wrong, and Nacho and Shotgun are right about the old shit, and I've told them countless times, we need them on the channel to hold down the fort, so I appreciate them being here. Do an impression of mad scientist Corey explaining to Bryce he's reading the Bible upside down. You see, Bryce, you see the way that I switch stances? You see the way that I go from Orthodox to Southport? That's the way things are moving around. Bryce, you're holding the Bible upside down. No, brother, you got to use discernment. I can read it just as good upside down, inverted back to front, because it's the pages of the Lord. Marco Russa, another underrated pioneer that didn't get his flowers. Most of his best wins are in the 80s and early 90s, not even in the UFC. See, there you go. That's just a fucking nobody. Elvis Sosnick, when he was an Australian MMA, he was a jiu-jitsu nerd that flew over all the way from Sydney talking mad shit and lost on like UFC 47 or something. I do know that one actually, Nacho. So suck my cock. Blueprint getting cucked was the funniest moment in the street. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. Shotgun's the trailblazer he is, mate. Did you see Nate say he turned down the lead role in Roadhouse because he wasn't losing some Brokeback Mountain guy? I don't believe that for a fucking second. But yes, I did see Nate say that. Nate is talking absolute shit. There is 0% chance anyone at Amazon offered Nate Diaz that role. The dude cannot speak English. There's no fucking way they offered Nate Diaz that role. I agree, Paul. It was definitely one of the stream's funniest, but it was a goated moment, man. The UFC is dead. They can't even get advertisement. Dude, I'm telling you two smelly things. We are in the second dark ages. We are living through it right now. Right now, dude. Do an impression of Beanie Dougie convincing Nate to smoke more to win. Nate, don't fucking listen to that cunt Corey Sandhagen. Has he ever fucking won a title, cunt? No. You, Nate, you fucking invented a title, cunt. I did. I invented the BMF title. That's right, cunt. You invented a title. You know what you got to do, Nate? Smoke more. Smoke more. That's when you were having you were ranked 5th when you were smoking. Well, hold up. This motherfucker's got a point. Fucking give me that hit. Bring me that JDM, cunt. Do an impression of Yair knocking out Volk with a head kick. No, Johnny, no. How are you, Johnny? What's up, dude? How the fuck are there commercials if nothing has happened yet? I don't know, Two Smelly Fingers. They have kept us waiting for 40 minutes, and now they open up the card. With Frankie Raid, shout out to Fight Nights with Frankie. Everyone subscribe to Fight Nights with Frankie. He's a fucking goat. Love you, Frankie. Have a good day, mate. Good luck getting through this card, or just have a good night's sleep. Too Smelly. Yes. They've kept us waiting for 40 minutes, and now they open up a card with fucking Alice Ardeline and Renee DeSantos. They hate us. They hate us. They hate us. Nate would have been terrible in a movie. Nate would be terrible in any fucking movie. Do an impression of Nate saying, "Hey, fellas," like Connor. Hold up. Hey, fellas. Hope you're having a smashing. Not, man, I ain't saying that shit. That shit is gay. Is Dana Sauron in this scenario? Yes, Dana is Sauron in this scenario. Talking about CTE, Nate is punchy as fuck, man. I mean, he is punchy as fuck. Dana wants the UFC's value to fall so Turkshay Alish can buy it for cheaper. It's not a crazy thing, Lorenzo. It's not a crazy scenario that him and Turkshay have done a bit of backdoor dealing. He was drooling in the interview. It's actually sad to see. Yeah, Nate's retarded. Nate's got brain dead. Nate kind of was like... Nate's one of those street kids that was obviously dropped on his head and his mum clearly clearly did heroin while Nate was pregnant. Like, he is not a fully developed man. And then he has been punched in the head relentlessly for his entire adult life and smoked copious amounts of drugs. Nate is smooth-brained. There is no doubting that. 40 minutes of Michael Chiesa and Anthony Smith yapping, opening up with some shitty regional WMMA fight. Dougie, you know about Jason Tucker? Okay, strange brew. I don't, but you are right about the first two things. God-awful card, truly the worst card in paper. You know how Jason Tucker got sanctioned to fight in the UFC? He literally had to spar with Dana in front of the commission, not even joking. I had not heard that story. Lock in, boys! What's up, MMA Paradox? How are you, Paradox? You absolute Chad. What's up, Thor? How are you, dude? Frankie Ray. Shout out to Frankie. Fucking one of the best in the game. Absolute one of the best in the game at bringing the boys together, shouting out the entire YouTube community that surrounds him. Not just MMA, even Rob's neighbor. We bloody love Frankie. On you, Frankie, mate. Thank you very much for the raid, brother. I appreciate you, dude. Have a good day. Good luck with everyone in their relentless gambling addictions. You'll love that. You'll love it. You'll love to see the shit. Too smelly, they apparently played 10 minutes of bitches throwing a boat. Impression of Beanie Dougie as Nate's agent, and gets him a role in Sesame Street. Nate, fucking come here, cunt. Listen, Centrelink ain't covering the fucking bills, mate. Alright, so you're gonna need to do one role. You're gonna be Elmo, mate. Fucking Elmo, man, fuck that. Nate, you're gonna be Elmo. Trust me, cunt. It's gonna be fucking it. You put your hand up the puppet, you do a bit of laughing, it'll be easy as. Alright, I'll give it a go. Hey, kids. What's up? I'm Elmo. Lock in, boys. Smooth brain Nate. Frankie Ray. Do an impression of mad scientist Corey using science to make Nate Diaz smart. Okay, what we're gonna do is a little bit of stance switching, a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of acid, just enough, and then we're gonna hear Nate smoke this. Well, hello there, gentlemen. Let's talk about quantum physics. How many wild bearded dragons have you come across being in Australia? One. These hoes are swinging. UFC fighters you could do without these two bitches on the screen, Lorendo. And Brendan Allen. We'll enjoy, I bet. FYI, can't. Santos is paying the mythical $17 for the KO. Worth a sprinkle. There you go, Timmy. Find out with Frankie Raid. Let's go. What's up, Jamie Wink? I haven't seen you on the channel before. Jamie, welcome. My name is Dougie. I do an MMA video every single day of the week, Monday through Friday. I try and go live at least 3 times a week. Well, we do all sort of fun shit. So subscribe to the channel, and thank you. And shout out to Frankie. We love him. Jason Tucker had no pro fights. All he had was a couple of amateur Muay Thai fights on grainy VHS. The commission weren't convinced, and they could actually fight. So he had to do full round sparring with Dana to prove that he wasn't going to get slaughtered. This was back when Dana thought he could box, by the way. That sounds fucking awesome. See how involved Dana was? See how much he cared? He would put the gloves on and spar with a fighter just to get them into the UFC. Modern Dana could never. I guarantee you, Shotgun, Dana White, right now, on his yacht in the Mediterranean, is not watching this Fight Night card. I guarantee you Dana doesn't watch a minute of this card. There's a good chance there'll be 0 finishes on this card. No, Dusko's fighting. It's like Dusko Todorovic will get the finish. Keep Brendan Allen's name out your fucking mouth. Fuck you, cunt. You're aware that Dana was supposed to box Tito back in the day, mate? Yes, I do. Yes. I'm aware of that. Yes. I'm just going to watch you and not the fights this time. What's up, Frankie? Thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Get back to doing some of your own streams, dude. All right? You're good on your own. I love the collabs, Frankie. I love the collabs, but get back to doing your own shit, mate. It's funny. You do funny streams because you let the chat just run buck wild and you get super based with it. So come on, Frankie. All right? MMA YouTube loves you, mate. Stay in the game. Delicious. Dana White is playing the new Elden Ring right now. Is there a new Elden Ring, or is it just Elden Ring? Paradox. It was like Vince McMahon versus Stone Cold at WrestleMania, but actually, no, I was aware of that one. So, shotgun. Yep, I was aware of one. These bitches are slugging. I haven't looked at it, Thor. It's funny. It's on my screen. What's up, Rob's neighbor? Good to see you, dude. But I haven't looked at it. Appreciate the glaze, mate. Yeah, I mean, we got it. You know, that's what we're here for. These bitches are swinging. Too bad there's no power behind the punches. Shall I bring my clock up? Where's my clock? I have a clock. I should use it, eh? For the next round. There's only 46 seconds left in this round. We'll bring it up for the next round. But these bitches are swinging. Also, today we're going to be continuing on with the UFC Olympics, where we tally up every single top 15 fight that has happened throughout the year, and we see which country is winning in the UFC right now. We see which country is winning in the UFC right now. Get rid of the fucking meter. That doesn't need to be there. Which country is winning in the UFC right now? So far, Russia is winning. Brazil is on 10 points. And all the other shit cunt countries are down the bottom. These bitches are swinging. Have you seen what Puke Thomas has been saying about the UFC negotiations? Sounds like they're probably staying with ESPN. I have seen what Puke Thomas has been saying. Yeah, I made a video about it. How Netflix are like, we're not interested in paying $1 billion a year for the fucking Apex. I made a video about that 2 months ago. Nacho was laughing at me. It's called public negotiation. The Netflix aren't interested in paying, but no one wants to pay for the Apex. I made videos about this, about how the UFC pulled the biggest rug pull of all time on ESPN by getting them to pay for $300,000 pay-per-view, 300 buys a pay-per-view, and then start putting on Apex cards. No one believes the UFC can put out the kind of content. Yeah, that's what I've made. Yeah, Netflix saw the con that the UFC pulled on ESPN, and they were like, no thanks. Yeah, I've covered this pretty thoroughly. So I'm happy Luke Thomas is noticing what I've noticed. How many points does India have now, Dougie? Unbelievably, mate, India still has 0 points. Can you believe it? Your UFC Olympics idea is cool. Well, thank you, Thor. That's how we're going to get through today's card. Turkey blew up the negotiations with Netflix as well. I did hear that, yep. Doug, this fight has been sick, but you're so retarded that you're not even watching. I'll watch it here. I remember the days of being competent enough Slav that they allowed you to get Centrelink. Now I give nothing and take nothing from them. Receive no benefits, no votes, no participation. That's exactly how I am, Tim. Yeah, I don't participate in their system in any way possible. Buy gold. Don't pay tax. Did you just say Pook Thomas? Yes. Close round. Where am I? Shit. Close round. I think Ardeline takes it. Haven't watched it, Thor. I love the collab so I can sit there and do fuck all. I know, Frankie. Work smarter, not harder. I know. UFC is going to stay with ESPN. They are. Oh, shit. Sorry. Timmy, should have done that. Saw the con the UFC pulled. Yep. Ardeline round 1. Who cares? Not 300k buys. 500k buys. That's insane. Most pay-per-views are 100k these days. Yeah, I don't even think they get probably 100k, and that's in pub buys. Like in sports packages for pubs and bars. $20 million a pay-per-view cut? Yeah, there's no fucking way. The dogs are looking good on ya, Twez Wiz. Whoever wins this fight is who I picked. Hey, MMA Paradox on that Eric level. So why do you think Netflix is happy to give the WWE $10 billion, but not $1 billion for the UFC? The WWE is a brand that's been around since the 90s. UFC has only been big since about 2015. The WWE can control their script, control their stars, control their events 100%. The UFC, at the end of the day, is still a sport, and if it's a whole bunch of Muslim fans and no one is buying the pay-per-views, it's a whole bunch of Muslim fans and nobody is buying the pay-per-views. The WWE sells to kids. Kids watch the WWE. Gambling addicts watch the UFC. The WWE is a much more profitable product than the UFC long term. Dougie, the UFC... I didn't say that. I said big promotion. The WWE has been a big promotion since it combined with the WWF. It's big. I mean, big promotion. Big promotion. The UFC is just not as valuable as the WWE. UFC were looking for $1 billion a year while coasting for 3 years. The arrogance and the delusion of people. Yeah, exactly. Imagine thinking that's what our OnlyFans pants will look like right now. I've got Santos for KO and Ardeline for the win. In the USA, they cracked down on restaurants playing the UFC. You used to be able to watch the UFC at Buffalo Wild Wings and other places. Not anymore. People get sued. Yep. WWE has been big since 1984. WrestleMania 1, buddy. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Like UFC's, well, even big, like... It certainly got bigger in 2005, but you can't deny that there was a significant jump in the fandom of the UFC during the Conor McGregor era. And they've been coasting off that and the luck that the big lie happened in 2019 ever since, to the point that they think they can sell their product, which is 20 fights at a fucking warehouse with a bunch of nobodies on it for $1 billion a year. And then apart from that, we all see, if you have eyes to see, you get 3 or 4 big pay-per-views a year. You get one first quarter pay-per-view, International Fight Week, one third quarter pay-per-view, and then the pay-per-view before the end of the year. If you're lucky, you get 4 good pay-per-views over the entire year. And the UFC think Netflix are going to spend $1 billion fucking dollars a year on 4 cards. It's insane. It's absolutely fucking insane. The arrogance, the hubris. I would say I've never seen anything like it, but DC Comics literally turned Superman gay and thought that their fans would stick around. So I'm not surprised, is all I can say. I'm not surprised at the fucking arrogance of companies to think that their fan bases will just hang around no matter how much they drag them through the fucking mud. Dougie loves big meaty wieners. On your zesty drickers. Good to see you, mate. WWB's been around since the 50s. I wet my panties for Dougie. On your zesty drickers. After Vince bought out all the territories, there you go. I watched the UFC out of habit at this point. That's all it is, Western. It's just the thing that you watch. But it's definitely not drawing in any new fans. WWE changed its name to WWF. Okay, there you go. Kids used to dress as Chuck Liddell for Halloween. Nobody is dressing like Conor. That's a good point. But, I mean, if you're really going to fucking argue that Chuck Liddell was a bigger global superstar than Conor McGregor, yeah, you're being retarded, aren't you? You're being absolutely fucking retarded. Isn't the pay-per-view model gone when they go to Netflix? Well, that's part of the argument. So Netflix's sports package, essentially, they have said that they just want big marquee events. They don't want to pay for the entire roster. They don't want to pay for every single event. They don't want all 43 events. They just want the big marquee events. That seems to be what's going on. Imagine the cringe in the board meetings with Dana trying to convince Netflix execs to pay them $1 billion a year with Apex. I know. It's madness. It's absolutely madness. The $1 billion call from Netflix will have just been a negotiation tactic the UFC used against ESPN, and I bet ESPN saw through it and said, fuck the UFC. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. $40 a month for shit cards? Hell no. No wonder Netflix be failing. Yeah, Netflix told them to fuck off. Netflix told them openly to fuck off. I think Netflix doesn't want the fight nights. They probably only want the 5 big pay-per-view events a year. But that's the thing, Simply Kudos. Netflix recognized that there's only 4 big pay-per-view events a year. There's only 4. People want to pay for that. But those 4 big pay-per-view events are what cover the other 36 regular events, 20 of those being shit Apex slop. No one wants the 80% of the UFC product. Nobody wants to pay for it. So Dana is trying to oversell the big 4 events. And the companies know, we don't want your slop. We only want the big 4 events. That's all we want. And Dana's trying to sell it as an entire package. And this is the thing, right? If you sell Netflix the big 4 events, how much is ESPN going to pay for the rest of the slot? They're not going to pay as much as they're paying now. That's for fucking sure. Chuck sold $1 million pay-per-views against Tito at UFC 66. That's when I knew the UFC had arrived on the mainstream. Okay, fair enough. Again, what you're saying is fair, but it still doesn't compare to the amount of eyeballs that Conor McGregor brought to the UFC. 2-0 Ardeline, thank you, Frankie, for watching the fight. Chuck Liddell was the Conor McGregor before Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor fucking fought Floyd Mayweather and had documentaries made about him. I'm not arguing he was bigger. I'm just saying the sport was huge back then. Just because you weren't watching it doesn't matter. I'm not saying it wasn't huge. I'm saying it's not as big as it was during the Conor McGregor era. These girls are going at it? Get them, girls. I bet he offered Power Slap the Nelk Boys and Nina Drama as part of the deal as well. I think he is trying to package in Power Slap as well because the UFC website has started listing Power Slap fighters as athletes under the UFC website. ESPN is slowly deleting all the UFC cards off ESPN Plus. Yep. And I think ESPN are showing the UFC. I think that's a negotiating tactic back towards the UFC, telling the UFC, we don't need you. We don't need to platform you. Dougie sells his glizzy for free. Shut up, mate. Cigarettes are better than the UFC. They are at some point. There they are. UFC right now is like WWF in 1995 when they were at their lowest. They had freaking Mabel win King in the ring. Okay. We should have known Dana was checked out when he came out with slap fighting. We fucking really should have. Laying you here. I like that bet on Santos by KO. I'll see what you tipped either way. Nice. Conor McGregor wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Chuck and his first. Found out about MMA watching Chuck going berserk on guys and highlights and team on LimeWire. That's fair enough. Again, still doesn't disprove my point. You bring up good points, but it doesn't argue my point. Netflix in the short time has had 8 price increases since the inception of its subscription model. Fair enough, Lorenzo, but I mean, everything's gone up. So yeah, that's true. That is true, but everything's gone up. I mean, even UFC Fight Pass has gone up. I got an email yesterday that Fight Pass is going up. Did you see Sean Strickland shoot 10 explosive with Adam Ross in the middle of the Las Vegas desert? I didn't, Ratio. Sounds like a fun weekend. Chuck Liddell today versus Dougie the Plasterer, who wins a 3-round fight. Chuck Liddell beats my fucking head in. I don't understand the odds when presented like that, Frankie, but I'm guessing it means that I'm retarded. Power Slap is the best sport today. No, Johnny, no. I saw the Andrew Schultz-Dana Power Slap fiasco on the Netflix meeting. I see an Andrew Schultz-Dana Power Slap fiasco in the Netflix meeting. I can see Dana White sitting there with the Netflix boardroom trying to hype up Power Slap and include it in the negotiations. And yeah, like Andrew Schultz being like, really? Netflix are just like, no, we don't care. We really don't care. What's up, Val? Shout out to you, mate. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Saturday night. Sunday here in Australia, but I hope you have a good Saturday night. Dougie doesn't know about the days of tape trading on Sherdog and Underground for the Shatu and Deep tapes back in the day. This is true, Shotgun. I don't. You're aware of that. SIGs are definitely better than the UFC. No one is getting macheted over the UFC. That is true. People aren't getting macheted over the UFC. You would send in a VHS to a box, and they would send you one. You just had to trust the other guy was honest and send their tape. Oh, fucking hell. Sounds like a horrible way to follow the sport. Boring card so far. No, this fight's been quite good, Blue Line. Frankie, have you still got my message where I explain all the odds from the different countries? There you go. Dos Santos looks like she's wearing the Joker makeup. She does, mate. She fucking does, the way that it's spread all over her face. Those communities are not there these days because of the internet and technology. It's kind of sad. It is a little bit sad. Absolutely, mate. It is a little bit sad, yeah. Arizona iced teas are still $1. Do you know, Johnny, the CEO of Costco got fired because he didn't want to increase the prices of the hot dogs with inflation. He was like, the Costco hot dog has been $1.20 or $1 or whatever it was. For 30 years, we're not increasing the price of the Costco hot dog. And they fucking booted his ass. Yeah, he was a real one, man. Very rare to have real ones in business, but the CEO of Costco was a real one, man. Kenny, you should get the CEO of Costco's face tattooed to you, Kenny. You should get the CEO of Costco. He tried to keep glizzies at a fair and affordable price for 30 years, but inflation eventually beat him too. It was bad, but when you finally got on hands from a tape from ICV Japan 1996, you really appreciated it and watched it over and over and over. That is true. I think, yeah, but like, I mean, it's the same way with like music these days, isn't it, Shotgun? Like back when you only had like a physical CD or a tape, you know, you appreciated the album so much more. Now people just have playlists, right? Decent little fucking scrap for anybody who isn't watching. Yeah, I've got it open, but I haven't watched it, but their faces are fucking bloodied up. Their faces are destroyed. I'll be honest with everyone, I'm having more fun on betting on Gillian Lane to land bets than my own bet. Oh, nice one, Tim. Good. That was a good scrap for the girls. Dougie's a sexist pig. No, I'm not. Can't. Kids these days don't know how easy they have it just going to some site to or Fight Pass. They can get it. They can get on my. You kids these days don't know how fucking easy you got it. You kids say you're bored. You got more to do than you'll ever fucking know. We used to go out to the garage and set fire to the little green army men for entertainment. Which MMA YouTubers have you personally spoken to? Frankie. I've spoken to Frankie. Everyone in our group, like Frankie and Making the Walk, Antoine and Crossover. If you mean just like messages over Instagram. But I've spoken to James Lynch. I've spoken to Guru. Fight Talk. MMA Experts. He's very chill, very cool guy. Yeah. The whole process of going to Woolworths or HMV to buy a game or album was part of the thing. Yeah, I still enjoy sometimes going to JB Hi-Fi. And checking out the albums and going through them. I still enjoy doing that sometimes. Dougie's so gay he won't even watch women fight.
That's very clever, Nacho. Very good. I still listen to albums from start to finish and replay. So do I, Johnny. So do I. But I don't know if kids do it as much. You know what I mean? James Lynch. Ew. No, I like James Lynch. I think James Lynch is good. James Lynch is very good. Spoke to DC about have you spoken to DC about his weight loss journey? I haven't, but I should message him. Those two ladies in the main event are fighting over Dougie. It's confirmed. They're fighting over... Oh, thanks, Val. Appreciate it, mate. I don't think so. I heard Dougie has Joey on speed dial. Best butts. No, Ank. The only time me and Joey have ever interacted with each other was when I asked Joey a very sincere question on his live stream, and he fucking blew up. He fucking raged out and blew up so hard, and I have not spoken to Joey since then. So, no Antac. Joey and I are not best buds. What's up, Shayla? How are you, man? You just missed a great chick fight. I'm sure you would have been into it. Go back and watch it, Shayla. I don't know if they have Fight Pass wherever you're from. But go fucking check it out. It was a good chick fight. You'll enjoy it. AJ from Experts is very chill. Yeah, he's very chill. They're cool guys. Yeah. James Lynch is okay. I think James Lynch is funny, to be honest. I think James Lynch is very funny. The way that he fucking riles up, he gets so angry so easily. I like James very much. Oh, fuck. Well, that fight was for those ladies trainees. They both stood and threw. Great way to start. That was a good way to start a shit cut. Good on him, mate. MMA Experts is the most non-controversial guy on earth. Everyone loves it. Yeah, he's just a chill. He's just a super chill. He's the meme of the super chill guy. He's just a chilled out MMA fan. He's just chilled, mate. How dare you, Tim? I expected more from you. There you go. Who is the commentator? That's DC, mate. DC's the comment. Oh, you're not watching Simply. DC's on commentary tonight. What was the question? What's your BMI, Joey? No, I said, Joey, you say that you don't do this for the clicks or the money, and you consistently make content about how much you hate the UFC. So if you want to make an MMA YouTube channel just based around things that you like, how come you don't make any content about the PFL? And he fucking blew up and said that he makes important content that people need to hear about. And then I said, people need to hear about Michael Chandler every single week. And then he fucking... he just went fucking nuts. And that was that. That was the only time I've spoken to MMA, Joey. Yeah. Ariel's the greatest MMA mind of our generation. No, Ariel is not the greatest MMA mind of our generation. Nacho, I'm actually impressed and surprised they usually say... No, that was a good fight. Do you watch the Fight Night Invitationals? No, Johnny, I don't. No. MMA On Point is the best deep dive videos on our sport ever. They're very good. I like Mixed Martial Academic for deep dive stuff, but MMA On Point are very, very, very good. Very good. Remember that girl in BKFC with the broken face and was like, I enjoyed the whole process? Yeah, dude, that is so good. The fight was on my TV. It sounded like it was good. It was a good fight. DC fucking sucks too. True. Who's your favorite commenter? I like Brendan Fitzgerald, Paul Felder, and Laura Senko. When those three are together, it's beautiful. It's beautiful stuff. DC and Senko are like Joey and Tyler and Emmanuel. No, I like Paul Felder, Brendan Fitzgerald, Laura Senko. Those three, perfect. It's true, Joe Sun became your favorite fighter after you discovered his... Is it true that Joe Sun became your favorite fighter after you discovered his heinous... Yes. It is true. Bloody shout out to Joe Sun. What did Joe Sun do? Can't wait to find out. I'm sure it's something fucking horrible. Who is winning the UFC in 2025? Right, we got up to UFC Edwards. Dougie's favorite ring announcer is Joe. I hate Joe Martinez. If you could bring back one company, would you bring back Pride, Strikeforce, or WEC? Pride. I think Pride. If Strikeforce and WEC came back, they would suck out even more talent from the UFC when the UFC absolutely needs its talent the most right now. So yeah, I would say Pride. Joe Sun did a gang rape in 1990, caught like 15 years later, then murdered his cellmate. Based. Did you call him Fatty Joey MMA? No, I was being super nice. And this is when I knew that he sees everyone in life attacking him because he's been bullied by everyone ever his entire life. Because I asked him the question like very sincerely. I was very curious. I was like, you say you don't do it for money and for clicks. So if you just do it because you love MMA, why don't you support an MMA meritocracy based company like PFL? And he fucking raged out. I was like, oh, you can't have conversations with people anymore because your brain is, but you've just been bullied so much. You were constantly on the attack. Even food has attacked him. Yeah. He's also the guy who played random yes. I have heard all this. Yes. I have heard all this. Yes. Didn't he invent his own Joseon Jitsu or something? Didn't he also invent his own fucking jujitsu or some shit like that? Joseon Shane or some shit. He came up with his own fight style. How the fuck is Luke Thomas pretending he has the opinions he has? Just be in line with the fans. Don't believe one word of that shill cunt says or will ever say for all eternity. Luke Thomas pretending that he has the... No, Luke Thomas is just a leftist. Tim, there are leftists out there. There are people that genuinely believe in leftism. Just depends on your own personal morality. Luke Thomas believes what he believes, 100%. Prime Keith Hackney becomes champ in this era. No, Johnny, no, Nacho, no. I'm extremely Asian. How Asian, though? How extremely Asian are you? Because you're typing in clear sentences right now. And full-on extreme Asians can't type in clear sentences. So I don't know if you are extremely Asian. I think you're mildly Asian. I want you to change that name to mildly Asian. Joe says he doesn't care about his channel views, etc., but asks for his viewers to like the video. Yeah, I know. MMA Joey is a fucking fat, lying hypocrite. I don't do this for clicks. I don't do this for views. Make sure to like and subscribe. Like the channel. Subscribe. How many subs are we on today? I gotta put out a video to get big clicks. I gotta think of a video to get big. I gotta drop a bomb to get some likes. Gotta get 50k views by the end of the year. Maybe I'll make a Michael Chandler video. I don't do it for the clicks and the likes, guys. Like the videos, guys. I'm setting the chat to subscriber only. Yeah. MMA Joey is a fucking dumb fat cunt liar. MMA Joey says he doesn't care about his channel's views and live. Yep. Joe Sundo. That's it, Joe Sundo. Joey's frustrated the Ozempic isn't kicking in. Very true. MMA on point with fucking shills too. They're pretending to. Fuck them as well. Simping for UFC. Okay, Tim. All right. Yeah, how Asian are you? Oh, Frankie. Frankie. Vagina is not mandatory. Yeah, Frankie will check how Asian you are. Shyla says, I was watching Cage Warriors earlier. The skill gap between it and the UFC is insane. I witnessed a Dollar Store Vitor Belfort and Aurelia Tapuria and Midget Ian Gary and an alien fight. Yeah, but Shayla, the fact that their skill level is so far behind is what makes those regional organizations so fucking fun. Because it like high-level MMA in the Apex can feel like a sparring match sometimes. Remember the guy who shot up a nightclub in America? He was Aaron Brink's son, who also fought in the UFC and was a journeyman in his day. Also based. Nobody would be able to survive Keith Hackney's punches to the groin. True. He's typing with chopsticks, yep. MMA Joey is better than MMA on point. Okay. Tim, they did a video 3 weeks ago about how UFC main events are getting worse and worse. How is that shilling? That's a good point. They also did a video about how the ticket prices have gone up at an unfair rate, Tim. You can stay in my guest room in June. We're going to show up to Dana's office. All right, Miguel. I'm down for that, mate. I'm down for that. Joey acts like he doesn't know any of the other MMA YouTubers, but I've seen him on Clown Show's live stream. Yeah, I mean, Joey... I want to do this. I don't want to get into just... I mean, I've already started, so it is what it is. Listen. MMA Joey needs clicks and views like everyone else, and will make you... No one cares about the Michael Chandler scenario, but MMA Joey makes a video a week about it because it gets clicks and views. He says openly that he tries to rage bait people. He comes up with fake narratives. Like, he says that Magomed Ankalaev was never offered UFC 300. The subtitles on the video of Magomed Ankalaev talking about it could have been faked. MMA Joey lies to his audience consistently for views. He puts out a pro-Muslim propaganda. He puts out pro-Muslim propaganda for the Muslim fan base of MMA to have a YouTuber to follow. That is what MMA Joey does. And he desperately craves his clicks and his views because it's all he fucking talks about all the time. You can take him seriously if you want. But it's very obvious what he is doing. It's very, very fucking obvious. Flex kiss your bicep and cut a promo on Joey? No. No. We have an alien in the UFC. We do. He was added to UFC 5 this week. Sean Woodson. When I saw him appear on my screen last night, I shat bricks. I didn't know I was playing a horror game. Tim just got mogged. Oh, poor Tim. Keith Hackney versus Harold Howard in 1996 would have been a hell of a battle entering Valhalla. Do an impression of Movzar getting knocked out by Aaron Pico. Did it freeze up on anyone else? Don't know. Too smelly. It might have. MMA Joey is the ultimate rage baiter. Yes, he is. I don't think he rage baits, to be fair. He's just a complete mock. No, he does rage bait because he says, he go like, I'll think of a tweet. This will rile him up. Like he does it on purpose. Fuck, I've been in top messages the whole time. Oh, Nacho. Joey's a cast off Dagestan. Yeah, he is, mate. It's a fake, bro. They're just pandering to their audience. It's a recent thing for them, Nacho. Last 5 years, they suck. They can fuck off, phony cunts. They are. Okay. I'll take him serious in a food eating contest. Only way that you could take MMA Joey seriously. Imagine Joey going to Dagestan with his friends and telling them his worldviews, but he'd be thrown off a building within a day. Yeah, he would. I think I watched about 30 seconds of Joey in my life, and it was a fucking misclick. It's fucking horrible. It is bad. I do click on it from time to time. I do. Just to be like, what are you doing? It's like hate watching something. It is. I shouldn't do it. It's a bad habit, but I found myself doing it. I'll click on MMA Joey and just listen for a bit and just be like, what are you doing? How do you fucking live with yourself like this? How do you live with yourself? Are you going to be streaming the entire card? I am, Shayla. I am. All right, here we go. Blagioki. Here we go. Let me set up my fucking timer. Where's my timer? Where's me bloody timer, mate? What the fuck is all this? That's not right. Where's me timer? Display. Create new display. Window. Clock. Okay. Clock. There we go. Where's me timer? Where's me timer, mate? 56, 54, pause, play. There we go. Alright, let me just 1 second, guys. I'll read your chats in a second. Just let me get my fucking timer right. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, cool. The opposite of top messages is bottom messages. Alright, chat is quit. Okay, two smelly fingers. Tim, you can't say the UFC is shills and then get proven wrong and then act like your original point still stands. Come on, man, have some integrity. MMA Joey trying to claim Smelly Bilal beat JDM was pure rage bait and so transparent. 5-0 was a more valid scorecard than 3-2. Yeah, but it's what he does, dude. It's what he literally just exists to pander to the MMA, to the Muslim MMA fan base. As well looks like a less retarded BSD. He does. He looks like BSD, but wasn't dropped as a baby. I got money on the Afro. Alright, just say Balaji Oki too smelly. As well as fainting like a madman. If only you could land a punch. Yes, if you're going to faint, you also have to land. I feel a finish. Lock in, boys. Nacho's edging. Well, they're both real, as is one light. The other is possibly plasma. I mean, the moon is fake if it's not natural to this creation. Where's my book? Oh, it's still at home. It's at the garage. Read Who Built the Moon. His hair has already turned white. Looks like Aoki possibly KOs him. Here we go, boys. Lock in. Doug, you're the streamer. You can choose to read the chat or watch the fights. Watch the fights. You're the streamer, Doug. You have control. I keep forgetting. I'm in charge of my life. I can do what I want. I'm watching the fight. I'll read yours, simply kudos, when there's a moment break. Ooh, Aoki coming in hard. As well with the left. Oh, nice little exchange through the sentence. Dougie with the self-affirmation. I forget, too, Smelly, that I can choose to watch the fights or read the chat. He does look like BSD, doesn't he? Does as well. Do an impression of Dark Lord Ben Rothwell haunting Bryce Mitchell in his dreams. No, leave me be. Leave me be, Ben. No. Ben, leave me alone. Is it prelims or main card? I've been locked out of Fight Pass because I changed countries. It is prelims, mate. Prelims. But look to the east if you can't go to Fight Pass. Oh, nice overhand there from Aswell. Nice low kick. Buckley versus Usman kind of reminds me from the scene of Diego Unchained. Fuck. I forgot the fight was on. The fight's on. Not reading the chats. Locked in. Oh, good jabs from Aoki down the center. Oi! Nice left from Aoki over the top with a teep down the middle from Aswell. Big overhands from Aswell. Another teep down the middle. Nice jab from Aoki. Who's going to be buying the new UFC debut patches? Oh, big combo down the center from Aswell. Oof. Can you talk about each Dougie Law character and how they rank on the good and evil scale? We could do a members video about that. Put all the characters on the good and evil scale. He's gonna get fraud checked like BSD. Don't let the chat distract you from the fact that John Jones is ducking Tom Aspinall. I won't, mate. I won't. Oh, nice overhands there. Body shot from Oki. Five, four. Dude, the cameraman, hold the camera straight, please, mate. Fucking mount the camera on something. Good round. Good round. Cracked him towards the end there. Very nice stuff. Very nice stuff. What did I miss out on? Do an impression of Dark Lord. We saw that one. Dougie with the silver. Zesty Jordan Levitt is fighting next. Forgot about that guy. Yeah, but we don't mind Zesty Jordan Levitt because he's not that bad of a bloke, you know what I mean? It's the prelims, the main card. We did that one. Buckley versus Usman kind of reminds me of PFC. Yeah, it does. It does. I forgot the fight was on. The fight is on. Have you seen that fight with the Dark Lord early in his career where he beats the absolute fuck out of some of obese 17-year-old? It's brutal. No, probably not. They should run Wei Lee versus Gillian Robertson. We can't put Jandaroba in the spotlight. Why not? Put Jandaroba in the spotlight. Can you talk about each Dougie? We'll do a video on that. Seeing those leeches around BJ Penn is like Joshua Fabio when he had Dago in his claws. Nothing we can do. BJ Penn needs to be locked up, unfortunately. Usman's going to fuck Buckley up, and everyone who predicted Buckley is going to look like a retard. Wrong. Buckley is going to absolutely steamroll Usman. It's a good fight. I'm rooting for Aswell for the same reason Mighty Mouse makes his picks. Black on black. Super Shotgun is mentally retarded. He is. Also, you have a ton of new characters. We do have a ton of new characters. It's true, mate. Thanks to you, Benny boy. Thanks to you, mate. Oh, nice knee up the middle from Oki. I'm a little bit behind on the timer. Pause. That'll do. Pause, pause, pause. Ooh! God damn it. Fucking Apex. Keeps justifying its existence because MMA is fun. Dougie has lip injections for sure. I do not have lip injections, you fucking idiot. Look at the ads on the cage. All that ad money for some mid-Apex. I know, dude. And on top of that, they still want $1 billion a year. Who's your favorite new character? Beanie Dougie. You ever done a shoey? I've done a shoey on the stream, Val. Did a shoey on the stream. Nice jab to the bot. I think it was a $300 dono. I did a shoey on the stream. It was a shoey of whiskey for $300. How long till DC's next mealtime? Oh, about 7 minutes. Nice low kick there from Oki. Nice body shot. Dougie has deep throated a glitch. Shut up, Kenny. Even Herb Dean looks bored, like you're putting me in the Apex. I know, Herb Dean deserves to be on Super Fights, not Apex garbage. I feel like Beanie Dougie as a new character changes a lot. He is a good character. Remember when you said you were going to write everyone's name on the shirt who donated that never did? Well, Nacho, life circumstances changed, but thank you for bringing that up, Nacho. Appreciate it. That's very good of you, Nacho. Score the fight so far, please, Doug. I would say Aoki is winning off activity. You scammed me. I did not scam me, guys. I'll make it up to you. Herb is wishing he was at a regional promotion right now. At least regional promotions are fun. Dougie's new scam. What scam? What scam? Hey, you're alive. What's up, bro? What fucking country are you in today? Nice body kicks from Aoki. $1 for 1 minute is obviously not market. Mate, take away 30% for YouTube, 20% for taxes. It is fucking market value. Rogan. Oh, Usman's knees exploded. Buckley's on top. Usman's dying. Oh my god, it's over. The career. You're going to Greece tomorrow? Base, mate. Hey Aussie, you just missed Dougie coming out as a trans activist? No. Can you make the new law video public? My membership is about to run out. The new law video public? What law video, Ben? What law video? $1 for 1 minute is just not market value. The people are speaking. Maybe. I'll think about it. You guys, you gotta remember, Zesty, I don't get the full dollar. I don't get the full dollar, do I? You know what I mean? I get about 50 cents of that. So 60 cents of that. Ben, you can only request impressions if you're a member. Oh, no. Every time someone lands a punch, the crowd lands. The person in the crowd goes, yeah! You got to get more donos still. Yeah, that is true. I was also thinking, like, I'm not at work, right? So any money gained outside of work is bonus money. So maybe $2 a minute is the better market rate, considering I'm not actually at work, you know? Imagine by the end of all of this, Kev has won the belt and he's defended against Taliesin Teixeira. What a title fight. Thrill House, thank you for re-upping your membership, dude. I haven't seen you in a while, man. And you jump back in and re-up your membership. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Shout out to the Gold Coast. The fight is why no matter how bad the card is, you still tune in. Exactly, Bilal's good. Like we always say, man, MMA is still just fun. Thank you, Zesty Drickers, for re-upping your membership, dude. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bilal, you're absolutely right. Like, MMA at the end of the day is just fun. Do you think DC is eating right now or eats some point during the card? I believe DC eats after every single fight. Snacks. You can do like $1 for 2 minutes or maximum of 2 hours. Yeah, I think something like that, Zesty Drickus, where like for the first hour's free, then the next 2 hours is $1 for 2 minutes, and then after that it drops down to $1 a minute. Something like that is fair. The Apex vibe really accounting where the UFC is a product. The Apex vibe really accentuating where the UFC is as a product right now. Yes, like just basic MMA for free, served up at its absolute lowest level. That is a very good way to put it. Alpeg. Why do you get pegged, Alpeg? Thrill House? We love Thrill House. Do an impression of Usman's knees exploding, but killing Buck with the shrapnel. You ain't ready for this, man. Everyone's still calling me out. Just here we go. Coming in for the take. Oh, God, my old man knee. Oh, damn, man, you got me in the arm, man. Commentary is glazing this Melbourne gang member. Commentary is glazing this Melbourne gang member. What do you mean? The Melbourne gang. Oh, no, Thrill House. Oh, dude. Stop, dude. Stop. Commentary is glazing this Melbourne gang member. The lore on the character. I don't have a video based on the lore of the characters. We just have the tier list video. Is that the one? The feet are back. The feet are back, bro. Put Alvarez's wife to every Apex card and kill it forever. Eddie! Eddie! Super Shotgun. I think Usman wouldn't come back if he thought he was washed. Sorry for the late response. I think Usman thinks he's got a lot more fight in him than he actually does. Imagine if we had MMA in the 70s and 90s, how much they would fight, and none of the diva nonsense champs fighting 6 times a year, one-night tournaments would be amazing. Yes, I agree, dude. It would be much better back in the day if it was in the 70s and the 90s, where men were men and women were women and cocks were cocks and beers were beers. Eddie's wife in the Apex is a war crime. Eddie! The joke came from a blackfella, mate. There's a great new blackfella rap. Yep. Dude, I'm so glad I was finishing high school by the time the term pegging became a thing. Me too, Al Peg. Me too. I mean, is your name Al? Is your last name Peg? That's not good, mate. Bro, someone needs to give Eddie's wife a pile driver in the next fight. Fucking Banshee. Eddie's wife does it for attention, by the way. Yeah, I think it's fucking great. I love it that she does it. I never understood why the UFC just let upgrade to the Apex seat. I never understood why the UFC never just upgraded to Apex to seat like 10 or 15k, because then, Bilal, they would have to sell tickets. The UFC's plan was to put seats in the Apex, but then they realized you can't sell, like these cards wouldn't sell tickets. I'm not convinced whatever she does, she knows exactly what she's doing. When men were men and women were women. Whoa, slow down, psycho, with those crazy concepts. I know, mate. If you're a big better, Usman for champ by the end of 2026 doesn't sound horrible for a big payout. It kind of does, Chris, but yeah, put a sprinkle on it. Dougie's my wife, your wife's your dad, mate. I'll be very surprised if Buckley beats Yaqueen Buckley. I don't think Buckley is going to beat. I'll be very surprised if Buckley beats the race. I think Buckley is going to destroy Kamaru Usman, mate. Eddie's wife is louder than the whole crowd of people of the BKFC. She needs a muzzle. Mate, imagine her in bed. Eddie! Eddie! I know, but you're going to make a new law video. Oh, okay, Ben. Well, maybe I'll just wait till you get gifted a membership again. I mean, the boys often gift memberships, so you'll circle back around. Dougie, stop glazing John Jones. No. Gotta go to sleep. Have a good night, brother, and have a good day in Greece tomorrow. Enjoy Greece tomorrow, brother. I hope you have a good one, man. Enjoy it. You burnt it. P.S. Like the stream, cunts. Like the stream, boys. Help me get an online income so I can join my brother in Thailand in the compound. Dougie's brother is bald. He is not bald. Can't believe your Mount Rushmore was John Jones 4 times. Not my Mount Rushmore at all. Oh, big overhands from Oki. He's kind of drowning Aswell here under the pressure. Aswell's backing up. Looking for air. Jab, jab. Oki calls him on. Too bad there isn't a crowd here to get hyped for it. There's one guy in the background going, yeah, fight. 1-2 from Oki down the center. Nice left. As well winning the round according to Nacho. Oh, nice overhands there from Aswell. Oki calls him on though. Doesn't give a fuck. Your brother has a Thai compound? No, but we will once we join forces. My brother's a passport, bro. Oh, big overhands from Oki. I don't think I've ever seen a man throw punches slower than Aswell. Who was even winning this fight? I think Oki won the first two. Hey, Aussie supporting Big Ank during that stream legit made me severely dislike him. That's alright, Nacho. That's how everyone in the MMA community felt about poetards. So, you know, what goes around comes around, mate. It's all the circle of life, isn't it? I've forgiven him in my heart. I mean, we've got to forgive each other over the big ache Alex. We got to listen. The MMA community needs to just put the knives down after 2024. It was a rough year for all of us. So we just got to forgive each other and move on. You know, we need to join forces in 2025 against Dana White. Oi! Fucking Oki's putting it on him here. Aswell's backing up. Sick fight. I hope the 5 people at the Apex enjoyed it. Good fight. Aswell's a tough motherfucker. They both are, dude. That was a good fight. Apparently the first fight was good too. Interesting stuff, mate, from the UFC Apex. If countries could resolve their differences in MMA, what would be the most interesting / sick fight? Ooh. Simply kudos. Well, Palestine-Israel would really go down. And I think you'd have to give it to the Palestinians, because I believe that the men of the Muslim culture are more bred for war than the Judaic peoples. But then again, let's not forget about North Korea and South Korea. I think North Korea would absolutely destroy South Korea and their little pop singing bullshit. Where the men of, although North Korean men, malnourished men. South Korean men, soy. Absolutely soy. Grew up on K-pop. But North Korean men, they don't have any food. They don't have any food. You know, so that's a problem. You need food. Have you seen that Cameroonian prospect who fought on the Mexico card next? Magumbo. I haven't seen Magumbo, and I don't believe Magumbo is the real name. I got Aswell winning, but I wasn't watching good enough to properly score it. Same, Nacho, but I think Oki won it. Hoping this is another shit on paper card that ends up being awesome. It's feeling that way so far, Pegathan. It's feeling that way so far. Maiku is the best K-pop singer. No idea who that is, but you are starting to sound more Asian man. Who won this fight? Let's listen. Called it. Aren't North Korean men literal cannibals, though? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, because they don't get food. No, not happening. Nothing to forgive but knives pan out, especially in the... No, not happening. Nothing to forgive but knives remaining out, especially on the UFC. Oh, nothing to forgive. Nah, we got to forgive each other for last year. Korean zombie would solo North Korea. True, Chris. Very true. Goes to show Doug cannot score fights. I mean, I just scored it correctly, Nacho. It goes to show you can't score fights. Me and 3 other trained professional MMA judges just scored that fight correctly. I've legit had their names confused this entire fight. That's on you, mate. The colors on the names down at the bottom of the screen were for the shorts, Nacho. Were for the shorts. Not the other way around, mate. Israel places gold in judo multiple times and placed in boxing. They do better than most Arab countries. Oh, there you go. There you go. So maybe Israel would do better than we think. No wonder I was confused till everyone thought Oki was winning. Fucking hell, Nacho. Fucking hell, Nacho. Jesus Christ, Nacho. Oh my God. Oh, Nacho. Jesus fucking hell. Oh, Nacho. You are a fucking idiot. Oh, God. Based on Olympics, Israel performs better than Arabs, but Iran beats Israel in judo and wrestling. Oh, okay. All right. There you go. But it's only one country versus one country, you know? So if it was MMA, Israel would probably be beating Palestine. Israel would probably be beating the surrounding countries. They should just disregard the shorts and say, yeah, it would be much less confusing. Yep, true, APEG. Very true. I mean, Rogan literally did that once. I don't remember which card it was on, but Mike Goldberg was like, fucking, you know. Mike Goldberg was like, Derek Lewis in the black shorts Sergey Pavlovich in the white. And Joe Rogan was literally like, or he could just say black guy, black shorts, white guy, white shorts. And Goldberg just went quiet. Goldberg was just like, yep, thank you, Joe. Oh, God. Time for a zesty loot of Jordan Levitt. Yep, here comes Jordan Levitt. He's trying to look. You can tell. You can tell, Saber Shotgun. You can tell. He's got the face. Shut up, zesty drinkers. It was John Jones versus Andre Guzmo, I think. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I had to cycle through so many links. Oh, too smelly. Just let me know about it, mate. In combat, Israel, Arab countries, but Iran and Azerbaijan solo almost everyone in the region. Okay, there you go. When I saw Nitro drop Aswell 2-0, I knew something was very, very wrong. France would claim Ngannou. He wouldn't have to cross the Sharia. France would claim Francis Ngannou. He wouldn't have to cross the Sharia 7 times. Fucking. Actually, this gets back to what we've been doing on the channel all week. Not all week, for the last couple of days. The UFC Olympics. The UFC Olympics. I said, wow, America's doing shit. I said, wow, America's doing dog shit. Only 8 wins for the country that invented the sport. Wow, they're doing shit. Look at Russia. Russia coming in with 15 wins. You know, based Russia is. Can't get a win. I mean, Brazil's doing better than America. Brazil in 2025. I can't believe how shit America's doing. Now, what card were we up to? We were up to UFC Fight Night, Edwards versus Brady. UFC Fight Night, Edwards versus Brady, Tapology. Egypt has one of the densest populations in the world. They never place in wrestling, judo, boxing, or punt fighting. Arabs suck at fighting. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Tim, did you need to censor Izzy's name? Let's face it, he wasn't saying Izzy's name. Yeah. Very good. Sean Brady, Leos Edwards, Carlos Ulberg, Jan Blachowicz for the Anzacs, finally getting one in there. Kevin Holland versus Gunnar Nelson. Alex Thorina versus Molly McCann, doesn't count. Chris Duncan versus Jordan Vucenic, definitely not a ranked fight. Nathaniel Wood versus Morgan Chatier, not a ranked fight. Chris Fidelia versus Jai Herbert, not a ranked fight. Lerone Kavanagh versus Felipe De Santos, not a ranked fight. Marcin Tybura versus Mick Parkin. Tybura versus Parkin. Is that a ranked fight? That might have been a ranked fight. Let's have a look. I think that was a ranked fight. Let's have a look and see if Tybura versus Parkin was a ranked fight. Parkin got brutally robbed in that card as well. Don't remember. Eight. Marcin Tybura versus 13th Mick Parkin. Tybura gets the fucking win. Outside of the top 5, but he gets 1 point for wherever he fights out of. Poland. Is Poland on the clock yet? Poland's not on the clock yet. Fight's about to start. Fight is about to start. Get over here and give Parkin 1 point. Give Parkin 1 point. Let's get back over to the Fight Night card. Where's my clock? Lerone Murphy versus Josh. Lerone Murphy, mate. Lerone Murphy versus Josh Emmett, mate. We'll get to that. I'm just going through the Fight Night cards one by one. So far, we're up to Edwards versus Brady. Paddington versus Chen. Yeah, we'll get to it. We're going one by one through the cards. Brazil versus Cuba would be the showdown for South America. Both suck at combat sport. I mean, Brazil would obviously destroy Cuba. How many Cubans do you see in the UFC, right? Russia versus Ukraine. Ukraine wins in boxing, but Russia wins in wrestling. Both are some of the chattiest populations. They are, but really, you can't do Russia versus Ukraine, Ben. Unfortunately, because it's just Russia. It's just Russia and South Russia. Who comes first out of Peyton Talbot and Jordan Levitt? Ooh, good one. I think Peyton Talbot, he's the younger boy, so he's busting sooner. Jordan Levitt seems like the more refined man. Israel Adesanya, the Black Dragon. He's Chinese. Look at my skin. Do I look black? No. My heart is Chinese. I'm Chinese. Korea versus North Korea is easy. The North Koreans are small and only have shitty taekwondo, but South Korea has legit wrestlers and MMA fighters. But Japan solos both of them with the elite wrestler. Yeah, you'd give it to Japan for sure in the regional MMA Olympics. Bro, go to sleep. You've got to go to fucking Greece in the morning. Go to sleep. I don't know why that made me crack up. But the Izzy one. Look at my heart. I'm Chinese. Jordan Levitt's on top. Just how he likes it. Jordan Levitt's inside of Holloway. Just how he likes it. Jordan Levitt got the mohawk cut. So you know exactly where the Talbot comment. Yeah. Jordan Levitt taking the back of Holloway. Holloway clearly not enjoying this. Sponsored by Gatorade is Kurt Holloway. Sponsored by Gatorade. Oh, Jordan Levitt's getting into the back. If a man can wrestle you, he can rape you. Jordan Levitt's been practicing this. Kurt Holloway, you can hear him quietly screaming no. Oh! Slams him down. Says, take that, you fucking princess. You're mine now. Jordan Levitt's whispering in Holloway's ear. You know I'm going to win. You know I'm going to take your back. You know I'm going to do this. I'm going to get inside it. That's Kurt Angle's music. That's Kurt Angle's music. Oh, Holloway going for Jordan Levitt's crotch. Jordan Levitt's like, no, I'll be the one dictating where this fight goes. Oh, it's over. It's over. Holloway's going to tap. It's over. It's going to tap. He's going to tap. I think he's out. He's out. Yeah, he's dead. And Jordan Levitt fucking takes a man's will. Brutal sub. He's okay. That was really good. And Jordan Levitt's going to the nearest gay bar in the Strip. He's fucking out of Las Vegas. He's down onto the Strip. Where's the dance? Yeah, we need the dance, mate. Dance. Dance, girl. Dance. Cubans could beat Brazil. They are elite in boxing and wrestling, and Brazil has no wrestling or boxing in their culture. They have shoot the box. They have shoot the box now. They have Thai. They have Thai boxing now in their culture, Ben. I think Brazilian destroys Cuba, mate. Cuba almost always gets gold in boxing and wrestling in both. Then where are they in MMA, Benny boy? Never have your wife in the corner. This is what absolutely not, mate. You need to leave the women and children back in the village while you go to war. War should just be for the boys. Your corner should just be the boys. Notice that Mike Perry started bringing his girlfriend into the corner, and Mike Perry got kicked out of the UFC. Uh-oh. Brazilians are way more Chad than Cubans. I reckon they are, mate. And especially since, like, Ben, we've been talking about MMA, and you keep bringing up boxing and wrestling. But where is Cuba in MMA? Exactly, Ben. Exactly. Afghanistan beats India and Pakistan, I guess. Yeah, India comes in dead last because Indian men are incapable of any violence towards another man. Another man, right? Indian men are capable of violence, but towards other men, incapable of it. Then they get destroyed by the Pakistanis. And of course, the Afghanis just carpet bomb the Pakistanis in MMA, of course. There will be a wave of Cubans at some point. I see what you're doing there, Shotgun. Smaller population. Oh, sorry, Crisp. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, Cuba has a smaller population than Brazil. That's why there are none there. You know, because places like Dagestan and Georgia and New Zealand, you're right. It's because Cuba has a smaller population. Not just because they're soy fucks. No, I think it's because they're soy fucks. Dougie likes men in that. Shut up, Zesty Trickers. But Nacho, I'm saying the Olympics Cougar is levels ahead of Brazil and boxing and wrestling. Yeah, but Ben, we're talking about an MMA regional warfare dispute. MMA. I'm surprised we didn't get more since Yoel Romero. True. Indian men are only capable of violence towards... That was the joke there, Antec. You didn't have to spell it out, mate. Native American... No, Indians. The Indians that are still around, Indians. Thai boxing isn't boxing. Cubans mastered the craft of boxing. Brazilians don't even... in MMA, they don't really have boxing style. They have a bit of Thai boxing style through the center, the new shoot the box style. One with the KO, the sub paid $4.20, only put $5 on it. Well, still, mate. Good return. Cuba has some commie government. They can't go to America to join the UFC, really? Like the Chinese Communist government, yes. Or the Russian government that is currently literally at war with NATO and the USA and being sanctioned by everyone. Yes. Keep making excuses for Cuba, Ben. That's because all those inbreds have nothing else. Cubans play baseball. That's fine. Again, that is fine. But we're talking about MMA, aren't we? We're talking about regional MMA disputes. And Cuba have nothing. I'm not being racist. I'm pointing out that Cuba have nothing. And the argument that it's because they have a communist government doesn't jive well with the fact that China has got a champion in the UFC right now. That Russia, who is at war with NATO, is winning the UFC right now, and their small population doesn't cover up for it either, because Dagestan has a small population, and New Zealand has a small population, and Australia has a small population, and we, and they dominate. Is he doing the worm? Here we go. On you, mate. On you, Jordan Levitt. Straight over my... That's alright, Antec. He did the worm good on him. He slowed the fall with his head. Nah, he's good. Jordan Levitt's alright, mate. Jordan Levitt's a good kid. He's a good kid. Dancing Queen. Dancing Queen. Georgia had 2 champs and there's only about 20 of them. I know. Crazy, isn't it? Cubans aren't allowed to leave, mate. I don't know how you call them soy. They're dominant when they fight. Well, when I see them dominate in MMA, Benny boy, then I'll give them some praise. But for this mental game that we're playing right now, the Cubans are getting absolutely obliterated in MMA. They're getting it. They just are, mate. They just are. Cubans aren't allowed to leave. I don't know how you call them soy. But what about fighters that have fled Cuba? Like people in America that have fled Cuba. Why aren't they coming up in MMA, Ben? The ones that are already in there, right? According to the 2022 census, there are 2,500,000 American Cubans in the United States. And it's important to note that this number both includes native-born, foreign-born individuals of Cuban origin. They represent a significant portion of Hispanic population in the US, particularly concentrated in Florida. So even then, you've still got 2 million Cubans in the United States alone that don't seem to rise to the top of MMA. So it's probably twice that number. Yeah, you could say there's like... That's just reported in the census. You could say there's like 3 million Cubans just in America alone. Bro, the difference is China and Russia are allowed to leave and work. With USA, Cubans are forced to stay where they can't join the UFC. They're not allowed to leave Cuba at all. Cubans aren't allowed to leave Cuba at all. Do you think Drickus will bring up 2 Chechen wars in the press conference to Hamzat? I hope he does. It'd be fucking hilarious. Remember when Johnny Walker dislocated his shoulder doing the worm? I do too, Smelly Fingers. Injured himself. Never been the same since. Dagestan has connections to the UFC, so that's the difference. What streams are you watching it on, Dougie? I'm watching it on Fight Pass. Che Guevara was Commie Demon. Yo was the best Cuban fighter ever, got owned by Chad Aussie Robert Whittaker. Exactly. Cubans aren't allowed to work in America. Why aren't they in Ryzen? Why aren't they in 1FC? Real Chads have Fight Pass. The moment you saw it, I was like, fuck. So there's probably twice that number. Yep. Cuban Americans is different. They aren't training Cuban wrestling and boxing champs. Ben, I feel like you're putting a lot of duct tape on the cracks of your argument here. So they're not real Cuban. You're playing, number one, they're not allowed to fight in America. They're not allowed to fight in America. So why don't we see them in other MMA organizations like Ryzen or One Championship? The ones in America aren't real Cubans. They're not any true Scotsmen. There's deep political reasons why the Russians are allowed to fight in the UFC, even though they're literally sanctioned against the US market. You can keep putting duct tape on this argument all you want, Ben, but maybe Cubans just aren't that good at MMA. You can't leave Cuba. Whitaker versus Yol 2 was a robbery. No. Whitaker absolutely destroyed it. Cuba isn't a race. They're just Spanish settlers, so it's no different than any other Hispanic when they come to America. I know, but Ben's choosing to go in hard on this. Can we stop talking about Cubans now? All right. Cubans is the same as any other South American. Racially, it's just different culture. Well, obviously, the Cuban culture is anti-MMA. What have we started? Ben loves Cuba. Ben loves Cuba, and he won't stand for this Cuban hatred. Thoughts on Laura Sanko's outfit? Very Michael Jackson-esque. Yoel Romero is the Cuban Missile Crisis. He is. He is. Yeah, Laura Sanko's outfit is very Jackson-esque, I reckon. I like big booty. On that, we can all agree. Have you seen a video of Islam deadlifting 485 pounds, double overhand, no problem? I get how his opponents are shocked when he gets a hold of him. I haven't seen that, Cayman. Fucking, that's a good lift. That's a very good lift. Fucking based Islam. So we're going to have more talking this card. Fucking great. Tony Montana, you fucking cockroaches. Alright, what were we doing? We were doing the who is winning the UFC Olympics. Speaking of Cuba. But Poland ended up getting a point with bloody Marcin Tybura, Poland. Remember Don Alidio from Breaking Bad? Didn't watch Breaking Bad. I bought the Dougie's Corner body pillow. On your zesty drickus. He was Manny from Scarface. Oh, okay. Was that who he was? Yeah. You approve of Laura Sanko's outfit? I mean, why do you care about Laura Sanko's outfit? We're going to have to make this a little bit easier, right? I'm going to have to rearrange this a little bit. I have to rearrange this a little bit. We're going to have to do this like this. This like this. I think we'll take these three and put them down here like that. We'll do this here like that. We'll do this here like that. Right now we're going through this card. And then that way it fucking... Oh no. Right, just like that, thanks. Yeah, we want it just like that. Bro, I don't love Cuba. They're just elite at boxing and wrestling, and the fact they've been since the 60s. And I'm not arguing that they're not elite at boxing and wrestling. We were talking about if countries had to settle their disputes using MMA, and all I did was merely point out that Cuba has been dog shit in MMA. So that's fine that they've been elite at boxing and wrestling, but in MMA, thus far, they've been dog shit. You haven't seen Breaking Bad? No, I watched the first 3 episodes and I was like, I'm not into this. Secret Talks. UFC might ignore the Strip John Jones comments on every single post. UFC might ignore, but the Strip John Jones comments on every single post are getting to them. How do you think they're getting to them, Secret Talks? This guy wants to sniff Laura Sanko's butthole. What? Or did something happen? I don't know. Fucking communism, it poisons everything, including this. It does, Tim. I completely agree. Well, then if you downplay Cuba, then the Middle East definitely sucks. Y'all would smash below. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, Ben. That's absolutely fair enough. Fuck, I thought we'd finish with Cuba. We are. We're done. We're done with Cuba now. We're done with Cuba now. I'm not even Cuban. That's all right, Ben. Sometimes this shit just happens. In MMA chats, sometimes it happens. Nacho's been there as well in the past. Nacho's been holding on to some line of conversation. It just happens. The idea of Yoel Romero is scarier than Yoel Romero. This is true, Cayman. This is very, very true. Okay, so this is what card we're covering right now. And we'll do this like this. These are the lead. So we'll put the leaders over here, and then we'll put the plebs over here. I think that's the right way to do this. I think that's the right way to do this. So we'll put the leaders over here, and then we'll put the plebs over here to make room. Group. So Georgia right now is an MMA leader. That goes over here. Rebellis to Spain is Cuban. There you go. Oh, shit. I've missed out on a couple. The idea... Yep. Remember when Bilal was saying he'd move up and beat Ricky? Yeah. I loved that. On you, Bilal. I'm Cuban, but they're... All right. Somalia Bilal can have his rematch in 3 years, like you said to Leo. Bilal's never getting another shot at the title. Remember, it was pretty good. Yep. Tier list on the way UFC tried to assassinate Fidel Castro. That's a good one, Nacho. That's really good. The quote from Bilal fans saying that you can't call him boring anymore. Like, bitch, he was forced into standing by JD. Oh, I know, Shotgun. It's like the Leon Edwards fans who are like, he's actually exciting. Like, dude, he had 1 knockout in 11 years. He's not exciting. Sometimes I think the UFC fan base is Discord mods. They go crazy for even the most... generic females and start dirty talking. Most fans on Insta are like this. I think UFC fans are... I think there's a lot of incels in the UFC fan base. Secret talks is what I've noticed. Beautiful people. Rebellis, Yol, and Lombard are Cuban. Here we go. The Cubans are getting back in the game. Which country is the ass? Brazil. Antec, Brazil. The cope of he wasn't going by the game plan. I know, I've heard it from the Bilal Muhammad fans that the game plan wasn't to stand with Jack. He tried to check down. And again, another one of like where Joey is just so pandering to the MMA fan base. The first couple of takedowns that Bilal Muhammad threw, he wasn't trying. He wasn't really trying with those. I don't mind Bilal, but I don't consider myself a huge fan. I don't hate Bilal. Dougie, do you think you're exciting? No, not really. These idiots know nothing about fighting and think you can just spam takedowns over and over again, and every time you fail, it makes you even more tired. He's not fucking Marab. Yeah, Marab has got like a godly gas tank. Dude, Dougie literally has a picture of a butt on the screen. Dougie's free. It's... Minty bets, not minty bets. Should have known. Masvidal is Cuban-American. Hey, there we go. Cuba's getting back in. Bilal's takedowns always take place at the fence. Yeah, he shoots them. He doesn't take anyone down. He holds them against the cage, mate. Scrimpo says, Fight Fairy is live right now. She'd never go out with a 6'1" feminist Oku like me. I'm such a... I've no idea what you're saying, Scrimpo. Who's Minty? Minty Bets. She's one of the betters on ESPN. Super Shotgun, all of a sudden everyone thinks every wrestler can perform like Marab. Marab's an outlier. Marab is an outlier. He pressures him into the fence and then clutches him or grabs for a double or single leg. Yeah, we went through Bilal Muhammad's takedowns. Bilal Muhammad's takedowns, he shot 115 takedowns in his entire career and he landed like 30 of them. Bilal Muhammad is a grinder, not a takedown artist. He actually fails like 70% of his takedowns. We went over this. Bringing your girlfriend as your corner is the best base for MMA. No, it ruined Mike Perry's career. Oh yeah, George is Cuban, bro. He's pretty good. George Masvidal is Cuban. He is pretty good. Crisp is doing good work here for the Cubans. Crisp is getting the Cubans back in. The difference is JDM footwork is way better and he didn't just cuck out and back up to the fence like Leon. Exactly. Masvidal is a journeyman. Oh. They think if you're a wrestler, you can just spam takedowns over and over again like it's a video game and not get tired. Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong. What are your opinions on New Zealand? As an Aussie, have you been there? I've not been to New Zealand, but it looks like a very beautiful country. The New Zealanders that come to Australia are great bros to drink with. I think their government is worse than our government, but it's marginally. The issues with Bilal is he has zero finishing ability on the ground. True. Sal Malby has never recorded a loss. I'll never be convinced otherwise. Your girlfriend in your corner is your best base for MMA. All right, Paul, you stick to Sam Alvey, the current heavyweight champ of karate combat. Bilal Muhammad is on grinder. Not surprised. Not to mention the knees and uppercuts JDM was throwing every time Bilal got close. Yeah, JDM beat Bilal and Bilal's own game plan. To think of it any other way is cope. He's a grinder. Joey is a good kafir. Yes, he is. He is a grinder on grinder too, Smelly. Yeah, Do the New Zealand accent, Dan Hooker song. Hey, bro, hey, folk, hey, let's go out for some beer. Hey, Dougie, hey, who cares about this stream, bro? Let's go down to the pub and watch the fights. Hey, bro, come on, cuz. Bo Nickel is a great wrestler? No. Whose government is more soy, Australia's or Canada's? Ooh, Australia's. I would say Australia's. Nacho. I would say Australia's. Fight Fairy is a 15-year-old girl? Yes. Yes, if she is a girl at all. I am still yet to be convinced. Australia is catching up to Canada as the fast. I think Australia's more soy. Yeah. Deaf Canada, but Aussie girls might be worse. Don't know. Sal Malvey prays every morning and night that the Dark Lord doesn't decide to stroll into karate combat. True. New Zealand is ahead of Australia. Canada is ahead of New Zealand. England is just fucked. They're all pretty fucked. At least Canada legalized. Yeah, Canada legalized weed. It's easier to have guns in regional Canada than it is in Australia. Australia recently brought in very new draconian hate speech laws where, like, even having these kind of conversations online can put me in jail. Australia audits its own governments. Like the Commonwealth Bank in Australia is forced to ask you why you're withdrawing cash and can turn off your bank account if you give money to any controversial organizations. I shared screenshots of that in the Discord a couple of weeks ago. Like, Australia is insanely draconian. We just don't notice it because the footy's on, eh? Macy Barber is hitting those sweet muffins. Hiding those sweet muffins. That's why she couldn't lose weight. 2 smelly fingers. New Zealand have no predatory animals. I read somewhere that they just have spiders at most. Very safe to live, apparently. Oh, that might be true. I'm surprised New Zealand doesn't have more fighters. It's a pretty big part of their culture. Yeah. I mean, they've got quite a few. You know, it's not a big country. They don't have a big population. Canada's language laws could tip them over the edge for soy. Ours are pretty bad. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie sleeping with Eddie's wife? Eddie! Mate, bitch, just shut the fuck up. Just quiet. Just fucking be quiet, will ya? Alright? You give me a fucking headache. Crisp Islanders don't have specific martial arts, except Hawaii. They have a kickboxing culture. Yeah, you can't milk a kangaroo in Canada, mate. Fuck, I thought North Korea was bad. Yep. Doesn't New Zealand have snakes? Probably. What area is Dan Hooker from? He's from New Zealand, but I would say he's from the South Island, since there's like no population in the North Island, or the other way around. I don't remember, but one of them has like no population. I actually get frustrated by how poor the clinch fighting is in MMA. The dirty boxing against the cage is so limited; it has actually decreased. I think that sometimes, like when I go back and watch old fights, I'm like, and you know, people like Lucas Tracy say, man, the levels of fighter in the UFC these days is just so much higher than the levels of fighter in the old days. And then I go back and I watch the old fights and I'm like, is it? Is it? Because sometimes, you know, especially during these Apex cards, you look at fights and you go, I don't know, dude. Kaikara Fronts beat Pantoja? No, he didn't. No. Chris, fighting elite levels requires discipline, and there is 1,000 Taitui buses in New Zealand, plus there's a lot more recognition going on in rugby and island culture. That is true. A lot of them get into rugby instead. Lucas Tracy is a bum. True. Megan O'Levy. Randy Couture was clinch boxing mastermind. There you go. Dan Hooker is from Auckland. Okay, cool. There you go. He's from Auckland. South Island, yeah? South Island is Auckland. 42-year-old Glover and Jan were champ and just couldn't sniff the title in their prime. Yep. What's up, TCW? How are you? What the fuck did I come in on? We're doing a Who's Winning UFC in 2025. You get 1 point for a win inside the top 15, 5 points. 1 point for a win inside the top 15, 2 points for a win inside the top 5. Competing for a title gets you 3 points. Winning a title gets you 5 points. Right now, we're up to UFC Fight Night, Edwards versus Brady. Starting from the bottom of the card, Parker versus Tybura gets 1 point for Poland. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what you've come in on, TCW. As we get through this amazing Fight Night card. I'm just rearranging everything. Yes, Brazil is the ass. Yes. Special prize for you, TCW, if you can guess whose ass it is for Brazil. Nacho, don't ruin it. Can you do an impression of the Australian government shutting down Beanie Dubbie's bank accounts, but he doesn't really care? What the fuck? They shut down me Centrelink payments. What? Well, I can't, because I fucking donate to BitChute streamers. Because I donate to fuck that, mate. It doesn't matter. Pantoja, can you chuck us $50, mate? Come on, mate. I've got to go buy another pack of ciggies. Pantoja, chuck us $50. Mackenzie Dern, TCW. UFC. Oh, shit. Where am I at? Where the fuck am I? One-dimensional kickboxer Pereira who can't stop a takedown to save his life was literally a double champ. Exactly, super shotgun. Look at the tiny Asian woman security guard, but apparently fighters from back then were so bad. They were so bad. Super shotgun. They were so bad. Talk about DEI. Who's the ass Brazil? She should be the cup check official. She should be, mate. That little chick doing the security for the octagon. UFC is very corporate now. They themselves hate it when their fighters get too big. Back then, they wanted stars to grow and used to deliver really good cards. It's the pattern with all sports. Same with WWE. Yeah, the UFC doesn't want superstars. It doesn't want superstars. For example, the guy gets an unorthodox hook and puts the opponent against the cage and does what? Tries to go for a takedown for 3 minutes before separation. Get that underhook and start spinching like a motherfucker and start punching like a motherfucker, seriously. I know, dude. That's what I mean. We just see so much grinding up against the cage pointlessly. Secret talks. You can wander around the bush naked. We have nothing but humans that can kill. Oh, that sounds glorious in New Zealand. If you can just wander around naked. And put your face in between the underhook arm and the opponent's chest-chin area. Your face is protected while your opponent's face is there to hit it. Fucking smash him in the face, mate. Is she from South America? Is she from South America? Yeah, but she claims Brazil. But no, all we as fighters look for takedowns. Yeah, they just look for takedowns all the time. Kai has Anzac in him. He'll rise to the occasion like his Anzac forefathers. This is certain. I hope Kai wins. I really do, mate. Pereira was never champ. The Izzy fight was early stoppage, and Magomed beat Yan and was the real champ. He was just a fraud industry plant. And that is the problem with the UFC these days. Like, the belt really doesn't mean much. The belt really doesn't mean much. We saw the glimpse of what Pereira versus Ankalaev fourth round was, where Ankalaev was just punching Pereira over and over against the cage. Strong underhook, head petition, and go to town. Yeah, that's what it should be like. It should be dirty against the cage boxing. Beautiful rage bait Toad, master of the craft. I walk around all the time. The neighbors frown upon it. Why, two smelly fingers? Let him enjoy the hog. Let him enjoy the hog, too smelly. All right, I've caught up to everybody, thank God. Fight's about to start. Fight's about to start. Only a few more fights until we get to the GOAT. Dusko Todorovic. Dusko. Like the stream, by the way, guys. Like the stream while you're here. I appreciate you guys being with me during this horrible, horrible fight night card. Now, Nacho Filiho is the yellow shorts, and Nascimento is the black shorts, Nacho. Just so you understand how the shorts work. Zach Reach is about to commit a homicide. Fuck you, cunt. I should have gone back to my parents' house and gotten the Serbian flag off the wall. I fucked up. It is what it is. Ooh, nice little overhand there from Filiho in the red gloves wearing the yellow shorts. Oh, nice low kick there from Nascimento. Trying to track him down. Ooh, nasty striking from Filiho. I forgot my clock, didn't I? Fuck. Can I catch the 4 minutes? Can I catch the 4 minutes? I can. Fuck, that was retired. Yeah, it happens, mate. It happens. It happens to all of us. Yeah, the belt doesn't mean anything anymore. The UFC is literally 1 year away from dragging a homeless Mexican to fight Volk for the title. Honestly, kudos. They've ruined their entire competition. And even Aang could have won much more decisively by doing the same thing in the fifth. Even the champs, some very head-scratching fight IQ moment. I know, dude, which is why, again, like, when Lucas is like, Dricus du Plessis is the GOAT of middleweight. Because the competition is just so much better. Kai will defend his title like the Anzacs defended Jerusalem. Get him, Tim. Yes, mate. Defend his title. I expect DDP versus Holloway card to have great fights, turnout. It's an ass card, just led by the main event. It's weird how it works that way, Secret Talks. Like, pay-per-views end up being boring shit, but Apex cards turn out being quite fun. And we're on the mat. Nascimento with his back to the ground. Raw Dog Royval will be champ by the end of the year. No, I've already predicted it. Pantoja will remain. Imagine if he catches 37-year-old Volk because of Father Time and calls himself the champ for the rest of his life and then sits on the belt as a diva. We all know he would be so mad. I know, dude, this is the problem, right? Let's say Yair Rodriguez head kicks Volk because Volk is old, right? And just can't move out of the way that he used to. We are going to have to say that Yair Rodriguez is the best 145 MMA practitioner in the world, even though he can't beat Brian Ortega. You see the problem? You see the problem? The UFC fan base is overrepresented by incels for sure. I completely agree, Paul. There's too many incels in MMA. Way too many. It's really weird to see. It's really weird to see. Which I guess is just the problem with like young men these days. The fact that they are so hateful towards the world. Like, go to the gym. Go to the fucking gym. Stop smoking weed and playing video games and go to the fucking gym. And take your car and drive out to the forest and run around. Go outside. Yeah? Join a sports club. Play rugby. Hit someone. The amount of undeserved title shots actually lowers the incentive to actually improve in difficult aspects of MMA. Yeah, it does. It's a flow-on effect. Like, it waters down the competition of the sport. Then Ducks are beat so hard they literally cut his ass. Yeah. Just be one-dimensional, flashy, and get undeserved title. Yeah, it ruins the entire sport, Cayman. It lowers down the standards of the entire sport. Having a champ that lost to Royval and Moreno just makes the division look bad. Not as bad as Yair winning, though. Yair is the worst. You can't have Yair win. It's the worst. He's literally barely fought once a year for the last 7 years, and people act like he's some big deal. I don't think anyone does act like he's a big deal, though, Shotgun. This is why the whole MMA community is disgusted by this. Weed and video games are based for like a couple of hours during the week, but not your entire lifestyle. Lost to an old washed Ortega who rolled his ankle in the fucking intro. I know, it's embarrassing, dude. Stop punching. Clean your room. Hire a hooker. Yes, hire a hooker. Stop punching the munchkin. Go to the gym. Hire a hooker. Clean your room. Be involved in some sort of sporting activity, in some sort of competition. Stop being a fucking lonely incel. Same thing. Boxing is better. At least their fan base is not as toxic as UFC. People on Instagram, especially I think it's all over the entire UFC fan base, not just on Instagram. Over the entire one. Remember, he got USADA violations as well for not updating his whereabouts. That too. Can you do an impression of how Bryce and mad scientist Corey met in class for the first time? Hey! Did you know that the Lord created the earth in just 7 days? What? No, he didn't. It was the Big Bang. Huh. No, bro, it said in this book the Lord created the earth in just 7 days. That's not true. Let me explain it to you. Man, I'm going to explain it to you. You got to use discernment. We're going to be friends forever. Kai Kara just has a power overhand and okay takedown defense, and all Yair has is kicks. Guys on win streaks should fight for belts, not these. But I agree, Mr. Toad. I agree. And also, win streaks should affect where you are in the rankings. If you have 4 unranked wins, 5 unranked wins, and you're Paulo Costa or Marvin Vettori, you have 3 ranked losses. 4 unranked wins should put you in the rankings. And Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori should drop out of the rankings. The rankings should be a lot more fluid than they are. It takes so long to get into the rankings, and you get to stay in the rankings for a whole bunch of losses. It's embarrassing, dude. Volk's going to crafty vet the fuck out of Yair. Did I read everyone's? Yeah, no, that was Toads. Volk is going to crafty vet the fuck out of Yair. He smashed Diego, who's way higher level than Yair. He ain't losing. I hope no, but that's why everyone's saying it could be a fluke, Nacho, you know? I have a girlfriend, but I still jerk off, unfortunately. It is sad to hear, Benny. Boxing fan base is definitely as toxic as MMA. Well, I don't follow boxing enough to speak on it, you know? Fuck, I forgot my clock again. Hang on a second. Boxing fan base is definitely as toxic as MMA. It's racist as fuck. Yeah, combat sports are racist. Sports fans in general, support your local prostitutes. I agree. This card is... And that's all Shyla has to say. This card is a card, Shyla. This card certainly is a card. Yair getting this shot is awful. They could have him fight Diego, if anything, but they don't lose to Ortega before. Yeah, no, TCW. Like... This fight, Yair Rodriguez versus Alexander Volkanovski, is it. It's the straw that broke the MMA community's back. It's the worst. Wait, does the refs have cameras on now? Yeah, I think it's part of the new meta programming that they're doing. They're working with Meta now to introduce new camera angles. The UFC fan base is a few alphas, a whole heap of incels, and the remainder is functional degenerates, which substance abuse and gambling habits, not addiction, of course, habits. Yes, that is a perfect summation of the UFC fan base. A couple of alphas, mainly incels, and the remainder are just degenerates who have a drinking problem and love gambling. Yes. That was a wholesome impression of Bryce and Corey. So cute together, unironically, no homo. They just got a good friendship based on completely different understandings. I agree. Activity and winning shouldn't count for something even if it isn't against ranked guys. I agree. Activity and winning should count for something even if it's against unranked guys. Yeah, how are Paulo Costa and Marvin Vettori ranked? But you can be, I don't know, name an unranked fighter with 4 or 5 wins. Like, it's fucking retarded. They're making Gene Silva versus Lopez, so when Gene wins, he'll skip over Mobzar. That's exactly what they're doing, Toad, yeah. No, if Mobzar wins, he's not getting skipped again. Ben, don't be surprised about anything. This card is a card. This card is carding all over the place, Shiloh. It's just MMA, isn't it? But luckily, MMA just on its own can be fun. The issue with these undeserved title shots is that this ain't a video game. Volk is human, and there is a chance. There is always a chance. Yeah, in a fight, there's always a chance. Always. Again, Juliana Pena beat Nunes. It was like 11-1 odds. There's always a chance. That's the problem. And the other problem is, Cayman is like, you try and bring new people into this, right? New sports fans into this by explaining how this is a sport. How can you explain that this is a sport? How is this a sport? Like, what is this? If this isn't a sport, what is this? Is this just something to gamble on the weekends? Because that's what it seems like. Like, this isn't really a sport. This is just something to gamble on. You know what I mean? What is this? It's not a sport anymore. They're not working their way up the ladder to become the best fighter in the promotion. How many tickets can I sell and how entertaining can I be paired with a bit of gambling on the side? So it is just entertainment. It's not a sport. Do you know they turned down Dana's offer to hold the UFC event in the Coliseum? Do you know they turned down Dana's offer to hold a UFC event in the Coliseum? I didn't know that. But the only decision to Bellator can while Gene flatlined the number 1 contender. I can already see the narrative. Yeah, so can I, Toad. I agree. They're gonna push over Mobzar. Especially that Volk will be 37. He's already the oldest flyweight champ of all time. Yeah, Volk can get caught. He could easily fall off and get caught. Yep. Secret in Rome. I'm using it as a toilet break. Yeah, it's not a very good fight. Imagine Sugar Sean versus Marab at the Coliseum. Italians would be more mad than people breaking spaghetti before cooking. I mean, you'd need to have an Italian fighter to have the fight at the Coliseum. But I think one of the reasons is Dana doesn't do outdoor events. He only does indoor events. Yes, in Rome. Yes, the Colosseum in Rome. Yeah, it'd need to be for an Italian fighter. It's so annoying how the UFC ignores the fan base these days. I remember back in the day, announced Dan Henderson versus Richard Franklin 2, and nobody wanted it. So a week later, they scrapped the fight. Well, it's because they think the fan base isn't going anywhere. And again, I've brought this up so many times, but the fan base will go somewhere. Like, there's just so many. There's so many examples of this. It's insane. The audience will go somewhere else. They will go somewhere else, you know? There was a time when iPhone was the only phone that everyone had in their pocket. Now most people have an Android, yeah? Again, look at any other ISP around the world. When they turn their back on their fan base, the fan base turns the back on them. There is a young audience of... This audience will always exist. An audience of men under 35 years old with high levels of testosterone that want to watch someone get punched in the face. That audience will always exist. And if the UFC do not service that audience properly, and something like BKFC or Ryzen or One Championship does, it will rise to the top. That is an undeniable fact. Marvin Vettori versus a gorilla main event in the Coliseum. 100,000 tickets. 100,000 tickets. Sold easily. Jones' petition is a prime example of ignoring the fan base. It is, Peg. It is, mate. Just cause a fan of gambling, they changed their plans. Where is that? Just because they were a fan, just because of the fan grumbling, they changed their plans. Where is that energy now? Look, this is DC turning Superman gay. Like, they just think that these people have been buying comic books for 50 years. They'll continue to buy comic books. No, that fan base will leave you and go do something else, right? Notice how manga sales and Japanese comic book sales and anime has gone up while Marvel has become more woke and DC has become more woke, right? This is exactly this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The US audience, the US companies think that nerd fan base will always be there. So they literally turn Superman gay. And now you see the rise of manga and anime as more and more Westerners turn to that. The idea that you own that audience and you can do whatever you want to that audience is fucking hubris of big companies, and they do it all the time, and it will happen to MMA. I'm back. Welcome, Eric. I don't know anyone with an Android. Of course you do. True, the UFC has become the Apple of MMA. Yes, it has. And which is why I promise, which is why I say, follow BKFC, because I believe from what I see from BKFC is what you guys want. BKFC is there to service that fan base. I really believe that. I think BKFC is the one. Volk should fight in Rome, as the great emperor should. Volk should fight. I agree, mate. I wish grappling jiu-jitsu events as much attention as MMA. I wish grappling and jiu-jitsu events got as much attention as MMA. It's just not as violent, Shiloh. It doesn't service that audience of young men with high levels of testosterone. It's just not as violent. You need blood. You need blood and broken bones. You need to see that. Bro, sometimes I wonder how cool it would have been to view naval and human versus animal battles in the Coliseum or medieval fights in general. They have some cool things back then to keep us entertained. Yeah, it would have been fucking awesome, Secret Talks. But they have medieval MMA now. You can search it up on YouTube. Wait, they literally make Superman gay? Yes, they literally made Superman gay. Yes. I thought it was Clark Kent and Lois Lane. No. In the comic book, Superman was they turned him gay, but they turned him back. Can you do an impression of Daniel Cormier turning Superman gay? How? How, Ben? How can I do that? Thank you for saying that, Nacho. Volk isn't losing to Yeah, exactly, mate. Gay Superman, we all know what the S stands for. Oh, yeah. Wait, Superman was never gay the whole time? No, Superman was originally not gay, no. He goes gay. Well, they turned him gay, and then guess what happened? People stopped buying comic books. So they turned him back. But it's too late. The comic book fan base didn't go back. They didn't start following it. They left. The comic book fan base left. And now anime is on the rise. This is what happens, right? Look at Marvel, right? Marvel grew the Marvel universe into Endgame, which made $1 billion, like the biggest movie franchise of all time. And then they brought out the MCU, and now it's completely plummeted, and people have left. People watch something else. Volk is actually a half Macedonian. I think he is a perfect fit for a Coliseum fight. That's not a bad point, Secret Talks. That is not a bad talk at all. Can an alien be gay for a human man? That's true, Simply Kudos. I mean, technically, he can't be gay because he's not even human. Go woke, go broke. Well, yes, it is go woke, go broke, but not really. Not really. It's don't listen to your audience, go broke, right? You don't even have to talk about woke for this, yeah? You can talk about New Coke. New Coke is another example. In the 80s, Coca-Cola released a whole new product called New Coke, where it had less sugar or some shit. I don't remember what it is. But the Coke drinking audience didn't fucking like it. So they went and started buying something else. And Coke had to swap and go back on something else. So it's not really woke that's the problem. Like, if you created a character that was woke and the woke fans bought it, that would be true to that brand's product. It's not listening to your audience that's the problem. Superman is an American Christian. There you go, Eric. Please do the DC Daniel call me. I don't know how to do DC's accent. Come on, man. Let's make him gay, man. We'll see how somebody likes that, man. People love this one. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Marvel now. It's so over. The series is dead already. Holy shit. Yep. Marvel and DC borrow so much stuff from the Bible and inverts it. Very true, Cayman. We just dominated and subbed Pitbull. Chase Hooper next. I remember the time you did the blackface stream. You were pushing the boundaries. That I never did a blackface stream. Thank you, Nacho. I haven't watched a Marvel movie since Infinity War. I liked the Thanos ending. There you go. There you go. Lois Lane was just a beard for Superman the entire time. Intergalactic testicle lover may be the correct term. That might be the... He's not gay. He's an intergalactic testicle lover. Yeah, Volk being Macedonian is why I think he should fight in Rome. He's half of an ancient race. That is true. That is true. Rome. So, Alexander Volkanovski fights Gene Silver in the Colosseum. Yeah, it's just ignoring your audience so arrogant and it always bites them in the end. Yeah, they think they can just... sell their products, but they can't. They can't. You've got to listen to it's very simple business. You have got to service your customers. But it's kind of wild how the battles in the Bible have superhero-esque battles like Michael versus the Red Dragon, Michael versus the Prince of Greece, War in Heaven, Leviathan described like Godzilla and the Nephilim. It is pretty good when you get into it, right, Cayman? It's pretty good. You watch shows from like 10, 15 years ago. They were peak. Now the agenda is so forced into Netflix. Does that? Yep. For the woke stuff because there's no way they would have done it. People would have hated it. Yeah, dude, I mean, it's like watching Tropic Thunder. Like they couldn't make Tropic Thunder these days. Tropic Thunder is fucking hilarious. Thanos was right. Was he? Why not just double everything? That's why he chose his nickname too. That is Alexander the Great Volkanovski. I've not watched the UFC today for the first time in years. Fight Pass is blocked and I can't be bothered resolving it. Just listening to your stream and Ted. It's far more entertaining. Thank you, Paul. But this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Like, Paul is an old school fan. Isn't watching today. Guru hasn't made any content this week. Think about that, right? The MMA Guru gave up his life to be an MMA fan. He lived in his garage to be an MMA fan. He's not watching today. How many MMA fans in England, right? We started the stream with this. Hardcore MMA fans that would stay up every single Saturday night till 3 o'clock in the morning to watch the UFC. They don't do it anymore. They don't do it anymore. You lose the fan base. You lose the fan base. Are you not counting Guru's prediction? Yeah, fine. He made a prediction video, but he, like, compared to what he usually does... They're very different levels of content output, right? They're losing me. And there you go. And now I'm telling you, right? You guys that have lost the love for the UFC. If BKFC gets marginally bigger, 15 to 20% bigger, where you start seeing it on your timeline, you will go and watch that. Or something else. Replace BKFC with X product. You, customer, still exist. But now there is a void in your life that needs to be filled. Some capitalist, like the owner of BKFC, wants to own Dana White's yacht, wants to live that life. He will sell you a product, and you will buy it. This is natural. This is natural market. This is how the market works. I think BKFC is going to fill that void. If I was guessing and predicting, I would say the next one up is BKFC, because it is what you're looking for. It has everything that you're looking for. Wasn't his regional nickname Tiny Hulk? It was Tiny Hulk, yeah. There's a quote saying there's actually a lot more truth in fiction than non-fiction. Very true, Cayman. Truth is stranger than fiction is the quote. Thanks. Should have clicked twice. You're welcome, Shiloh. You're welcome. Case in point, I've learned so much more about MMA in the short time watching this channel than my last 5 years of watching UFC. Oh, thanks, Paul. I appreciate it, dude. That means a lot, man. We do try and do some pretty good shit on this channel. I've been a fan for 20 years and barely watching this cart. There you go. The Last of Us show is very sloppy, I heard. The game was peak. Yeah, I heard The Last of Us show wasn't very good. Very good at all. I watched my first UFC on VHS. Been a fan for a long time. Lately, I've been very, very uninterested in the events. That's horrible to hear, Peg. That's horrible to hear. They're losing me for sure. Yeah, that sucks. Antex is me. There you go. I heard that there's a rule that the elites have to show the reality of what's going on hidden in plain sight, so they have to show these things through the movies where people assume they're fictional. Yeah, the magic rule is that you have to agree to it for it to work. So they show it to you and you still go along with it anyway. That's the conspiracy, Cayman. I honestly wouldn't watch the fight if not for this stream. Well, thank you, Simply Kudos. Plus, I've learned so much about gay culture from Kennedy. Yes, Kenny's been very good at showing us all the zesty side of the world. But it's a rule they have to follow when they're a culprit. Yeah, the magic only works if you do it willingly. That's the trick, apparently. That's the big conspiracy. Compared to back in the day, fucking trading VHF tapes on Sherdog of obscure Japanese promotions. Yeah, that's hardcore following. I'm a weak man with nothing better to do. I can't help but watch, but wait till there's something better to watch. Yeah, Gene is Brazil and descendants of Portugal, a global Latin empire that's the successor of Rome, and Volk is the descendant of one of the greatest empires in antiquity and the founder of Western civilization. Put them in the apex and make them fight each other. You guys even got me on Discord, for fuck's sake. That's pretty good, Daniel. The fact that we even got you to use Discord. BKFC definitely has 90s UFC vibes. It does, mate. It does. I wouldn't even be watching this if it wasn't for you, mate. Well, thank you, Eric. I appreciate it, guys. I do. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Movzar versus Volk in Rome. Movzar is the successor of the Eastern Islamic Empire. Volk is the successor in the Defenders of the West. Dude, imagine a movie trailer to sell that fight in the Colosseum. Now we're talking millions of pay-per-views. Superman is an outdated ideal. The mainstream is far more jaded now. The true modern hero is called Admiral Howard, a champion we can all relate to. Poor Superman, the fall off. Oh, poor Superman, the fall off. The best way to describe the current condition of the UFC is no one is watching full cards. Just main and co-mains, but unless the cards have more controversial fights, like John Silva versus Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, I agree, dude. I agree. It's really weird. It's really weird. And I don't know, I don't know if there's a level of apathy from the fighters. You know what I mean? Like, back in the day when the fighters had more raging personalities, it was also the time where the UFC was trying to sell them, you know? They'd put Chuck Liddell and Conor McGregor and GSP, and they'd put them on late night talk show TV shows. They'd try and sell them to the general public. But now that the UFC isn't trying to sell them to the general public, the fighters probably know that, I'm not getting pay-per-view points. My contract isn't getting any bigger. The UFC's not trying to sell me. You've got fighters like Shepe Mariscal, the Last Pirate, and Buckley putting out their own promotion. They have to make their own promos. These fighters literally have to make their own promos. I wonder if it leads to a level of apathy from the fighters. When Bisping does give them the microphone on ESPN, they're probably like, why should I even try? Dana's apathy is very noticeable. It is, man. UFC has become boxing. It has. It's become top heavy. Yeah. Superman's native name is Kal-El. His name is influenced by an angel. The word El is at the end of almost every single angel. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, etc. Yeah. Yeah, exactly right, Cameron. Exactly right. You see, Dougie, the UFC should hire me as marketing or a show writer guy. I mean, I talked about this in... I don't remember which video it was, but yeah, recently, Ben. Yeah, they need to start promoting fights again. Promoting the fights. And Eric says, cheese. G'day, Eric. G'day. Remember when Holly KO'd Ronda Rousey? She went on every daytime TV show in America for the next week. What happened? That's what I'm saying, dude. The UFC wanted the athletes to be stars. Now they don't want them to be stars. I think John Jones has Dana's sex tape. There is no other way I believe Dana would act like this. John Jones looks very gay in Thailand, so the puzzle pieces are coming together. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Secret Talks. Someone started a very good rumor in one of my comments, which I like a lot. I don't remember who said this, but someone said it. They got John Jones on a cheaper contract than he could have asked for, but John Jones asked for positive promotion from the UFC at all times. What's going on, bro? What's the Australian version of bro? What's going on, mate? How are you, mate? What's up, mate? How are you, Noru? Hope you're well. It's an awful card. 6 a.m. in San Francisco. Why am I watching this garbage? The card's been alright, mate. First fight was good. Second fight was good. Third fight was good. The last fight was shit. I'm about to drink a white monster. Nice one, Eric. I've got one in the fridge. I'm wondering when I should crack it out. Why doesn't the UFC want stars? Shyla, because if they had stars, they'd have to pay them big, big money. And the UFC doesn't want to pay them big, big money. What the UFC would rather do is have 5 or 6 mid-tier athletes. Mid-level stars. Alex Pereira. Israel Adesanya. Sean O'Malley. Mid-level stars that they can pay a mid-level contract to. If they get a high-level star like Conor McGregor, well, now Conor McGregor raises... Remember, Conor McGregor raised the value of the UFC to $1 billion by himself. Now you've got that big-level star. He wants big-level money. But Conor McGregor loses 1 fight, 2 fights, 3 fights. Now Conor McGregor... Now he wants a big contract, but he's not worth a big contract. He's lost those fights, so he's not worth that money. Hang on, guys. I'll be back in 1 second. 1 sec. What's up? What's up? Dougie Contra, shut the fuck up. Chad Plaster, a man strong enough to move a wall with his own hand. Dougie got caught saying that we're not. No, I just had to help out around the house. Where am I up to? 6 a.m. in San Francisco. Why the fuck am I watching this garbage? I don't know, Miguel, because we're fucking addicted to it. Dana and John are drowning in a Dana and John Jones are definitely in a fucking homosexual relationship. No, I think John Jones has something contractually over the UFC. It's cunt. No, it is. G'day, cunt. How the fuck are you, cunt? Have you seen what Ariel is saying? He said, according to his sources, the UFC met all of John Jones' demands and his prices, and Jones still won't take the fight. He really wants no part of Big Tom. I know, dude, and it's the fact that Ariel Helwani is the one saying it is what is so fucking shocking. Because Ariel Helwani would love to say that Dana White is full of shit. Dana White's fucking up. Dana White is holding up John Jones. Ariel would love to shit on Dana, but he isn't. Would you be shocked if the news of John Jones being gay breaks out? No, I believe John Jones is gay. I wouldn't be shocked at all. I think he is gay. At least next week we get to watch Marab go to sleep. That's it, Miguel. Don't you got saying the end? Well, so what you're saying is the UFC peaked during the Conor McGregor era and it's all downhill from here. Yes. Yes, I think the UFC peaked at the Conor McGregor era. But I think two things. Yes, I do think the UFC peaked at the Conor McGregor era. But I think the reason they don't want stars is when they get stars like Conor McGregor, like John Jones, they sign them up for 7-fight deals to lock them in. Because here's the risk, right? Here's the risk, Shyla. If you get a star like Conor McGregor who wants big pay, let's say 3 or 4 fight. They offered Francis Ngannou $7 million a fight, right? Let's say you get a star. He wants $7 million a fight. If he wins his next 3 fights, his value increases so much. So what do? You got to lock him in so he doesn't sell himself to boxing or doesn't sell himself to PFL or doesn't become a free agent. So you've got to lock him in for a long-term contract. 7 fights. 7 fights at $7 million a pop. But it's MMA. What if he loses his next 2 or 3 fights? Well, now his value isn't worth $7 million a fight. Now his value is worth $1 million a fight. But you've signed him into a 7-fight contract. So now you're overpaying him for his next 5 fights. So do you put him in on a short-term contract with the risk that he becomes a free agent, like what happened to Francis Ngannou, or do you put him in on a long-term contract with the risk that he loses like Conor McGregor did, and now he's not worth that money? Do you understand the risk that is being played? So how do you not have that risk happen? Well, you keep the stars down so you don't get into that problem in the first place. You keep those stars down so you don't get into that problem in the first place. And you control the environment. You do not want superstars bubbling up. Because how do you manage them towards the end of their contract? It's a real fucking problem for the UFC. And the way that the UFC seem to have come up with it is keep them down. What's up, Beef Fatty? What's up, brother? You like the Australian Riga? Thanks, Beef Fatty. Thank you, mate. That's fucked up, but thank you very much. Feels like the UFC just gave up after Magomed mogged the biggest star in the... It does, dude. It does. Like I said, Alex Pereira was the last crack in the dam. San Francisco weather is crazy. I'm not there. They changed their ways since the Conor era. I think I just explained why, yeah? Nacho, thank you for the Harold education. Did you believe John Jones' sexuality before or after Guru's video? After Guru's video. Guru opened my eyes to it. John Jones is a madman for turning down $40 million for a potential loss. People would say he was old and he can make excuses and get that money. I know, it's insane, isn't it? I'm kind of now hoping Merab gets the win and rates a bulk up so Volk can get another big name. Oh, Merab versus Volk. I like it, man. Stars can tell them what to do too much, like John Jones is doing right now, even though John Jones is not a star like Conor, Ronda, etc. Yep, true. If Superman was an angel that got sent to Earth to live infinity, that makes him a demon. Indefinitely, that makes him a demon. But Superman doesn't live indefinitely. He just has a longer lifespan than humans. They want a manageable star like Islam, DDP, and Hamzat who can draw viewers but still need the UFC. Exactly, dude. Superman is a gay super fighting demon. John Jones is Superman. And this is why the UFC will continue to lose fans because they don't create stars. They only care about the money. Exactly, Shyla. Exactly. But you have got other companies like BKFC that still want to get to where the UFC was. So they are going to start to put out the product that the fans are looking for. John turned down all that money to protect his legacy, but like you said, he's already doing more damage to his legacy, but not for fighting. Yeah, but John gets to... like, you've seen John gaslight the entire community already. So John will just continue to gaslight the entire community. Red Pill MMA finishes Todorovic in the... Red Pill MMA. No, Dusko Todorovic. Here he comes now. Da, brada. Kako si, brata. Dusko Todorovic. Zachary's about to catch a ball. I'm locking in for this fight, boys. To watch Dusko destroy the Western degenerate fuck. The based Serbian is about to destroy Western degeneracy. John Jones is enjoying ruining his reputation for some reason because John Jones is the kind of fuckwit that can just point to the figures. I don't care what the fans say about me. Who else won the belt? Who else is the longest reigning champion of all time? 15 years undefeated. He's ducking being a duck. Yeah, he's ducking being a duck. And he's just going to lean back on the facts and the figures. Do an impression of DC coping losing 2 times to a gay. Oh, man. Oh, god damn, man. 2 times to a gay. It's only the brothers and cucked whites defending John Jones at this point, which I don't even understand because they have Mighty Mouse. UFC turned on Alex so fast after he lost to Ankle Live. The whole tweet account got hacked. Shenanigans just shows the UFC want to boss around everyone at all times. Yes. Yeah, it's a business. They're not mates. The UFC and Alex Pereira, they're not mates. It's a business and you're a product. You are Alex Pereira. You are the cheeseburger. And the UFC is McDonald's. And there are customers at the counter that want their fucking order. Now, you were a great product to us. You know, you were the El Maco, the best cheeseburger ever made. But we're done with the El Maco now. You know? And the customers are still there and they still want their orders. So, it is what it is. Is he coming out to AC/DC? Yes. They're too casual to know about the Chad Mighty Mouse. Put the fries in the bag, bro. Yep. Fuck, is that Zach's girl? Zachary's brought his girlfriend into the corner. You'd never see Dusko Todorovic do that. I bet they regret how they handled Ngannou in retrospect. Well, again, Ngannou became the problem, Daniel. Ngannou became the problem, you know? The superstar that becomes a free agent that's now asking for too much money. You know? What do you do? Zach is just Perry-maxing. He's going to die. Pereira isn't worth what they're paying him for after how badly Magomed destroyed him. And again, this goes back to it. Like, now Pereira's on a 7-fight contract. A couple of $1 million a fight. If Pereira loses to Magomed again, he's got 4 fights left in the UFC. A couple of million every fight. What do you do with him? What do you do with him? This is the problem with the stars. The UFC doesn't want stars. The UFC wants to maximize profit. I remember Dana White, biggest defender of... No one defended Mighty Mouse like I did. The kid just isn't a needle mover. You'll fight, Tony. You'll fight Dillashaw or we'll shut down the division. Dusko Todorovic, 6'1" of Serbian muscle, 31 years old, peak physical prime for a human being, 186 pounds of slabs of pure Eastern European mass. Let's get it, Dusko. Remember when the MMA streams were full of Poetan? Now I see almost none. Yes, the most casual fan base in MMA. Poetards. I hated them. The fact that Alex said the account was hacked by someone and he didn't post a sexual photo and wrote something so specific is ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Pereira still got a run at heavyweight. Yeah, but for how much they're paying him? Yes, he does. He has a fun run at heavyweight, but is he going to be worth the money that they're paying him? John Jones is a narcissist and he loves the attention. True. I agree, Alex can still knock out some blobs. True. Does Doug have any tattoos? I do not. Todorovic looks like a Slavic Poyer. Antek, you're my new favorite chatter. Antek, you might become the new mod. Poetan. Fucking Poetards. Zach Reese has a broken collarbone. Zach Reese is injured. He's fighting so he can get medical cover by the UFC. Zach Reese is Apex. The UFC has no stars. They pay their biggest stars too much. Not really cognitive dissonance, just nuance in the conversation and how they try and manage some of their biggest stars. Reese's record is filled with the biggest bums at middleweight. Only good fighter he fought was Azmat Bokovov, which was short notice, fill in for Dumas, who's always in prison. Yeah, why do they let him out? All right, here we go. Dusko Todorovic is about to sleep Zach Reese. I'm locking in. Nice body kick from Reese, but Dusko takes it. Oh, big one from Dusko back. Fucking take that, Zach Reese. You degenerate Western fuck. Bang! Slick wrestling from Dusko. And he's fucking destroying Reese. Look at the scrambling. Zach Reese wishes he could. That's it. That's where we want to be. Pulling the gilly. Fucking Serbian Jiu-Jitsu of the highest level. Black belt in Serb Jitsu. Usman versus Buckley will be a fun one. I reckon it will. Secret talks. If the judges give the fight to Poetan, they would be discussing how many gorillas it does it take to win against Poetan. Oh, here we go. Drop an elbow on his collarbone. Yep. Dusko's got him mounted. He's choking him. You can see the head turning red. American looking for a way to quit. Classic. Here's the American looking for a way out, just like they did in Vietnam. Just like they did in Afghanistan. Just like they did in Iraq. Trying to get away from the clinch of the Serb. How are the illegal streams always ahead of you and Guru watching on the prelims? Seems to come good for the main events. I've noticed. Well, I'm watching on Fight Pass right now. Brutal footsteps. Which one is which? Todorovic is in the red. Based. Red color. The color of blood and death. Reese is in the black, trying to cower away. Usman versus Buckley could be boring as shit if Buck gets scared of the jab and chooses to run around and kick on the outside. Please don't. American, I thought Red Pill was Irish. It's on Fight Pass and I'm 15 seconds ahead of Doug. I don't believe there is a man on earth willing to charge in first on the gorilla unless he's heavily drugged up. I reckon Two Smelly Fingers would charge in first. He's got balls. Hey, buddy, we're the reason you're not speaking Chinese right now. What the fuck are you talking about, mate? It's Japanese. Yeah, I'm 15 seconds ahead of you on VIP. How? Dougie is completely jizzing for his Serb brother. Yeah, of course, mate. Which guy is his girlfriend in the corner? The guy will pile reverse him into live betting. You have been told. Zach Reese has his girlfriend in the corner like a fucking simp. One person doesn't charge at the gorilla. 10 people charge at the gorilla. Fuck you. Fuck you. Give me a honey pack and Viagra and I'll charge the gorilla with no hesitation. That's it. Oh, good inside from Dusko Todorovic. You're about to get Duskoed. Yep, Zach Reese trying to clinch up on the cage, trying to slow the fight down because he doesn't like the danger that he's getting from Dusko. As long as you guys make a statue of my memory, of course we will, Two Smelly Fingers. Buck's speed advantage will be insane, and Usman historically deals with kicks horribly. Yeah, Buck's going to steamroll Usman. Here we go. They're in the center now. Dusko is eyeing down his victim like a Chad. Rushes in, lands a clean 1-2. Once again, the American runs away in fear. Doesn't like being backed up to the Yanks. Yep. American dancing around the outside. Goes for the big overhook bomb from the top. Completely misses. Classic American war strategy. Looks over at the clock. How much time is left before it becomes politically viable to back out of this fight that we're in? Classic stuff here. And Dusko Todorovic is grappling against the fence like an absolute fucking Chad. Somehow matching perfectly with you and you're on the other side of the globe. Joe Rogan commenting on the gorilla fight. The gorilla is... that gorilla is chopping the leg up. You do not want to be in there with a gorilla, man. How long do you reckon until the Gamrot fight? Got to go out for a while. Well, you can... It's half an hour per fight, Noru. Generally. So... 30, 20... About 45 minutes. About 45 minutes till the Gamrot fight. Eric the Gorilla would definitely be intimidated by your rage and confidence. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck you. Dusko is slowing already. Dusko does not slow. Dusko fights at the pace that Dusko wants to fight at. Midget Ian Gary from Cage Warriors kissed his girlfriend directly after the fight. Imagine the bacteria on her lips. The bacteria on Ian Gary's wife's lips. Dougie with zero bias in the commentary. Zach falls over and gives up position. No, Dusko forces him down. And look at the raining elbows from the Serb. There is no bias in my commentary. Dougie, if Marvel and DC are gay now, should we really invest in the extended universe of the Dougieverse and all original characters we can make as a comic book series? Yes, Ben. Why not? We should get AI to animate it. Cheap costs of labor. Oh, look at the hammer fist from top position. Is this a 10-8 round? I reckon this is a 10-8 round, right? Like, what has Zach Reese really done except for run away like a coward? 10 points for Serbia? I believe this is a 10-8 round. 10-8 round. Yep. Dusko's taking his pants. Zach Reese is taking his pants down. Absolutely caving in, trying to give up his ass to the Serb. You can see it there. Not rage bait, mate. That's a 10-8 round. Is a polar bear or a black bear an easier match for humans than a gorilla? Ooh. No, I would say the gorilla is probably a harder match. Your mum got 10-8'd by the milkman. Fucking hell no, Joe. What the fuck, mate? Why? It's so unnecessary. Polar bear murks a gorilla. Polar bear versus a gorilla. I reckon a gorilla would probably beat it. Black bear is easy way, you reckon? Polar bear would destroy a gorilla, you reckon? I don't know, mate. Actually, yeah, I think you're right? Because polar bears actively hunt humans. They're meat eaters, where a gorilla is a soy vegan. Yeah, I think you're right. Bears are so much... Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, gorillas are 350-pound pounds and get hunted by... Yeah, no, I think you are right. You're all right. Nacho swinging overhand? I know, mate. Polar bears are the apex predator. Back in ancient Rome, they did it. Gorillas are 5 feet tall. True. No, you guys are right. Polar bears hunt until they go for... That is true. You guys are absolutely right. Polar bears are legit 3 times the size and hunt people. They are true. That is very true. You are right. You're absolutely right, Trap. Gorillas are not a hard match for humans. The Navigator and his squad of Cartridge exploited and killed and captured a bunch of gorillas. Very true, guys. Very, very true. Polar bear would go for the jugular. Gorilla isn't smart. He can't lose. Zach's just clipped him and he didn't like it. AI. Gorillas are just vegan bodybuilders who don't know how to fight and run away when pressed. Very true. Big shot from Dusko. Zach Reese KO incoming. No, mate. No. Here comes Dusko. Hands up. Coming down the center. Lock in, boys. Dusko Todorovic about to sleep. This fucking bald redneck. Fuck. That's it. Dusko's just looking for the perfect shot. You can see his eyes locked in. Predator eyes. And prey. You can see Zach Reese. Prey eyes looking to get out of the way. Dusko. Predator. Oh, strong. Does Dusko push him up against the cage. You can hear the apex rock as Dusko pushes him against the cage. You're a wrestler now, are you, Dusko? YouTube, get off my nuts. Dusko, knee up the body, caves Zach Reese. You can see pain go over his face. Why is Dougie so proud of his Serb side? What else have I got, Ben? Am I meant to be proud of the Australian side? Big knee up the middle from Dusko. Hey, why don't we bring up a map of NATO, guys, and see where the big hole in the middle is? Oh, look at what is that? It's Serbia. A small ape is known to tear a human's face. Can't be recognizable. A gorilla would do worse. What about your Scots side? That's so out. I'm like 7th generation Australian. The Scottish side is like 1%. Yeah, why be raised in the country that made you and the person that you are? The Serbian school that I went to made me the person that I am. MMA Joey said he would fuck the animated Jane from Tarzan. MMA Joey would fuck anything that presented itself to him. If he loses, he must have some other ethnicity mixed in there. Dougie laughing as a Serbian. I don't know what you're talking about, guys. Come on, Dusko. Fucking sleep. We're done. We are done playing with this American victim. Strong body shot from Dusko. Flying knee bomb from Zachary. Obviously, the bomb misses. MMA Joey fucking is not a thing. Yeah, MMA Joey would fuck anything that would let him. Big 1-2 from Dusko lands on Zachary. Mail order, Antec. And they clinch up again. This is like watching this is a polar bear pushing around a small gorilla here is what's happening. As Dusko just fucking carves Zach Reese into the side of the Apex cage. Like pushing him through a cheese grater. Have you seen the Bo Nickel rant of Joey? I have, mate. I have. Nice exchange in the middle. Dusko smartly, wisely covers up. Zach Reese gassing out. You can see Zach Reese's body gassing out. Easy shot. Yeah, Dusko shrugs that off. That's nothing. I see the point. Yes, exactly, Antec. Exactly, mate. Here comes Dusko prowling him down. Is Joey Muslim? If so, he must be super organized and get super organized. Oh, and Dusko just pushes Zach Reese around like an absolute bitch. The Serb is shitting himself. What do you mean, mate? Zach Reese is... Oh, another big takedown from Dusko. Mate, the Dusko's winning this. This is 2 10-8s in a row, I reckon. Black Bear stands no chance against me. He got clipped? No. Yeah, he got clipped on purpose, mate. What do you reckon MMA Joey's ethnicity is? Probably Bosnian. Yeah, by the looks of him. He looks Bosnian, mate. He looks Bosnian. Here's Dusko on top. Look at that slick top mount. That is higher level wrestling. That is from Dusko Todorovic. Big hammer fists from Dusko. He hates Bosnians. I don't hate Bosnians. I don't hate Bosnians at all. I feel bad for the South Serbians, you know? I feel bad that they've lost their way. MMA Joey's ethnicity is McDonald's. Stop making fun of MMA Joey. It's mean. Poor MMA Joey. Big shots over the top, raining down the ground. What did Bosnians look like? They're just South Serbians. Oh, and here comes the huge knee up the middle. That's it. Zach Reese is cowering under the pressure of Serbian resistance. That's it. Back away, Zach Reese. Just like you did in the Balkans. The same reason NATO doesn't enter Serbia. Because you're scared of what you'll find when you get there. Huge shots from Dusko to the body. Big shots over the top. Inside lead elbow from Dusko has got Zach Reese clinging on for dear fucking life. And that's the end of the second round. 2 10-8s in a row. 2 10-8s in a row. Is your last name Doug Ordovich? It's not Doug Ordovich, no. Hate to say it, but Joey's probably Italian or something. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. What do Albanians look like? What Albanians? I didn't think there were any left. I thought we got them all. I was wondering what GPU do you... What do you mean, what is a GPU? What's a GP? I don't know what it is. W Balkan Wars. His last name is Scorner, S Corner. Is MMA Joey Kermit's voice? Hey, that's it. Get him. He's breaking. Stop making fun of Joey. It's not nice. Stop making fun of Joey. He's just a fucking, just stopping. Oh, graphics card? GeForce 2TX, I guess. I don't know. I've got an Omen gaming laptop. That's what I use. Here we go. Round 3. Dusko Todorovic. Two rounds up. Dusko does look like P-Head Poya. He does, doesn't he? Oh, nice inside shot from Dusko. Big shot. Secret Talks. I'm a 36-year-old plasterer. I don't know shit about computer. I go to the store. I buy a computer. That's it. That's as far as I need to know. Biggest P-head is Gary. He's the new P-head. He's got a huge P-head, does he, Gary? Will Dusko get the finish in the third, or will he just continue to play with his victim? Let us find out now on Dragon Ball Z. Oh, good shot from Dusko, but he chooses to let Zach Reese go. Puts Zach Reese right in the center of the cage, right where he wants him. Dusko's locked in with his predator eyes. Zach Reese is backing up like a soy. God, I can't wait for Buckley to send Gary's P-head to space. It'll be fucking good, won't it? Zach smashing him on the feet. I don't know what fight you're watching, Nacho. I don't know what fight you're watching. Zach Reese is in there looking like fucking Anthony Smith, looking like he wants a way out. Dusko is piecing him up wherever he wants him. Dusko, the true Serbia warrior spirit, which is to say, doesn't it? Shut up, Nacho. Imagine Buckley going Gary like Magumbo did over him. Ooh, that'd be beautiful to see. Splitting open Gary's head. He's choosing to eat that shot to make Zach lose it. That's it. He's allowing Zach to kick him in the stomach to show how much it doesn't affect him. He wants Zach to break his face. You notice every time Zach Reese kicks Dusko in the stomach, Zach backs away because it's clearly hurting his foot. Doug, do you realize how satisfying Holy KOing Ronda was back in the... I do. That's it. Dusko's got him backing up. Oh, good strong shot in on the hips. Again, the apex just wobbles. That takes away... That's impact, that is. Because that is stopping Zach Reese from fighting the fight that he wants to fight. Like, when you actually read the rules, that huge shot that Dusko's landing there on the hips, big points of impact for Dusko Todorovic. Leading towards 3 10-8s in a row. Massive exchange down the center. Looks like Dusko got the better of it. Ian Gary on Layla's corner against Buckley. Ian Gary in Layla's corner against... You mean Layla's in Ian Gary's corner? But you weren't a hardcore yet, so you don't understand how annoying Ronda was in her hype train. I get that, but I still understand how satisfying it was. You're right, I wasn't. Seeing Rogan's whole worldview crumble in real time was so amazing. Yeah, I know. Rogan was like, she could beat Floyd Mayweather. In the corner of Layla's room while Buckley does his... That's it, get him! Get her, Buckley! That's it. Get on side of Layla. That's it. Do you know how much I'm enjoying this, Buckley? Layla. Come on, Dusko. Hunt down that victim. That's it. Bang! Huge shots up the center from Dusko. Looked like they all landed to me. 1, 2, 3 lands for Dusko. Another right over the top lands for Dusko. Zach Reese tries to attack Dusko's body again, but we just take it. Damage on Zach Reese's face. Damage is split open from the big shots of Dusko. Rogan literally said she'd beat 50% of the men at bantamweight. He thought he would beat Lona Cabin. Oh, dude, Rogan said she'd beat fucking Mayweather. He brings the one. Hey, Buckley, you look like you're working hard in there. You want a drink of water? Zach Reese tries to go for the Conor McGregor elbow. Oh, beautiful trip from Dusko. Just stunning stuff there. Rocks him. That counts as a knockdown. Followed by a big right. Isn't Gary good for the sport, though? Imagine welterweight without him as a perfect heel to root against. Oh, no, Gary's great for the sport. It is very true. How come no one talks about Gina Carano anymore? I don't know. I guess because it's been 30 years. And we're about to see a 10-7. I reckon Shyla. Based Shyla understands who's winning this fight. Not once in a generation. She's a once ever in human history. There's never been anything like it. Yeah, I know, dude. I'm aware. I'm aware of how much Rogan was glazing Ronda Rousey. It's fucking insane. Agree, Ben. We kind of need guys like that to keep something. I agree, dude. Like, Ian Gary's great for the sport. We need someone to hate. Here comes Dusko. 22 seconds left. Big shots on the upper thigh with those knees. Heavy shots. Zach Reese tries to hit Dusko. None of them land. Gina Carano in 2010. Thickness. Big overhand from Dusko. If Dusko loses, the judges must be Bosnian. I'm feeling Bosnian vibes from the Apex. Because Dusko's clearly fucking landed whatever he wants. Big round from Dusko. Don't know if that one was a 10-8. That one was a little bit close. I reckon 2 10-8s and a 10-9 for Dusko Todorovic. Zach Reese is cut open, bleeding, Fucking gassed out. Dusko, hands up in the apex. Serbia. Yeah, Dusko's easily got this one. You can see it. Mayweather would hurt her, really. Mayweather would murder Ronda Rousey. Murder her. Strongest Serbian versus weakest American. Oh, mate, it would be unfair. Rogan is just an uneducated fit. I think Zhang Weili has a better legacy than Ronda Rousey. Yeah. Dusko has... Please, Nacho. Please. Put the bong down, Nacho. You're not seeing things clearly. Zach Reese is shitting himself. Why do you think Zach Reese keeps trying to take his shorts off? Because there's shit coming out of him. He's that scared to even be in the presence of someone like mighty Dusko Todorovic. Get ditched. Mate, they're literally patching Zach Reese up. They're trying to put his face back together. He got fucking mangled that bad. What's up, Tommy boy? Good to see you, dude. Wholly ended Ronda's legacy. True, Tommy boy. Good to see you, man. I hope you're well, brother. Another day one enjoyer of the channel is Tommy boy. Old school follower of Dougie's Corner. On you, Tommy boy. His shorts keep coming off because he's so bricked up at getting such a glorious... But, mate, he's shitting himself at being in the... Here we go. Judge's decision. Here we go. 29-28. Unanimous decision. That is bullshit. Bosnian judges, American company, that's anti-Orthodox, anti-Serbian rhetoric, bullshit. Typical American hate towards the Serbs just because we won't fold to their fucking NATO agenda. Fucking classic work from the Americans. Classic fucking work. This is why fucking Americans shouldn't... This is why Serbians shouldn't compete in these bullshit rigged organizations. Every single fucking time the Americans rig it. Fucking bullshit. I bet you read the judges' names. They're all fucking Albanian last names. Bullshit. No, I don't accept that. Serbia is still undefeated in the UFC. That's a rigged scorecard. Serbia is still undefeated in the UFC. 15 seconds ahead, I was waiting for your take. No, it's bullshit. Dusko easily won round... Listen, I'll hear an argument for round 3. But rounds 1 and 2, clearly Todorovic's. Zach reached Paul's theory about the girlfriend in the corner being the best. No, say rigged. Soy, simp. You guys are falling for the woke agenda. They want you to bring your girlfriend into the corner instead of the boys. You guys are just falling for the woke agenda. Go read a gay Superman comic, yeah? You guys are falling for the woke agenda. No. I'm just holding it down, mate. They've got you watching a fight night card headlined by women, rooting for the guy with the girlfriend in his corner. You're just being brainwashed by Disney and their woke agenda. Dude, I'm so woke. Make my wife fight for me. Exactly. You're just being brainwashed. Seeing Dougie screw his face up at Nacho's comment was great. Dougie danced. That was good fun. You're watching some lesbian. Yeah, you're watching some lesbian fight next. Serbia had the biggest empire in Europe, mate. Serbia is the only one that still tells the empire to fuck itself. There's a lot of guys her size she could beat. I meant a lot. There's a roster of UFC 145 bantamweights that put them against Ronda Rousey. She might be able to beat 50% of them. That's not a joke. Yeah, he was fucking insane, mate. I'm American and I don't give a fuck about rooting for Americans. LGBT plus squares are global export. Chasing about to put on a clinic. If she could take out the kind of punches from some of those guys, might possibly land. It might end up like 60%. She's truly a special talent. Ronda Rousey, a special talent. Serbians are gay. Judging has sucked all year, but suddenly it's an international conspiracy. There you go, Tommy. Tommy gets it. Tommy's on my side. What's the chance they make it out in the case? Very high, simply kudos. I don't know where Serbia is on the map. I'll show you where Serbia is on the map, mate. I'll show you where Serbia is on the map. I'll show you where Serbia is on the map. I'll show you where Serbia is on the map, mate. I'll bloody show you, mate. You want to know where Serbia is on the map? I'll bloody show you, mate. You want to see Serbia? I'll show you bloody Serbia. Why didn't it save? Why did it say? This joke is taking too long. Save. Yes, save. I'll show you where Serbia is on the map, mate. You want to know where Serbia is on the map? I'll show you where Serbia is on the map. I'll bloody show you, mate. Hang on, this has taken much longer than it should have. This is taking way too long. We're losing the point of the joke here. Right, this is where Serbia is on the map, right? You see this map of Europe with all these soy countries that have given into the Western NATO agenda? You see this map of Europe where all the soy countries have given into the Western NATO agenda. All this soyness, this is all woke LGBT plus soyness giving into the Western agenda. And you see this last bastion of absolute baseness that don't give in to NATO, that tell the Western Europeans based agenda to fuck off. You see that level of baseness there? That is Serbia, mate. The one region that tells Europe to go and fuck itself. We're not playing your game. That's where Serbia is, mate. You guys could never. I actually didn't know where Serbia was. Well, now you know. Now you know. India is part of Europe. You can't change my mind. I heard NATO didn't want Serbia because it was too much of an inbred shithole. I heard NATO didn't want Serbia because it was too much of an inbred shithole. You circled one place, then drew an arrow. Yeah, it was inside the circle, Zesty Driggers. Didn't Serbia start World War One? Based, Tommy. Yes, based. They did. They did, mate. They did. All right, back over to what we were actually doing because we are not watching this shit. Why are we just saying needle dick over and over again, Zesty Driggers? What is going on? Why are we just saying needle dick over and over again, mate? Alright, I was rearranging this shit so we could actually make shit fit. Serbia copes about not being part of the club because they couldn't get in. Serbia doesn't want to get in, mate. Why do you think we still have Russia on our flag? Because we don't want to get in to your NATO agenda. Dougie is an incel, you can tell by the butt on the screen. What card are we at now? We're still doing UFC Fight Night versus Brady. We're just at the bottom of the card. We're still doing Fight Night Burns versus Brady. Dougie is an incel, you can tell by the butt on the screen. There's nothing incel about enjoying a fine ass, mate. Now, if you get angry at seeing a fine ass, that's incel energy. Getting angry at seeing a fine ass is incel energy. But there's nothing angry about seeing an ass, mate. Jeez, England's got 1 point in the UFC. Ugh. England's got 1 point in the UFC. Are you objectifying? Yes. Yes, I am. Can you speak Serbian, Doug? No, not really. I know a couple of phrases, but no, I can't. I can understand it. Like, my mother speaks Serbian at me, but I can't speak Serbian, no. And being a misogynist and toxic masculine, no, I'm not. I'm just enjoying a nice, fine ass. Kenzie Dern's got a nice ass. Nothing misogynistic about enjoying a nice ass, is there? Nothing misogynistic about appreciating what God gave her. NATO doesn't want to go into Serbia because they can't afford all the earth-moving equipment to dig up the mass graves. I had to do the text like that because of the censoring. What mass? No mass graves. You're problematic, Shotgun. This all started when NATO decided to invade Kosovo. Yes, exactly. What if it's Nina Drama's ass? I got no problem with Nina Drama's ass. I'm not the AM, bro. I don't get angry. I don't get angry at women for no reason. She's been a fucking handful, alright, mate. Dougie's the #1 most gay man I've ever met. Constantly radiating gay. From you, Kenny. From you, Kenny. Quite a statement to make, mate. Quite a statement to make. I see, Doug, I won't make any more MMA comments since you do it. I love MMA comment. This is what we've been talking about the entire card is MMA. What are you on about, mate? I'm just getting this all fucking laid out properly. Since we've got plenty of time to get through this shit on an Apex card. So how many points does India have now? Believe it or not, simply kudos. Believe it or not, but India still doesn't have any points. India still doesn't have any points. Ireland doesn't have any points. Australia and New Zealand don't have any points. Believe it or not, simply kudos. But India still remains without any points. Fucking craziness. You ignore my MMA comment? Did I? Sorry, Nacho. They should do Leon versus Ian Gary and Miles versus... Holy shit, I did, Nacho. I'm sorry. They should do Leon versus Ian Gary and Morales versus Pratis. They should do Leon versus Ian Gary and Morales versus Pratis. Yeah. No, I think that's great. I think that's great matchmaking. Yeah, I agree. How many points does India have now? Still none. I hope not the AM bro finally got laid. We all know once he gets some regular puss, he'll be like, oh, the guys were... I know, dude. That is literally what it... Like, that's exactly what it was. He was just angry at the fact that his penis is so dry. And I get it. Like, you know, you got a dry penis. It makes you angry. You know? It makes you angry. Your brain chemistry literally changes. I understand. But he was wrong. Dougie, when is the Somalia trip? Never. Zesty Drickers, if you keep doing that, I'm going to block you. Don't do that. Did Macy miss weight because she's juiced to the gills? No, Tommy boy. She missed weight because of her implants. She missed weight by half a pound. No, I still stand with not wanting to see Nina on my feed. That's fair enough, Eric, but you could just block her. I heard it was the boob job. She missed weight by half a pound. Yeah. Yeah, it was the boob job. And that's not like talking shit or anything. Like she missed weight because she got a boob job. Eric, I respect your stance. This is a safe. Oh yeah, you can have your stance. It's all right. Mark Smith. Mark Smith. Dougie, can you show us your boot? No. She looks juiced. An important weight, isn't it? It is, mate. It is. Very true. I did, but we went over it. I had my reasons for explaining the position via crashing out. Like, no. Oh, yeah, I know, dude. I know, dude. I remember. Yeah, like she's part of the UFC, so it's hard to block her content. You don't want to see. I get it, dude. I understand. She looks natty to me, but who knows? Well, people have sort of noticed that she's had a bit of a growth spurt, Jazago. So people that closer than I have paid attention. People have paid attention and noticed that she has had a touch of a growth spurt in the chest area. Macy and Caitlyn got better feet than Alexa Grasso. Wow, Johnny, you're really trying to start that here in this chat? Really, Johnny? Really, Johnny? You're trying to do that? Nacho is interested in this fight because of degenerate gambling. Like I said, it's the gambling that makes the UFC fun these days, not the MMA. Mark Nomad was coaching female MMA fighter and she was losing. He would just tell her to calm down. Based. You just got to calm down. What are you on your period? Just calm down. Macy Barber does not give me a growth spurt. Fair enough. All peg. What did all peg say? Mark, yeah, okay. They should only have WMMA if they are a lesbian relationship with each other. Let the high domestic violence rate actually go towards some entertainment. Based, Eric. Nina Drama is such a divisive figure. She is a divisive figure. But yeah, she's only really divisive if you don't get any. Really. People do feel very strongly. Let's not talk about Nina. Well, it's safe now because not the AM bro isn't here. Unfortunately. We miss him dearly. We miss him every day. We miss not the AM bro every bloody day, I tell you. Okay, these things are starting to get a little bit more organized now. Okay, cool. Cool. So Australia, New Zealand, Canada are yet to get a win. Free Kenny. No, you're Kenny. They're like that. These ones are here like that. These ones are here like that. That goes there like that. I could care about Nina. I could take all of MMA on point. Fuck those guys. Yep. Vera's arm is a jack for a chick. Free Kenny. Never got to meet Kenny. Base Dougie. Yep. I donated. Got free membership and now he left. Oh, yeah. Fucking hell. Why would he do that? Why would he leave us like that? Free, not the aim, bro. I agree. Mike Parlay might be cooked. Oh, Nacho. Poor Nacho and his bloody gambling. Come on, mate. Surely you've got more than one parlay going, Nacho. Come on, mate. All right, cool. Dougie has butts because his face is butthole lip. Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate that, mate. Very good, brother. All right, cool. We've done it. Do they fight when they're on their period? No, I would assume they don't fight when they're on their period, mate. I would assume they don't fight when they're on their period. I would assume they take the pill. Not the aim blow was blocked. That's the conspiracy. Not the aim blow is not blocked. Not the aim blow is absolutely not. So Russia's coming in first. Brazil's coming in second. America's coming in third. Georgia's coming in fourth. South Africa is coming in last. Boom. South Africa. Georgia. America. 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 Nah, just one for this one. You only got one parlay going. Oh, damn, Nacho. God, bruh. I thought you would have covered it with a couple. It was a big parlay too. Come on, Nacho's parlay. Do it. Come on, Nacho's parlay. You can do it, mate. You can do it, Nacho's parlay. Imagine they got KO and start bleeding. Oh my god, that would be horrible. Well, Zesty Drickus, you saw in this weekend's meme video, there was one of them that pissed themselves. Joanna said fighters do fight on their periods. It's a huge disadvantage. Oh man, you'd think that they would take the pill and like just stop it for the week. What's happening here? Who is winning the UFC in 2025? Upload. Who's winning the UFC in 2025? You get a top 15 win gets you 1 point. A top 5 win gets you 2 points. Competing for a title gets you 3 points. Winning a title gets you 5 points. Which country is winning the UFC in 2025? I was just formatting the screen so it was a little bit easier to see. That is what is happening here, brother. Right now, we are doing UFC Fight Night Edwards versus Brady, and we just did Tybura versus Mick Parkin. Ain't nothing but a thing in the morning. It's only ranked wins? Yeah, it's only ranked wins. Yep. What's up, Gaz Ninja? How are you, dude? I hope you're well, brother. What's going on, man? Yeah, you did great memes this week, Eric. You did really, really great memes. I don't watch the videos anymore because they're too repetitive and it's shit content. Fair enough, Zesty Drickus. I get it, dude. South Africa, wild. South Africa's doing well, man. Oh, you mean the actual country of South Africa? Yes, they are very... Zesty is just hating because I had my memes up there. Dude, the memes were great. I think Macy lost that round, but she isn't the fresher fighter. Crafty vet performance incoming. All right, Nacho's watching the fight. Brazil, upload. Brazil. Women retain water when they're on their periods, so it would make it harder for them to cut weight. Also true. Do you think DDP feels at home when they're ending all of the whites? No, I would say that he probably doesn't feel at home at all. I would say he probably feels like fleeing. Well, actually, now that I know that the memes were stolen from you, Eric, I'll watch it. There you go. Which one do you think has the coolest flag? This one here. There's this one here. Whatever country this is. Fucking cool flag, that one. That one's a great flag. Just in from a night out, pretty drunk. Nice one, Gaz Ninja. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man. Put on some ridiculous bets and see if they land. Anything not involving me is bad content. True, Eric. Macy's in the black. Nacho, Macy Barber's in the black, just by the way. Tommy, I thought the bleeding would help them lose weight. Chad, DDP will represent USA. All right, now, the fight night card. Not this fight night card. I'm not watching this fight night card. This fight night card is trash. The other fight night card. The fight night card that's I'm talking about. Marcin Tybura. Marcin Tybura defeated Mick Parkin. UFC Edwards versus Brady. Were there any other? Callum Locker and Nathan Fletcher. Nope. Christian Leroy Duncan. No, that wasn't a one. Marcin Tybura. No. Larry Kavanaugh. Okay, so... Molly McKenna, no, that's female. Kevin Holland versus Gunnar Nelson. Was that a ranked fight? Was Kevin Holland versus Gunnar Nelson a ranked fight? Have you seen on Luke Thomas's live chat, when people bring up the issue in South Africa, he immediately changes the subject and starts talking about Gaza? It's insane. I have not seen that, but I'm not surprised. Luke Thomas is a leftist, and leftists don't think about things wholly. They only think about things from their agenda. They don't take a worldview. No, it's okay. I like Daggie's corner content. It's just our comments on YouTube when we send him on Discord. Fair enough. Cheers, my brother. DDP will have to move. The irony. He'll have to flee to another country. I'm so bricked up when Grandma Hock tour. Okay, calm down. Notice how Soybia isn't up there on the screen. Yeah, because we operated a level above, Eric. No, Holland versus Gunnar Nelson was not a ranked fight night card. Multiple times people asked him his thoughts on the Farmer murders, and he literally immediately does a whataboutism. Like he's so adverse to admitting that there's an issue. Yeah, that's leftism. That's leftism in a nutshell. Just distract you with what I want to talk about. That's leftism. People still watch Luke Thomas? Yes, yeah. It's good to have other people's opinions on things, mate. Jan versus Carlos Ulberg. Now, was this in the top 5? Or was this just outside of the top 5? Everyone thinks about things from their ideological point of view, left or right. That being said, Luke Thomas is a beta. True. Very true, Jazago. Very, very true. Very true. Jan Blachowicz was in the top 3. Carlos Ulberg got the Anzacs their first top 5 win. That is 2 points to the Anzacs. When Carlos Ulberg defeated Jan Blachowicz in a totally fair and absolutely not wrong scored fight. The Anzacs get their place on the leaderboard with 2 points on you, mate. Fucking good stuff for the Anzacs. It happened 2 weeks in a row. I mean, I'm not surprised, Shotgun. It's Thomas. He doesn't want to talk about, everything. It's Luke Thomas. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. Grandma Hock toured. Count me in, brother. Actual South Africans commented and told him to shut the fuck up. Good. I'm happy they did that. Super Shotgun doesn't know. Of course he does. I don't need anyone else's opinion. I'm only right about... No, you need to hear everyone's opinion so you can update your firmware in your brain. I don't listen to Luke Thomas because I'm not gay. Australian isn't even a real place. It's a real place. I'm here. Fuck Luke Thomas. He's not even a lefty. He's just a demon. Okay. Dougie lives in a box in California. Not true. Jan won that fight. Jan did win that fight. And yet, it gets us somewhere on the map. Play the video Trump did for the African president. No. We all know what's going on. I don't need to red pill you guys, and this is an MMA chat. Would you rather watch this fight or lick Alexa Grasso's feet? I would rather lick Alexa Grasso's feet. -5 points for the Anzacs. No, we got on the board. John Jones, Luke Thomas beef was fucking hilarious. Fucking cop that, Luke Thomas. That's what you get, cunt. Sean Brady defeats Leon Edwards. Was Leon Edwards still in the top 5? I believe he was. He was a ranked 5 win. That gives America 2 points, getting them on the board with Brazil. Brazil and America are now neck and neck. Moving on to the next card. Yes. Dougie, how many ropes would you Okay, Zesty Drinkers. Thank you very much, mate. Just fucking pull up, cunt. Moving on to the next card. So we can get rid of that one. What was the next card after Leon Edwards versus Sean Brady? Let's have a look, boys. Let's have a look. UFC Ultimate Fighting Championships. It's actually more interesting to go through and look at the UFC's Tapology page than it is to watch the actual fights. These days, that is what the UFC has come to. It's more interesting to go through the UFC's Tapology page one by one than watch the actual fights. I meant play that video for Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas knows. He just doesn't want to talk about it. That's the problem. If Tom sleeps John, we have to agree whatever the UK's... If Tom sleeps John, we have to agree that whatever the UK scores is a win. Oh, it doesn't matter what the UK scores overall. They have won MMA for 2025. No, I don't think that's how it's going to work, simply kudos. But it's definitely big points, dude. It's definitely big points. All right, UFC Fight Night. Moreno versus Urseg is the next fight up on the card. Is the next fight up on the card that we are judging. Moreno versus Urseg. What ranked fights? Tom already beat John. I'll retire him without even fighting him. This Macy bloke sucks. Which one? What's that? Macy Chasson in bottom position right now. Yeah, good stuff. It's like catching the flying gold thing in Harry Potter. Yeah, knocking out John Jones gets you an automatic win. Yep. John Jones isn't going to fight Tom. It's never going to happen. I agree, Tommy boy. John Jones isn't going to fight Tom Aspinall. It's getting cold in here. Hang on a second. What the fuck was that camera? Did we just get a point of view? Yeah, the refs are wearing body cams today, like the police. Grown men calling to strip John Jones like he would enjoy that shit. Oh, dude, you know John Jones is edging to all of that. Strip John Jones. Strip John Jones. John Jones is like, oh, yeah. Say it again. Connor versus Chandler sounds more likely. It does secret talk. Seriously, man. It does. Dougie is 148 no, 178 centimeters. Thank you. All right. Are there any sneaky heavyweight fights on Moreno versus Urseg? Here we go. Moreno versus Urseg. Morones versus Austin Hubbard. No. Jamal Emmers versus Gabriel Miranda. No. Rafael Garcia versus Vince Pichel. No. Costa versus Rodriguez. No. Jose Medina. No. Kevin Borjas versus Rodriguez. No. Was Rodriguez in the rankings? No. Raul Rosas Jr. versus Vince Morales. No, not ranked. Edgar Shirez versus CJ Vergara. No, not ranked. Manuel Torres versus Drew Dober. Not ranked. Dude, Fight Night Moreno versus Urseg had one ranked fight on it? Moreno versus Urseg was the only ranked fight on the whole fucking card? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Moreno was in the top 5, gets Mexico 2 points. Fucking hell, mate. I don't see Conor fighting again. No, I don't see Conor fighting again. Petition to strip John Jones and fire... Why fire Aspinall, Lorendo? Why? Dougie, what's the white stuff on your nose? Cocaine! Dougie, do you know who the American football player Anthony Hernandez was? Was he the one that went on a murder spree, Jazago? He was in the... He played for the Patriots and went on a murder spree. Body cam footage of an average lesbian relationship. Yes, they're fighting each other on the floor. Your mum, bark. I would love it so much if the petition to strip John Jones hits his average pay-per-view number. It already has 100,000. It already has, Peg. Leave Dougie's powdered nose all. Yeah, let me do cocaine. If you were forced to send a nude to someone in chat, who would it be to? If I was forced to send a nude photo to somebody in the chat, who would it be? I'd send it to Frankie. 2025 UFC, but that's 2025 UFC. Yep, that's 2020. One fucking ranked fight on the card. We are starving this. Dude, one ranked fight. And that was a fight night with a crowd. One ranked fight. One ranked fight. My bad. Do you know Aaron Hernandez? Is Aaron Hernandez the one that went on a bit of a murder spree? He used to play for the Patriots. We used to have to fight nights with top 10 guys on the fucking I know, dude. So if you got slapped across the face with a big meaty sausage on the job site at lunchtime, what would you do? Laugh about it. Petition to strip Alexa Grasso and not from her belt. Dougie, do an impression of Zesty. Do an impression of Israel Adesanya. Dougie, do an impression of Israel Adesanya barking to his dog to flirt with it. Hey dog, come here. You like that? Yeah, you do. Send one to Eric? No. The fuck kind of question is that? Weird question, isn't it? Congrats to Frankie. Good on ya, Frankie. Connor should take a Chandler fight. Chandler can't win. I agree. Connor should take the fight. You want the nude? You are not getting the nude, Charlotte. No. Didn't he commit suicide so his family could get the money back and fight? Might be that one. Yeah. I believe Nacho has a collection of you become a member if you get access. I believe that he does, mate. Fight night with Frankie gets the nude. Don't give it to Frank. No, Frankie gets the nude. Aaron Hernandez, the Brendan Schwab lookalike who went insane, has CT. Is that who it is? He was a closeted gay, drug abuser, and serial killer. I wouldn't be surprised if John Jones is the next Aaron Hernandez. Sounds about right. Paradox, what's up? MMA Paradox, how are you, brother? Good to see you, man. He stopped playing football 23, took his life at 27. In his autopsy, they found he had the worst CT of all time as someone who's that. Man, that sounds horrible, man. That sounds horrible. And why the fuck is Chasson acting like she won? I have no idea. I'm not watching. That fight got entertaining, and it's over. You want the nude? You're not getting the nude. No. Fucking hell, this card is so dog shit. Yes, I agree, mate. We're literally doing maths instead of watching the card. UFC should have an option of what we want to see, like the hub straight. Okay, simply kudos. Oh, God. Thoughts are, I thought Vieira won every round. I didn't watch it. I didn't see you streaming Drickus, you bum. I don't see you streaming Drickus, you bum. What are you talking about, Gaz Ninja? Doug, you're so hardcore and cool for not watching WMMA. Thank you, Nacho. I think so. I think so, mate. I think so. So Mexico gets a win. Mexico gets a top 5 win. Mexico gets a win. 2 points to Mexico. Well done, Mexico, getting a top 5 win. I'm sure Brandon Moreno was still in the top 5 when he beat Urseg. Top 5 win for Mexico. And that is the end of Fight Night Moreno versus Urseg. Getting one ranked fight on the entire card. Fucking embarrassing. Gaz Ninja says, I'm the drunken ninja master tonight, Paradox. Gaz Ninja, what bets have you laid, mate? What disgusting, degenerate, alcoholic bets have you come up with, brother? Next fight night card, now that we're done with Brandon Moreno and all of the amazing ranked fights that were on that crowded event for Mexico, the market that we're trying to capture. MMA has become boxing. We count the flight. Yes, we count the flight. We just don't count WMMA. Next one up is Emmett versus Murphy. Emmett versus Murphy, back at the UFC Apex we were. How many ranked fights were on this Apex card? This glorious Emmett versus Murphy card. Ranked UFC fighters fight on average once every 9 months now. What a fucking joke since the Silver days. It is, dude. It is a fucking joke. You're not wrong. I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna take a piss. We're going to get some ice cream out of the freezer. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, boys. 1 second. No, I got protein ice cream. No Golden Gate time. Just protein ice cream. But I'll be right back. Damn, the chat is zesty tonight. Oh, Gaz Ninja, they're always like this. They're always like this. Chat.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
I love it. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Let me tell you, chat. Let me fucking tell you, chat. Oh, God, chat. I saw a ball before you sat down. Yeah, I don't have any pants on, so it's very possible. Eric, look at the screen now. Eric, tell me when you're looking at the screen. Eric, are you looking at the screen? You guys think Dougie could I could take on Kayla Harrison. Easy. Eric, are you looking at the screen? Dustin Jacoby, for fuck's sake. This is for you, Eric. This is for you, mate. Oh, thank you, Casual. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Casual, for the $10, dude. You are a fucking god, Casual. Thank you so much. Plant Scott. WMMA should be banned. I agree, mate. Yes. Oh my god, this card is so fucking bad. They're just coming out. I don't know who any of them are. This is horrible. And then to pair it, we've got Muscle Nation Protein Ice Cream. Muscle Nation Protein Ice Cream. Is it for Eric? Yeah, it's for Eric. We've got Muscle Nation Protein Ice Cream. 30 grams of protein. Cookies and cream flavor. Fucking good jacked, boys. Joey would never read that. I know, Joey would be like, no. What? Dougie even got a soy mouth. Mate, that's all they fucking sell. It's a single serve. What do you want from me, shotgun? It's a single serve, cunt. Gotta sit up. My balls are sticking to the chair. I was only putting on one bet for this card. WMA should be banned, but it definitely have its own league. And they do. It's called Invicta. Nobody watches it. Fuck you, Nacho. No, Lorinda. No. Fuck you, Nacho. How about that? How do you like that, cunt? Why don't you take some of that, mate? Why don't you take a big dose of suck my fucking cock? That's the sound right there, isn't it? Muscle Nation Protein sounds like a jizz infusion. It's just a fucking protein. I'm not even watching tonight. I'm just here for the stream. Thanks, Casual. Hey, Casual, thank you for the $10, man. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, man. DC singing Wheezy is awesome. Oh, yeah, DC. Dustin Jacoby at the Apex after 2 WMMA fights. Peak 2025. I don't think so, simply kudos. I don't think so, mate. Same, ain't no one going to watch WMMA for 25. No. No, Super Gamer. No. They have it. It's called Invicta. They have it. Nobody watches it. Gaz Ninja, thank you so much for the £2, brother. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Not sure about the fucking message that goes with it. Don't know how that's happened. It's just an energy drink. But thank you very much for the $2, mate. Thank you very much. Thoughts on Yoko Ono, former Pancrase champ and Japanese legend? I have no thoughts. Is the protein in your ice cream soy-based? I hope not. No. Whey protein. Whey protein. Whey protein concentrate. My sister landed in Oz on Monday. She's in Sydney for a year on a work visa. On you, Casual. That's awesome, man. Well, good to hear, mate. Good to hear. I hope she enjoys her stay in Sydney, brother. And thank you again for the $10. And thank you, Gaz Ninja, for the $2. Thank you guys very much. I'm just hanging on for the Gamrot fight. Same, Tommy boy. Someone passed away in an LFA stream? What do you mean, Cayman? What do you mean, Cayman? Plant-based vegan ice cream? No. They held a short... What do you mean someone passed? Like, one of the regulars in the chat died? It's possible. Sad, but possible. Thoughts on Mario Ozawana, former champ? I don't have any thoughts on 1990s Japanese fight legends. I don't have any thoughts. I started watching MMA in 2015 when Conor McGregor knocked out Jose Aldo. If JDM KOs Islam, MMA will actually be good again. I agree. Supreme Gamer. JDM is the answer that we need. One of the MMA coaches in the community. That's really sad. Not on the actual stream. Oh, that's sad, man. That's really sad. I've decided I can't be here without watching the fights. I'm loading the shit up now. On your casual. The card starts now, mate. And by the way, guys, casual is one of these dudes that is watching in fucking England, where the time right now must be like 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Super Shotgun Dougie thinks is the dumbest member in chat. Super Shotgun Dougie thinks is the dumbest member. No, Zesty Drickus. I think you're the dumb. No, I don't know. The dumbest member in the whole chat was Blueprint. Dave Ferguson. Well, that's really sad. Cayman Rider was a Rigo Gooner before Dougie saved. Okay. Jacoby about to sleep this fool. Come on, Jacoby, get a win. When I die, you're all to have a Krates process memory of me. A smoke. All right, fair enough. Rigo shouted me out, but on principle I had to leave. Very good work, Cayman. 3 a.m. Shout out to the English out there. Shout out to the English. You mean New India? New India. Shout out to New India out there. But I used to hang out with Rigo and chat a lot, dropping MMA gems. I mean, you weren't to know, Cayman. You weren't to know. It's tough being a Euro fan. I agree, Antak. You guys are the hardcores of the hardcores. And I have nothing but respect to the Europeans out there for being MMA fans. Remember when Mike Grundy fought at UFC London and had his terminally ill dad on the card and got choked out 2 minutes and fired from the UFC? That was fucking brutal. I do remember a story similar to that. It's 4:12 in the morning here, brother. Well uploaded. Shout out to you, dude. Iglanistan is great. Shout out to the great Iglanistan. Not gonna lie, it was pretty funny to watch Rigo at first. We gotta be thankful for MMA Guru for putting through all these UFC shit fight nights. Also, Rigo is a disgusting pedo. Very true, Super Gamer predictions. Very, very true. Is MMA Guru live or is MMA Guru sitting this one out? MMA Guru is alive. Well done, Guru. Well done, Guru. Europe is so cringe. In some ways. In some other ways, its Roman culture is quite based. And so were the Vikings. And so was World War II. Oi! Jacoby's on him! Jacoby's on him! Come on, Jacoby! Guru is trying not to... That is fucking brutal. That is fucking brutal. Come on, Jacoby! Yes, you've wobbled him. Now clinch him, Jacoby. That's it. Oh, nice uppercuts. We're on, boys. Hang on a second. There's a chance this will be fun. Jacoby has a tendency to have moments only to get chin. True. I love how Jacoby's just holding on to the clinch. Dirty boxing. Great way to start the card. The card starts now. Come on. Oh, it's over. Get more. Jacoby wobbled him. Time to go for a guillotine. His dad was in the crowd. They literally put the camera on him before the fight and pointed him out. And some people thought he literally died in the crowd because of the... Oh, that is sad. Shotgun. That's really fucking sad. That's really fucking sad. That was fun, eh, Tommy? That was fun. Mate, you crack open a nice, refreshing can of white Monster energy drink, and the Apex just turns it up. The Apex turns it to 11. It feels the power. Delicious. Jacoby walked through it. He did, Tommy. He did. It was good stuff, mate. Makes Reyes look even better. It does, Super Shotgun. God, how good is Reyes? I mean, how good is Anthony Reyes, really? That was nasty. That was good. That was really good. Tommy Boy says, I just cracked a can of Foster's on you, Tommy. That's it. Everyone, it's time to start cranking out the things that we enjoy for the stream. Not cranking out. That was a wrong turn of phrase. Don't start cranking out. It's time to start cracking open those little things that help get you through a dog shit Apex card. Whether it's a can of Foster's, actually turning on the card like Super Shotgun has done or UFC Casual has done. The little things in life. The little things in life. Jacoby is here to save the Apex. Who would have thought? Cranking out things we enjoy. Yeah. Definitely shouldn't have said that, Eric. That's going to get clipped and ripped. That shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. That was a mistake, mate. Oh my god, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. Joey, MMA Joey, you really should try low-fat, high-protein ice cream. Foster's is one of my most hated alcoholic beverages. Yeah, no one in Australia drinks Foster's, mate. No one in Australia drinks it. It's just marketing to the rest of the world. No one drinks Foster's here in Australia. Don't say cranking it out and then take it back. I pay handsomely for those moments. These are the moments that get us through the stream. Alright, well that was a nice bit of fun that we had for a moment. Soybean ice cream. Shut up, dickhead. Snort that shit, Dougie. No, Gas Ninja. Foster's is Aussie's joke on the rest of the world. It really is, mate. I love Foster's. I hope Trump doesn't tariff it. I think you'll be alright, mate. I think Foster's will be safe from Trump's tariffs. Let's see what Jacoby has to say over at the Apex. Let's see if he has some good post-fight interview moments. MMA Joey looks like the dude from South Park who plays Warcraft. He does, doesn't he? He looks exactly like him. Jacoby the Beast. You mainly see government-assisted alcoholics drinking that shit here in England. Yeah, it's good on you, Tommy boy, for enjoying it, but Aussies don't drink it. What are the flags for? It's a game we're playing to keep us entertained, woeful. Based Jacoby shouting out the Lord. Foster's lies, but for is 4X the real? Yeah, Northerners, Queenslanders drink 4X. Yeah, yep, yep. Rednecks over in Western Australia drink Emu beer. Northerners drink 4X, and then people in my state, they're like San Francisco libs. They only drink the local. They only drink what the local brewery produces. We don't drink that hogwash. We only drink what the local brewery produces. Jacoby's on a bit of a tear now. A little bit, I think he is now, yeah? Yeah. 3 in a row? Yeah, he's in a row, yeah. Aussies prefer Bud Light? No. Aussies prefer... Easterners prefer Emu. Northerners prefer Triple X, 4X. And Victorians prefer whatever is made at the local brewery. Dominic Reyes is truly back. I know. How good is Dominic Reyes? Northerners drink emu piss. No, Westerners drink emu. Westerners drink emu piss. Westerners drink emu. Emu beer. Emu beer, guys, Ninja. Emu beer. Drinking local brewery beer is good, especially... I agree, dude. There's a place down the road from me that sells all local stuff. It's great. Jacoby's call-out was getting in a golf tournament for the UFC. What are you doing, Jacoby? Why? You're on ESPN. Why? San Miguel and Stella is always the best. I like Stella. I like Stella a lot. Emu Lager, for fuck's sake, guys. Emu Lager. Emu beers, mate. Emu beer. Westerners fucking love Emu beer. Reyes was once a bad... Went back in the day. Not anymore, mate. Reyes is the shit now. Alright, what are we doing for you guys that are just jumping in here? Woeful, what are we doing? We are doing who is winning the UFC in 2025. A top 15 win gets you 1 point, a top 5 win gets you 2 points. Competing for a title gets you 3 points, winning a title gets you 5 points. Right now we are up to UFC Fight Night, Emmett versus Murphy, with Russia coming in at 15 points. Brazil and America tied at 10 points. Georgia at 6 points. And South Africa at 5 points. The rest of the countries coming in. India still at, shockingly, 0 points. Who would have guessed it? Stella is drinking piss through tramps. Oh my god, Antec. No, Stella's good, mate. Carlsberg isn't bad. I like Carlsberg. Yep. Lager is gay. Actually, the best is Guinness. No, I'm not a fan of Guinness. Absolutely hate curling. Get this dude off my screen now. Emmett Murphy, 2 wins for the UK. There you go, Super Shotgun. Just as well, this Kiwi is Anzac. Hard to educate you on your own culture. Yes, very true. Bro's name is Harrison. I only drink spirits. Nice one, Gaznit. Yeah, I've been on a spirits run lately as well. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Beer and lager is weak. No, yeah, I've been on a Scotch run lately. I've been drinking. What have I been drinking lately? McAllister Reserve. That's what I've been drinking lately. I also like Desperados. Literally just Heineken with a shot of tequila. Whoa! Heineken with a shot of tequila, casual. That's nice, dude. Anyone else hoping Batista smudges Patchy for 3 rounds? Holland is losing 45-70 to Luque. I think Holland's going to lose to Luque. No, I don't want Batista to win that fight. No, fuck Batista. Dougie gets frisky with the whiskey. You know it, Gaj Ninja. You know it, mate. It's Scotch, though. It's blended Scotch. It's Scotch. Distilled and blended in Scotland. McAllister Reserve. It's piss. It's hog's piss. It's piss. It's Scottish piss water. Is cider popular? Yes, cider's very popular here. Cider's very, very popular. Very popular. Oh, the trash talk of Juliana Pena. Goat Pena. No matter what anybody says. Goat Pena. Is Mario, like Marab holding Jose against the Feints really entertaining? Yeah, fuck that. We do not want that. They're promoting the Harrison fight more than the O'Malley fight? Yeah, because the O'Malley fight, you can't promote it. At least Pena talks shit. It'll be so funny, though, if Mario puts on a Batista performance. Oh, I know, dude. It'll be sad. Del Bue is quality stuff, too. Okay. Drembu. I haven't heard of it. I thought Luque Holland already fought, but I realized it was Turner. Yeah. Dougie 4570 is actually a duty rifle caliber heavy. Thank you, Tommy boy. Appreciate it. Pena makes me laugh, but imagine fighting her. How annoying would it be? Oh my god, she'd be a fucking menace. She's a yapper. She does yap. We play scrappy hands down. We do play scrappy hands down under. Yep. You have to put up with her yapping. Yeah, mate. To listen to her in the cage yapping away. Pena will destroy Harrison. Stop it, dude. Kayla's arms are insane. Kayla's got bigger arms than you, Eric. It's true. They are moving UFC Noche. They're officially moving UFC Noche to Texas. Wow. So Texas is giving way to the Mexicans. What a surprise. Are they still going to make Yair Rodriguez versus Alexander Volkanovski in America? Cider is just piss water with a pinch of heartburn. I don't mind cider. O'Malley is the board that hits back. Bruce Lee was wrong. O'Malley is the board that hits back. Bruce Lee was wrong. Imagine Pena versus Kayla. It's more entertaining than Marab versus Sean. It might be. The trash talking will be. Super Gamer. The trash talking will be. Durambe is classy for bogans. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, when I want to drink a good scotch, I'll drink Telsca Storm. That's the scotch that I like. When I'm like, I'll spend money on a decent bottle, like $100, $120 on a decent bottle. Telsca Storm is really nice. And because the UFC tried to charge Mexico insane ticket prices, and they're all also like, no, and this isn't shit talking to Mexico, but they couldn't build the stadium. They couldn't, for some reason, the Mexican workforce couldn't get themselves organized enough to finish building the stadium. I'm not saying they're lazy. I'm not saying they were sleeping through the construction process. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying the Mexicans couldn't build the stadium in time. Daniel's a man of culture. There you go. Will Kayla even make weight? She's never made 135 and she looks dead on the scale. Yeah, look out for that as well. She probably won't make weight. Marab beat a gorilla. O'Malley would just let his wife be slammed by one. True, Lorendo. True. I think we have the same culture, Gaz. There you go. Lazy. I didn't say that, Eric. I didn't say that. Dougie, do you actually think that I'm gay? Yes, Zesty Drickers. Yes. Well. It looks like the Mexicans couldn't finish building a stadium in time. Just saying. Just saying. China built an entire city for the Olympics within 2 years. Mexico couldn't build a stadium in time. Because all their good workers are already in America. Very good, casual. John Jones would beat his wife to unify his legacy. True. My old ex, very hot mum, reached out to me out of the blue yesterday. Oh, here we go, boys. We got a story. Everyone lock in. Username 123's got a story for us. Okay. My old ex's very hot mum reached out to me out of the blue yesterday. It's been a few years. Said my mum wants me to come and visit her. Even offered to let me stay at her house. Do I do it? Does the Pope shit? Does the Catholic Pope fuck children? Username 123. Yeah. Yeah, mate. Do it. He's also ducking Tom Aspinall. True. Kayla having to make weight. That even fight turns up. She is super big for 135. Yeah, Kayla's not going to be able to make weight, mate. She's not going to be able to make it. Do it. Do it. Elder. Shut up, Eric. All right. What card was I up to? Username? Yes. Martin Budai versus Urarian Solbatolvanov. There's no fucking way that was ranked. No, that wasn't ranked. Victor Henry versus Perito Felicio. Reese McKee versus Daniel Fernandez. Torres Finney versus Robert Valentine. O'Day Osborne versus Lucas Giles. Brad Tavares versus GM3. Pat Sabatini. Dude, there was one ranked fight on Lerone Murphy. There was one ranked fight on that card. On Emmett versus Murphy. One ranked fight on that entire card. Brad Tavares versus GM3. I don't think that was a ranked fight. Chung Ho Lee versus Ravelos. That wasn't a ranked fight. There was one ranked fight. Did you know the UFC tried to give Amanda Nunes a new drug to beat Chris Cyborg? It's called I don't know what you're talking about, simply kudos, and I don't believe you. No, the old ex cheated on me, and when we ended things, and I guess the two of them had a falling out, so maybe this is her getting back. However, the stumper is the mum is kind of crazy, as hot as she... Yeah, hot and crazy go like this. They go together like that. That doesn't change any of the facts you've given us, Username. Username is about to lose his kidney. Nah, you'll be right, Username. Just get out of there. Brock Lesnar returns to beat Pena, based from Brock Lesnar. Username, don't even ask us consent, just do it. Dougie's pronunciation is next. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at pronouncing things. Username, you mentioned no cons. I've gooned 40... This is why you're gay, says Steve. I take Viagra before it, you will have a night to remember. Oh, take Viagra before it, you'll have a night to remember. Don't drink too much. Paul knows. Paul's done this. Paul knows. Forenza equals Fernandez. 2025 UFC. Yep. Nothing fucks like crazy. This is true. Paul knows. So I guess America, for getting a... Hang on a second. What ranking was this? Lerone Murphy versus Josh Emmett. What ranking was this? Josh Emmett wasn't top 5. Lerone Murphy wasn't top 5. So this is 1 point to America, I think. I think this is only 1 point to America, right? Hot take, Amanda Nunes returning to MMA won't revive UFC. No one can... No, dude, I don't think anyone gives a fuck. Is that Tracy's ass? No, not Tracy's ass. Lerone Murphy was 10th. Josh Emmett was 8th. So England won that fight. England gets 1 point. England gets 1 point. England gets 1 point. That was 1 point to the 1 point to the UK. England gets on the board with 2 points. On ya, England. 2 points. About fucking time. Welcome to the 2 point leaderboard, England. It's about fucking time you got here. Welcome to the 2 point leaderboard, England. Mackenzie, it is Mackenzie Dern. Well done, Super Gamer. Well done. It's a point to the UK. Is that a point to the UK? It is. Emmett was a top 10. Username, do everything I said and come back and tell me how right I was. Paul knows. Ben says, I'm still not watching this card. It's been okay, mate. It's been okay. The stream's made it really good. The stream has made the card enjoyable, as it usually does, guys. So thank you guys very much. You guys carry the fight night cards. You're right, Ben. India still has no points, mate. You're absolutely right. Russia with 15 points. Brazil with 10 points. America with 10 points. India still with 0 points. Shocking. Username, get back to us and tell us how the night went. Feed us ice cream? No. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for you guys for being here. No, Lorendo. That's good stuff. This is good stuff. Get it. My neighbors are moving out. See you, cunts. No, I said Serbia. No, you said... hang on a second. Ben5999. Mod. Been a member for 1 month. Still no points for India. No, I'm saying it right. Still no points for India. Have you ever seen the Apex in person? No, never. Never. If I ever get to travel to America again, I will go to the outside of the Apex. I'll probably host a stream from a van parked in front of the Apex. Just like this. What are the 2 wins for Kazakhstan? I don't remember. They were earlier in the year. I don't remember. They were earlier in the year. Do it sooner, not later. Do it sooner, not later. Strike while the iron's hot. Paul knows. It's a pretty nice building. Host a protest. I'll be there. I'll be there. When you eat ice cream, it's so... Okay. All right, Lorendo. Pull up. Outside the Apex. I will. I'll host a live stream from outside the Apex out the back of the van. Like I did when we were at... down by the docks in the van. And I opened up the back door and you guys could see the docks. That's what I'll do. We're at the Apex. Dougie, how does it feel that Croats in the UFC are mogging this? I don't see Croatia with a single win on the board, Ben. What are you talking about? Isn't everyone excited for this Ramiz Brahimaj fight? Aren't we all amped up? Kazakh people's genes go back to the Mongolians and Genghis Khan. Very true. Very true. Don't drink too much. You're going to want to resist. Plus, she is going to ply you with drinks. She is making a mistake with how much she is going to want to give you. There you go. Paul's been in this exact situation before. Paul knows exactly what is going on here. We got to force Dana and Hunter to make good fights. The UFC is becoming boxing. I agree, Super Gamer Predictions. That is why you need to do this, mate. Look at the screen. March on the UFC Apex. March on the UFC Apex. UFC June 27th. March on the UFC Apex. It's a protest on the UFC. March on the Apex. Tag MMA Guru. Tag Lucas Tracy. Get this happening. March at the UFC Apex. This is the answer to boring fights. Stipe and Krokop. Stipe is from Chicago, and Krokop is actually Serbian, mate. When you actually look at where he was born, Ben, he's in here. Paul knows his shit. Yep. Yeah, sure, Billy Goff has had some success, but he certainly knows Zach Reese or Danny Bloody Barlow. Burn that. No, don't burn the Apex. Off camera, do you practice submission holds on your mic using your mouth? No, Lorenzo. No. No, don't. That pick is AI pick is what, isn't it, dude? It's very controversial. It's a very controversial pick. Stipe is of Croat blood, though. Can't ignore the flag on the shot. No, he isn't. When you look at where Stipe's parents actually immigrated from, they actually come from South Serbia. So it's actually 2 wins to Serbia. When you really boil down to it, genetically, he's actually of Serbian descent. Eric, calm the fuck down, mate. Stipe stole Krokop. Yeah, well, no, when you look at where they were born, it's a small Serbian town, very close to the Croatian-Serbian border. Where are his parents from? A Serbian village called Brotahalislav. Shit, now I'm horny from all the memory. Are you Jamaican? Do I look Jamaican, Lorendo? Do I fucking look Jamaican to you, mate? But had none of the warrior spirit. He fought once a year, while Crow Cop fought 5 times a year in his time in Pride. Yes, Serb Cop fought 5 times a year. Base. He's still Catholic. No, he's Orthodox, mate. He's actually he goes to an Orthodox church. What's up, Larry? How are you, dude? No wonder he lost to John Jones. Yep. Do a poll if you're Jamaican. I'm not. I don't look Jamaican, mate. Most people's ancestors would go to very different countries they live in now. Most people's ancestors would go to very different countries that they live in now. Yeah, very true, Secret Talks. I'm eating roughly 20 chickens worth of legs and thighs right now. Base, cheddar head, extra, extra large t-shirt on the way. Last time I checked, Crow Cop and Stipe aren't Orthodox. No, they're Orthodox. They're Orthodox. You probably just didn't look at the right. Probably were looking at the wrong website, Ben. They're both Orthodox. Yeah. Does anyone think John Jones is acting immature for a guy who is pushing 40? Yes. Yes. Do the Jamaican poll. I'm not Jamaican. The Pacers are going to the finals. Nice one, Larry. Good to see, mate. Thank God the Pacers are going to the finals. I was worried, Larry, that the Pacers weren't going to make it to the finals. Let's do that. Hey, and he's dead. He's dead. Gilly. He is looking at the Lord right now. Where should I be looking? You should be looking at registries of local Orthodox churches in the region. Jesus, he's fucked from the... Dude, that choke was brutal. Admit it, you're Jamaican, or tell Joey you ate his ice cream. You can tell Joey that I ate his ice cream, and I loved it. I know you were worried you probably were up all night. I was up all bloody night, mate. I was up all bloody... He pissed himself... He might have pissed himself in there. You just got to take the opportunity. 83% do it. You should have taken a pee break. You would have saved it for the main event. You shouldn't have taken a pre-break and wouldn't have saved it for the main event. Nah, we'll get through the main event, boys. We'll figure out a way to get through it. We'll be right. Dude, that's a nasty choke. God damn. Jesus Christ, the ref cam is sick on this one. Oh my God, dude, the ref cam is brutal. When you see him go out like that in front of you. Oh my God. Do you pee standing up? No, I pee running, mate. I run past the toilet bowl and piss into it. You know, got to stay efficient. Got to keep it moving, Lorendo. Got to keep it moving, mate. You know, I don't have time to stand. I don't do anything standing. I'm constantly moving. If I go to the toilet bowl, I'm walking past it and just pissing. Oh, this. Fucking... why does Krokop have a central Balkan accent? Well, that's where Serbia is, right in the center of the Balkans, mate. I just wanted to know how much of the chat is... Well, 17% by the look of it. I picked him by first round. Nice one, Woeful. Well done. New ref cam. The ref cam is new, dude. Ref cam is new, uploaded. First night in. Username, watch the Praying Mantis documentary. That is true, it does sound... You like your... Well, Lorendo, when you got shit to do, you don't have time to stand around, mate. You gotta run through that shit. I can bang, 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 bang. Get it done. Pride used to have a ref cam, but refused to adopt it because he didn't want to be seen as copying them. Yeah, and PFL also has ref cam as well. Yeah. Balkan people eat raw tomatoes. And a very strong, also very old school. What's wrong with eating raw tomatoes? Who doesn't eat raw tomatoes? You weren't wrong about UFC 320 being moved. Oh, they showed it on the screen, Gamer. But in all seriousness, did you know about Einstein married a Serbian scientist, mathematician, historian, attributed a lot of Einstein's discoveries straight up done by her? I didn't know about that, dude. No, I didn't. I didn't know about that. Benny, I didn't know that. I like the ref cam too. The UFC used to have a ramp. It was fucking epic. Man, the UFC used to be better. Joey uses a catheter. That's why he is also irritated. Leave Joey alone. How lame is it now? It's the most low-cost production they can do now. Why would you? I mean, they eat it very often in their breakfast. Yeah, I know. I know. When my mum makes me breakfast, she serves it up with raw tomato. Yeah. Raw tomato is very good for your testosterone. It's good for your boys. It's good for the balls, mate. What is he wearing? Small cap. Prime Tito coming out to Limp Bizkit and Chuck Liddell coming out to intro with the mask from. Tap out his peak UFC. When's your birthday? I'm not doxing myself, mate. Look into Einstein's Serbian wife. She claimed to be not credited properly, but I will, Benny. I will, mate. Thank you for letting me know about that. Dougie doesn't even know about Tito coming out to break stuff in 2022. Next level alphaness. I do know Tesla was a Serb. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. God damn. We all knew it was goofy as fuck at the time, and everyone would laugh in the future, but we didn't care. Yeah, I mean, again, it was a different, like, it was back when the sport was trying to get fans. You know what I mean, Super Shotgun? It isn't that now. Now the sport is just trying to create a product to fill in TV slots on a streaming service. I keep seeing the Cybertruck everywhere. I don't see what's so good about it. All I see is a big... Hang on 1 second. This guy's crying. One second, guys. Alright, on you, mate. Raise Brahimaj. Nachoing you. I keep seeing the Cybertrucks everywhere. I don't see what's so good about them. It looks like a big, giant trash can. Yeah, I wouldn't be buying a Cybertruck. If I had that kind of money, I wouldn't be buying a Cybertruck. Now we get DC with the condom on his head interviewing some random guy in a warehouse. That is peak UFC in 2025, shotgun. I paid $5.80 for the sub. I'm up $4 by the day. Oh, nice one, Tim. That's beautiful, mate. You want to know what even works better for T levels than eating tomatoes? It's taking tomato slice and rubbing it directly on your balls twice a day. I don't think so, Larry. I don't think that's true. This is us in India too, Dougie. What are you talking about, Tim? Why is DC doing the cone head thing? It's Rahiz Brahimash's cap. Tesla is one of the most interesting people ever. Imagine what it would have accomplished if we had proper funding and equipment. Yeah, They killed Tesla. The FBI killed Tesla because he figured out how to make electricity free for the entire planet. It was a funny ass hat. It was a funny ass hat. Does DC know how ridiculous he looks with the condom on his head? I bet he does, mate. I bet he does. DC is wearing a condom on his head. DC was wearing a condom on his head. I don't see the point of electric cars. The lithium that is mined and processed to make batteries causes pollution as well, so I don't know how we're saving the environment. Oh, secret talks. Oh, secret talks. You simple, dumb fuck. I'm kidding, mate. I didn't mean to call you a dumb fuck. The point of electric cars, simple talk, is so they can turn them off. It's so that they can turn them off. That's the point of electric cars. So that when you get your carbon credits and be a good little slave living in your 15-minute cities, they can just turn them off. That's the point. That's the point. That's the only point of electric cars. So they can turn them off. So they can turn the internet off. So that all the devices in your house, your electricity meter becomes a smart meter. Everything in your house is smart this, smart that. And they can just turn it off and control you. That's the point. He's Albanian. I think so, yeah. Cybertrucks are good so the fuel costs basically... Cybertrucks are good in that the fuel costs are basically nothing. There you go. Gamrot versus Klein, finally, the fight night. Here we go. Tesla got mogged by Edison. No, mate, no. Edison had to steal from Tesla. Dougie was born in a condom. Literally impossible. Sun tax incoming. Yes, Antec. Didn't Edison electrocute an elephant? Pretty much. He did. If you had to get rid of one UFC champ currently, which one would you pick? Ooh. John Jones. They can already remotely turn off any car from 2003 forward. There you go. What will O'Malley cope when he loses to Marab? What will O'Malley's cope be when he loses to Marab? He won't. He won't cope. He'll just move up to 145. Yeah. Thank you, UFC Casual, for another 10 pounds, brother. Thank you so much, man. Alien Woke, Yazura, Ben, Dowkinners, and Musical MMA all got gifted memberships. Shout out to Musical MMA. OG fucking goat of the game. I just want to smoke weed and listen to the guru. The MMA guru. Thank you very much for the other 10 pounds, UFC Casual. I appreciate it, dude. Basically, the only reason to buy a Tesla car would be to have free fuel. Yes, but you still got to pay for the electricity, don't you? So... Gamrot speaks like Border. He does, brother. He does. This is very nice. Dougie is right. You know how I know? They fucking say it all the time in their mission statements. Yes, Google a 15-minute city. It's literally what they want. O'Malley versus Volk is interesting. It is interesting, yeah. Edison electrocuted the elephant because of the difference between AC and the DC current. Yes. Sean will shock the world. I believe, Nacho. Sean O'Malley is about to rock the world. Fucking delicious. O'Malley is incapable with dealing with losses. He coped. When he lost to Cheeto, got knocked the fuck out the first time, coped again when he got dominated and cocked. Back kisses completely. It was completely fucking embarrassing from old O'Malley. Yeah, but we'll see what he does with this one. He might just have to take it on the chin. Because he has said, like, I'm 100% healthy. I've quit masturbating. I don't look at porn. No, this is the best I've ever felt. So we'll see how he goes with it. It pisses me off that members don't go to the viewers in the chat. Yeah, same, Casual. Same. Very same. He always has a coping excuse. I mean, O'Malley's got bones of fucking brittle fiber. Gamrot fight now. Tassa fuel is free if you have solar, mate. There you go. Australia's going to start charging you for having extra solar panels. For having extra solar. So, yeah, no, it's great. Buy a Tesla. Go nuts. Last time... the sphere were too bright. Yeah, the lights at the sphere were too bright. What is Australia's new thing that they're bringing in? If you put electricity back into the grid or you hold electricity, they're charging you for that. So you're now losing money having solar panels and a battery connected to your house in Australia. Buy an electric car that you can't fix and turns itself off and it's connected to the grid. Do it. That little slave kids in Africa have to dig up all the lithium for. Yep, do it. Volk would win even though Sean has power. I feel like Volk would take Sean into difficult transition. Volk would win even though Sean has very significant power. The thing, like, Sean's very lanky. Very good on the outside. Very good at popping shots. Volk would have to get grapply with him, I reckon. The chat has spoken. I work for an airline, so I get free flights. So my next weekend off, you guys know where I'm going to get it. Username. Now that he stopped fapping and smoking weed and playing games, etc., what'll make the difference? Dude should have lost to Suckermuth and got off lightly since Suckermuth had 0 fight IQ. True, he was rolling around on the ground with no fucking legs. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie convincing O'Malley to smoke weed and jerk off again? Mate, you gotta fucking... Mate, this ain't nothing. You gotta fucking take it, mate. Go on, get on it, mate. You were better. You were in the zone. Fucking get into it, mate. Start smoking. And watch some corn, mate. We're going to find out October 26th. He also lost to Pedro Munez, lost the first round, then I poked him and got gifted the DQ. True. To be fair, 99% of average Joes would also cop if they lost the number one world star. Very true, Casual. Very, very true. Very true. Not to mention he's lost to the amateurs against... All right, Super Shotgun's going in hard on Sean O'Malley here. The Sphere event was overshadowed by mediocre fights. Imagine they do fights like Ilya Charles or DDP Hums out there instead. They went there with the Noche bullshit. I agree, Secret Talks. It's fucking sad what they did. Should have been a global celebration of all of MMA. Everything that MMA has become over the last 35 years. A story told through a company that was about to go bankrupt and banned on pay-per-view into becoming one of the big four sports in the world. But instead we got How Good is Mexico? Watch the fight with Carlos Lazolza, where he completely faked an illegal knee, stealing a win when he was getting his ass kicked. Have you seen that fight? Bring up O'Malley versus Carlos Lazolza. That is his true fight. I don't think so. Is this an amateur fight? I don't think I've seen it, mate. Maybe after the Ludovic Klein fight. Remind me again, Shotgun. Username is headed to Thailand. With Zesty Drill. Off they go. UFC Sphere was shit. It should have been a great card, but Marab and Valentina ruined it. True. True, Super Shotgun. True. True, Super Gamer. Very true. Main event time! From Paradox, the Chad. Good to see you, dude. Makes me laugh when I see a fraud like O'Malley who got everything in his career handed to him act like some bad... Well, he doesn't really act like a badass Super Shotgun. He just rocks up and B's boring. Come on, Klein! Coming out to fucking AC/DC. And people forget, man, Slovakia is actually a region of Serbia. Based Ludovic Klein, part of the Serbian Empire. Beautiful stuff from Klein. We love to see it. Who cares about his amateur career? Shotgun, he KO'd Aljo to win the belt. He is legit. Can you do an impression of Beanie Dougie blowing weed smoke in O'Malley's face and putting corn on the TV? Mate, if you're not going to fucking get into it, I'll fucking do it for you, mate. Hang on. Where's that old fucking channel? Fucking Skin Network on cable? There it is, mate. Come here, O'Malley. Fucking there you go, cunt. Get into it, mate. Get into it. Down a highway to hell. According to Dana, Power Slap is already the most popular sport in the history of the world. I know, Tommy. Dana's lying. We know that, don't we, mate? The 25th time watching the fucking Dior commercial. That's the good thing about Fight Pass in Australia. You don't get commercials. You just get a UFC branded... You just get a fucking PowerPoint that says UFC on it. Who's watching Power Slap? No one. Bots. When Power Slap came over to YouTube, it was one of the first companies that they turned off the live stream numbers for, Super Gamer. True story. The biggest sport in the world with the most views of all time had to turn their views off when they're on YouTube. Awkward. If I was getting the most views of all time out of any sport ever, I'd leave my views on. I'd proudly mog. If I was the MMA streamer that was getting more views than any of the other MMA streamers, I'd leave my views on. Not turn them off. But hey, that's just me. Damn, I wasn't paying attention to this card and it's almost over. Yes, we're there. It's the last card. It's the last fight of the night. The fact he even got a title shot off of a single ranked robbery win over Yarn, that is embarrassing. Dude, literally, I poked Muniz after losing first round and they treated it like a win. Yes, they did. We all know why Dougie's an O'Malley fan. Why, Zesty Driggus? Pierogi. What's a pierogi? What's a pierogi, Anik? Let me, I want to see this, Anik. What's a pierogi? Polish dumplings. Based. Images. No. Oh, they look sick, mate. Yeah, nice. Very nice, mate. Polish dumplings. They look good. The Yarn fight was close, but calling it a robbery is... I reckon it's a robbery. The views they do have are Botted and Indians, exactly, Eric. Very true. Dana definitely crashed out. Absolutely. Polish dumplings. Yeah, they look good, mate. They look really fucking good. O'Malley has the easiest ride in absolute layups in his whole career in the UFC history. They are desperate for him to be champion and a superstar. Here's the definition of an industry plant. I'm going to have to side with Shotgun on this one, Nacho. Power slap is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It is, dude. It is, man. It is like two truckers, two redneck fucking guys that drive trucks for a living, just slapping each other in the face for $2,000 each. It's ridiculous, Shyla. Can you do an impression of Bryce thinking O'Malley is a magical rainbow elf creature? You got to use dessert. What the hell is that? Now that's a magical demon creature. No, that is a rainbow elf creature. I read about them. They're demons. Fried chicken from Kentucky. Okay. Fake Serb over here doesn't even know what a pierogi is. What has Poland got to do with Serbia, Larry? Except that they're both based nations that can't be shifted in their views. I think O'Malley surprised a lot of us by becoming the champ and defending it. He may not be as big of a superstar as they make him out to be, but he's a great fighter. At least he's a fun striker to watch, Secret Talks. That's absolutely true. But he is fabricated by the UFC to be the biggest star he can possibly be. And he did get a very easy run up the rankings. When have you ever seen a number one ranked contender get a win off a robbery fight? Only fight in the rankings that he got a win on was a robbery fight. And then they rested him for a year to be ready for the champion. I'd rather watch two Russian guys fighting in a phone booth than Power Slap featuring Nina. I agree, Super Gamer. That does sound like fun. Power Slap is fine when it's on TV at the bar. Yeah, when it's background noise, Eric. Cheddarhead, I get it. When you're at the bar drinking anyway and it's just background noise. Had Sean O'Malley won the first fight, they would have given Umar a title shot. Who would they rather have as a champ? They would give it to Sandhagen. Power Slap is the only sport where being drunk gives you an advantage. Darts, Tommy boy, darts. Anderson got subbed. What a fraud. Yeah, O'Malley is definitely a good fighter. I always said that, but man, his road was easy as fuck. Absolutely. Back from watching boxing, the guy lost to a can, and now Caralho versus Plant is... That sucks. Poor boxing. All right, guys, can we lock in? This is Ludovic Klein versus Gamrot. This is a ranked fight in the lightweight division. Lock in. Yeah, lock in. Ranked fight in the lightweight division. This actually means something. I know it's rare. I know we're at the Apex, but this means something. Gamrot on the outside. Klein, based, Serbian, Orthodox, dancing around the outside. I'm opening the rush. Yeah, get your links going. Come on, Klein. Nice low kick from Gamrot. I hate it. High kick from Gamrot. Klein looking a little bit lost on the outside, not going to lie. Kick up the middle from Klein. DC glazing Gamrot. Jab from Gamrot. Klein not doing much of anything, is he? Dancing around the outside. He's being confused by Gamrot. 1-2 down the center from Klein. All right now, Benny. Low kick from Gamrot. Jab from Gam. Oh, Klein. I think Gamrot slipped. Gamrot's in on the single leg. Klein's got to get scrambly here. Here we go. Here comes Scamrot. Backpack riding, boring Scamrot. Good to see Gamrot understands the assignment. The UFC is trying to bury his career on the Apex. What is he doing? Getting on the back. Wrestling. Very clever, Gamrot. Very clever. You're a smart man, Gamrot. You've been listening to your friend Dustin Poirier. Fake Serb over here doesn't even know what not knowing about Polish food has to do with being a Serb. Shut up, Larry. Shut the fuck up. I love that your name is still Doug's agent. This chat, I swear to God, this fucking community sometimes. What have we built, boys? What have we fucking built? I'm not chatting because I'm FaceTiming a Filipino chick, and Ben wants to know if she's fit. Rate her out of 10, Gaz Ninja. So funny, P. Had Gary think he's the next title fight because he was a fill-in. Yeah, Gamrot was the fill-in stand. Gamrot was the backup fighter for Islam versus Welcome to I know, Uploader. I hate him so much. But Gamrot was the backup fighter. They screwed him, yeah. Brick by brick, Eric. Yep. She's a 7.5. All right, Gaz Ninja. You do you, mate. Keep us reported, mate. Let us know how it goes. Also, Ian's a cuck. Also, Ian is a cuck. Very true. Good on to see Gamrot wrestling. Knees to the body. Well done, Gamrot. You understand the assignment. I'm being buried at the Apex. Why do I not get title fight? I don't know. Let me wrestle more. Here, I wrestle now. $7.5 isn't that hype though. Jesus, Ben. No, I only fuck 10s, mate. Only 10s for me. Only absolute models for me. Fucking incel energy. No. I only fuck models. I don't waste my time with anything less than a 10. If it isn't a fucking Colombian model with 100,000 Instagram followers, I don't get my dick out for nothing. Yeah, Gaz Ninja's just trying to see some tits, mate. Fucking leave him alone. Serbia's not even a country, it's just a little valley. Shut up, Zesty. Why are you gay? Exactly, Chris.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
Good to see you, Chris. I hope you're good, mate. Good to see you, man. Shout out to Chris. Where have you been all day, brother? Oh, Gamrot, this is why the UFC hates you. This is why the UFC hates you. Yet another never getting a title shot performance, Gamrot. You do not understand the assignment. Vintage Gamrot! Oh, mate. Maybe next time they'll put you on the prelims of an Apex card, Gamrot. You do not fucking understand what is going on. Oh, fucking hell. Whenever Gamrot fights, I don't know if Gamrot is getting dropped or going for a takedown and getting hit. I know. Grabbed the cage, he did. I'm shocked Gamrot has been punished by the company. This is being punished by the company. He's fighting down. He's fighting down at the Apex. Gamrot and Evloev are the same person. Evloev's more entertaining than Gamrot. Oh, God, mate. Oh, shot from outside the warehouse doors. This is some high-level production. Look at this camera angle from outside the warehouse. Wow. Serbia has this brandy called Slivovitz. It will hurt. Yes, we do have Slivovitz. It's quite good, actually. Yeah, my priest makes it. My godfather makes it. And Bilal fights like that if he can. Gamrot versus Dawson and Marab. No, Gamrot's the worst out of all of them. Here we go again. Here we go again. Gamrot back at it. Remember, guys, we've got a bar. Oh, I know, dude. The UFC fucking hates us. Strickland needs to back out of the Apex like a good boy he was back then. Strickland needs to back out in the Apex like the good boy he was back then. Poor old Strickland. They'll probably send him back to the Apex as well. I'm doing decent, man. Just slept through the card for the banger co-main and main event. Yeah, Chris, you should have stayed asleep, mate. I'm good, dude. I'm alright, you know? We've had a fun card. The boys have made it fun. I watched Ryzen last night. How was it, Cheddar? The first chick fight was fun. Yeah, the first chick fight was fun. I'm Russian, but I want Ludovic Klein to win. On ya, Schlayanka. On ya. On ya, Schlam. Based, Shyla. Based. Even back in the day, like no-name fight nights would have at least have a Dan Henderson versus Tim Boster. Yeah, they'd at least have something on it. This is nothing on it. It feels like a different sport than the UFC. I bet it does, dude. I bet it feels actually exciting and fun and entertaining like it matters. And it would be filled with amazing fights? Yeah. It's 4 a.m. and I'm watching this dog shit card. Is it time to end it all? It's time to find a new sport, Dig. Like Ryzen or One Championship or BKFC. Your dyslexia is slapping today? It is. It's quite good today. Based performance from Gamrot? Shut up, Woeful. Gamrot was fun against Hooker. Was Hooker fun against Gamrot, Ben? Hooker's always fun. Gamrot's always boring. What was the big difference? They fight like this because it's the Apex. They should try and fight their way out of the Apex secret talks. Bro, they literally have Derek Lewis as a main event on a fight night crowd in 2025. I know. It's fucking embarrassing, isn't it? I mean, look how many cards we've been through while we're doing the Olympics Super Shotgun. How many cards only have 1 or 2 ranked fights on them? It's boring. It's embarrassing. Gamrot's fun when he's forced to have fun? Exactly. When someone forces the fun. Gamrot isn't fun. The fighter he is matched up against. BKFC, it's in the fists. And that one's not even at the Apex. I agree, Shotgun. Don't show your balls on the screen, Doug. I watch football, luckily, but I'm a United fan, so it just adds to the Sue sentiment. So it adds to the Sue sentiment. Yeah, it can be that way sometimes. Gamrot fell off after the Dariush loss. I agree, Secret Talks. So same thing as Bilal versus JDM. Gamrot and Bilal are not fun. They were forced to stand, and that's why they fought was entertaining. Yeah, it's the fun fighter that's making it fun. It's not Bilal and it's not Gamrot. It's Dan Hooker and JDM that is making the fun fight. I can't remember why I was waiting for the Gamrot fight. Slow motion replays of Power Slap would be more exciting. Because there was a chance that Ludovic Klein would have been able to scramble out of these positions and make it entertaining, Tommy. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. Dan Hooker backyard fights are funny. They're so good. Oh, yeah, bro. Get him, mate. Get him, brother. Come on, mate. Let's go, eh? She's got D-cups on you guys, Ninja. At least Derek Lewis gets 6 finishes when he wins. Really expecting a finish on this main event? No, we're not. I thought Klein would be some breath of fresh air in the lightweight division. Same, dude. I used to ride really high on Klein. I remember I once scored him like a 97 out of 100 when I was doing my little fighter matrix thing. That was retarded. Anderson, the middleweight champ, fighting at light heavyweight, was fight of the night main event in 2008. In 2025, we get Blanchfield versus Barber. Thank you, Nacho. True, wise, correct, and based. This is why Volk versus Mobzar would be a banger. More chance they cancel out each other's grappling and have a scrap. I agree, Dig. The fight to make is Mobzar versus Volk. Volk can scramble. Come on, Klein. Sleep him, man. Sleep him. Holy shit, he's retarded. He is. Gamrot versus Grant Dawson is the dream fight. Fuck you, Woeful. Are you trying to give us brain cancer? But Gaz Ninja, does she have a fat ass? Strickland versus Bilal would be a great fight at the Apex. Do it, Super Gamer. Strickland versus Bilal at the Apex. Borlal. Snorland at the Apex. Sean Snorland at the Apex. Nacho gets it. Nacho gets it. Dude, going back and watching Anderson Silva's career, we might just become a nostalgia stream. We might just become a nostalgia stream. Just go back and watch old fights. Guru seemed to describe Klein well. He is like the lightning Nathaniel Wood. The lightweight Nathaniel. That's a good one, yeah. Yeah, dude, I was really high on Klein. I was, man. I liked him a lot. He doesn't seem to be living up to the expectations I had. King Green sleeping Grant Dawson in 20 seconds was fucking hilarious. Yeah, that is good. Fights like these are a very good cure to insomnia. Gamrot is a cure to insomnia, man. Go back and watch old IVC fights from the 90s. Yeah, dude, that's what I reckon, like, we're just going to go back and watch old fights. Definitely go back and watch GSP fights. Oh, that would be painful. GSP was a lot of lay and pray. Please, God, be interesting. There are so many old promotions and shows that people don't know about. Rumble on the Rock. Yeah, I think it'd be good for the culture if, like, MMA YouTube went back and did some nostalgia streams and educated the new fans. So that's why you guys are important. That's why you guys can never leave me. I forgot my clock in this. That's how you know a fight's shit, when I completely forget about the clock. Ilya versus Charles would be crazy though. I can't wait. That is going to be good. Secret Talks. Yeah, that is going to be really good. Very, very true. Shuto, Pancrase, Cage Rage, King of the Cage, old school events. I like it. Super Shotgun. I'll have to get some old VHSs and find a VHS to HDMI adapter. That'd be sick. VHS to HDMI adapter. Plug it into the laptop. Giving Klein a 97 on the fighter match. Yeah, it wasn't a 90, but it was high, is what I'm saying, Nacho. Like, it was high. I don't remember what it was, but it was high. It was a lot higher than it deserved to be, is the point of the story. Seeing him jab Josh Koscheck's face off with one arm for 5 rounds. I'd rather watch Lionheart Smith curl up into a ball. Yeah, Swoful. That is, at least that's funny. It's important that history doesn't get forgotten as these guys did for zero money and got smashed, so they at least deserve their... I agree, Shotgun. That's why we need you guys to stay around for now until I update my firmware and can carry the torch forward. Lionheart versus a random burger would be a banger. Random burglar would be a banger. Would tell me. There's a webcam of Lionheart's house as some crackhead comes in through the front door. Can you do an impression of Evil Dougie using Ball Smith as an anchor for his boat? Fucking g'day, cunt. Oh, fuck, my anchor broke off. Oi, Anthony, get over here. Anthony, get over here, mate. No, I can't. I'm trying so hard, man. Anthony, fucking get over here, cunt. See you, cunt. It's almost as blasphemous as Dougie not putting respect on Brian Stan's name. Brian Stan doesn't deserve it. Who would win, Rigo versus MMA Joey? MMA Joey would have a heart attack on the walkout. People forget, man, Koscheck couldn't fly back from Canada. He had to drive home due to his orbital being broken. Truly smashed in. I'm guessing Ilya would drop olives and would try that ground thing he did with Gaethje and Poirier, but Ilya would ground and pound or knock him out too many times. Wouldn't mind Oliveira winning, though. I don't mind who wins it. I think Oliveira's getting slept. Send Klein to the PFL. Too far, Cheddarhead. I know you're angry. Are you losing money on a parlay? They should do Lionheart versus Colby. Anthony Smith's a lightweight. A light heavyweight. Colby's a welterweight. This guy beat Armin, by the way. Stop, Eric. Guys like Jose, Indian Loons, are one of the most badass strikers to come out of Brazil, or Joachim Hansen, or Ronan. Okay, thank you, Super Shotgun. I want to slide. All right, guys, Ninja. I don't need to start edging to us. Nacho was right about Koscheck, by the way. His eye was so messed up he couldn't fly because of the pressure change. Fucking hell. People really do forget, man. That's what you forget. That's what you get for messing with our Cutman Tate. Good old Cutman Tate, the big bastard on the outside of the Apex there. Lionheart would quit if he fought Colby. Probably. Colby would go for a takedown and Anthony Smith would curl into a fucking ball and quit. Probably. It's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Oh, fuck, I hate you, Gamrot, so fucking much. I am so happy the UFC fucked you, Gamrot. I am so fucking happy the UFC hates you. I fucking hate you, and I fucking hate Sean Brady, and I fucking hate Brendan Allen, and I fucking hate the Apex. Months and months and weeks of this shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, you people at the fucking Apex wrestlers on a co-main event. And in a fucking 6 months' time, people are going to be like, why do you hate Gamrot? Why do you hate Sean Brady so much? Why do you hate these guys so much? Because it's shit like this. Oh, but Gamrot had a fun fight against Dan Hooker. Remember that one fun fight that Sean Brady had? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fucking months and hours and years of this shit at the fucking Apex where these fucking wrestlers just hold cunts down in an empty fucking warehouse at the end of 5 fucking hours of this shit. Oh, they're such brain cancer. Look at these fucking NPCs at the desk. Such a waste of fucking time. I don't know how the fuck you English do this. I don't know how much longer I can take it, man. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I don't know how much longer I can do this. I just swear to God, might just skip Apex cards and just watch them back. Just look at Tapology and then watch some of the fights back. I don't know how much longer you can just sit here for 5 hours at a time watching this shit. I think you should play Tetris. I mean, I try and make them fun. You know, like by playing games on the side in Canva, like with you guys. Like this shit. Like, you know, coming up with like tier lists and UFC Valhalla and who's winning UFC. Like shit like that. I try and make them fun for you guys. Fuck you, Gamrot. Fuck you. Fuck you, Gamrot. You will never fight for a title. You go on the Sean Brady pile. Yeah, man, I don't blame you. I probably just watched the Croatian Street with the main shit. I get you, bro. 5 hours of these Apex. It's torture, dude. It's so boring, Shyla. It's so fucking boring. Aaron Blanchfield, but it's just like... You could go... I know for a fact, because I do this after the live streams. I go back and I watch the cards after the live stream, the interesting fights. You can get the Apex cards done in an hour and a half. In an hour and a half, you can get them done. Watch all the interesting shit, the walkouts, the fights, the post-fight interview. You can get an entire 5-hour Apex card done in an hour and a half. I know because I do it every fucking weekend. Because I miss the fights because I'm talking to chat, trying to make them fun for you guys. And then after the fight's done, when I go offline, I actually go back and watch the interesting fights that I missed. Like that fun WMA fight at the start of this card, I'm going to go back and watch it. You can do an entire Apex card, ad-free, without the boring shit, in an hour and a half. Easy. Easy. Blanchfield about to emulate Scamron. Oh my god, I'm going to have a fucking... This is why no one watches the Apex cards. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. I skip all the fight nights except for the main events and only watch like cards like Usman. I don't blame you, Secret Talks. Maybe MMA Joey will be a little bit excited watching Aaron. Maybe too. Scamrock called out BSD for a main event in Paris. You've got to be fucking kidding me. They're not giving him BSD. Dougie doesn't even know what... Shut up, Zesty. Cards like this only deserve the highlights. They do. They don't deserve 5 hours of people watching this shit. If I wasn't in Australia where it's the middle of the day on a Sunday and it's either this or relax and play video games, I wouldn't watch it. I don't know why anyone in England watches this shit. I don't know why anyone in America stays up till 1 a.m. watching this shit. There's no fucking way I'd be watching this shit if it wasn't on at the perfect time in Australia. It's honestly, it's on from 8 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. It's just on. But if it wasn't just on, there's no fucking way I'd be watching this shit. Watched some Cage Warriors earlier. It was Cage Warriors, Eternal, One Championship, Ryzen. It's so much better. Antec, thank you for the £20, dude. I tapped this card, has defeated me. Great stream. See you on the net. Antec, thank you for the $20, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £20, dude. And thank you, UFC Casual, for the £20 that you donated. I think Gaz Ninja donated as well before. Thank you guys for the donations. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very, very much. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that boost, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a lot of money, dude. £20 is a lot of money. Thank you very much, man. That means a lot, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. He calls out BSD. He's not getting BSD. At least the chat is fun. It's the only way. It is. If it's not for you guys, I wouldn't do it. If people didn't rock up to this live stream, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, I've been slowly watching less and less UFC lately with all the Apex. I don't blame you, Chris. I don't blame you. Called out Patty as well. He's retarded. He's fucking retarded. He's not getting any of those names, Nacho. Bro, watch Howard Holland 3-minute video Nacho posted last night on the Discord. It will give you the injection of testosterone. I might, Paul. I might. Thank you, Eric, for the $1, dude. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the $1, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Leon could pull off a better fight night than anyone else, and I'd be sleep. Dude, Leon Edwards would be more interesting than this. Sent you a raid. Oh, awesome. We need O'Malley versus Lionheart Smith Apex exhibition. O'Malley versus Lionheart. Why? So O'Malley could break his ankle on Lionheart. Lionheart could curl into a ball. Thank you, Antec, for the £20. Thank you, Eric, for the Glizzy donation. I appreciate the Glizzy donation. Canelo fight or whatever skull, whatever was. Canelo fight with whoever's skull or whatever was. What Canelo just fought and it was boring. Antec just got defeated by UFC for a 5-hour snowfest. No, thank you, Antec. I appreciate it. We needed that, man. I haven't watched a single fight, just been listening to the stream, doing my thing. That's the thing, Daniel. You could just be gaming, got like anything else other than this. City Life Project says, I'm trying to send you my audience. I told them to unsubscribe to me and all, but they are dumb and they don't realize that you are an actual MMA channel. Well, thank you, City Life. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, dude. It is what it is, mate. I mean, I'm watching MMA, and MMA's fucking dog shit right now. So why would they want to come over here? They'd want to do fucking anything else, mate. You probably went, hey, subscribe to Dougie's Corner. He's actually an MMA channel. And they went, oh, fuck that. MMA at the Apex right now? No thanks. You should be paid $100 from the UFC to watch this card. Fuck, mate. This card has been fucking horrible. Thank you, City Life, dude. I appreciate the shout out on your channel, man. At least you tried, brother. Thank you. Howard Holt was last night all pure testosterone. And we needed it, mate. Been playing God of War on PlayStation 3 and it's better than the UFC 8. That's the thing, Super Gamer. Like, I could just be gaming all day and then go back and do a 1-hour recap instead of watching this. You know what I mean? I could sleep in till like 10:30, go for a run along the beach, come back, play some Grand Theft Auto Online, watch the Apex card in an hour and a half, and then do a post-fight live show. Sleep in till like 10 o'clock, go for a run on the ocean, have lunch, game for a bit, and then when it gets to around the main event, watch back the entire card in an hour and a half, and then go live afterwards for a post-fight live show. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We appreciate your sacrifice watching this card, so we don't know. Well, thank you, Shiloh. I appreciate it. And thank you, City Life Project. MMA is boring. Shotgun was right. Howard Holland versus Keith Hackney is the biggest... is the biggest what-if fight in the history of the sport, where testosterone meets testosterone. I tell you, a lot of the reason why I watch these cards is to hang out with all you dorks in this chat. Imagine sitting in your house in front of this with zero distraction. Just watching this pure torture. Yeah, dude, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. If you guys weren't here for this live stream, I don't think I'd be watching it. I really don't think I'd be watching it. I think I'd just be watching it back. Zesty Drickus' name checks out. Oh, yeah, he's the gayest person on MMA YouTube. And the production tonight has been so shit. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Macy's taking his shit. Yeah, Macy Barber's taking a shit. Yeah. She's taking a shit. Yeah. Super Shotgun and Too Smelly is super valuable, even as old heads to me. Show me stuff less fucking... Yeah, no, I appreciate Super Shotgun, Too Smelly, Nacho, the old heads in the chat. I do appreciate them a lot. I turned this shit off, not watching the main... I don't blame you, Eric. Why do... Like, bro, it's 2:28 in Vegas right now. Why the fuck is the UFC with dirty everyone else outside of America? I don't know, dude. I don't know what is going on with the time zone. If YouTube didn't exist, I don't know how I would even follow MMA at this point. Oh, like the fun creators trying to make it fun. Yeah, I agree, Shotgun. Hope Blanchfield's opponent actually has takedown defense because I need to see the here strike. Yes, don't make it a WrestleFest. I want to hear the here. Apex Fight Nights are just UFC money laundering because there's no way people are watching. And OTM, they asked Netflix to pay $1 billion for this shit. They think Netflix wants to pay $1 billion for this shit. Super Shotgun says, I've been watching for 20 years. I know, dude. You remember the amount of knowledge that you have is insane. And you are like, I'm going to walk away. We're watching Doug descend into madness. I could think of a better way to spend my Sunday. Getting VHS tapes from the 90s and shit, my eyes would be glued to the screen. And now look at you. You're like, I can't even be bothered watching. Barber dip, Barber's taking a shit. The Quran says that they're replaying Blanchfield and Barber at the Apex over and over again for the rest of eternity to the unbelievable. That's hell. We are living in hell. Dougie, if Macy Barber poo had left the loop, no. Watching my home team destroy the cuck-ass New York team and their expensive-ass superstar players was a nice alternative to the prelims tonight. Larry, yes. Yes, that sounds more fun. Watching your team actually win at sport. MMA YouTubers care about MMA more than the UFC. We do, dude, because it's like... This is our sport. This is the thing that we do. This is what gives us... We go to work and we pay our bills and... Every single day, you wake up, you go to work, you hang sheets of drywall, you go to the office, you drop your kids off at school, you fucking pay your bills, you go home, you clean up the house, you grind out the life. You grind out life. And MMA is that one thing where it's not soy wokeness sold to you. You can't watch a movie without the lesbian chick being the hero and the man being the idiot. You can't watch TV without the message everywhere. You can't enjoy any entertainment without the message. And MMA is the last bastion of just two guys hitting each other in the face. It's the release. And they're ruining it. They're ruining it. They're fucking ruining it. Alright, we're getting news. Hang on. Oh my god, it got cancelled. Oh my god, it got cancelled. Macy Barber shat herself and pulled out. It's cancelled. It's cancelled. It's Shotgun, it's cancelled. As she was walking out, she turned around and went back to the locker room. Who's fighting? No one's fighting. It's cancelled. It's over. I suppose it's good news. Yeah. Dude. Fraud checked before it even got... I'm serious. But it's cancelled. It's over. It's done. They're saying she was walking out, then she turned around and went back to the locker room and she's not medically cleared to fight. There was no oomph on this fight, DC. No one gave a fuck about this fight. Oh, this is the end of the worst 2 weeks in UFC. This has been the most boring, dead 2 weeks in MMA history. 2 weeks of Dana White getting fired from boxing, of the UFC fans starting a petition to strip John Jones, of there being no interesting news, capped off by a WMMA fight at the Apex where she literally shat herself on the walkout and couldn't be bothered going to the cage. This is this is the peak of the worst 2 weeks in MMA history. Still Dre is playing. 316 would be pain to watch as a welterweight. 316 would be pain to watch as well after all this. Oh, please don't. Dana White was never my friend. Let Volk step in. All the talk she said beforehand. Yep. Dana is at the... And Dana's not even in Las Vegas. Dana is not watching this. They better put this video up on YouTube channel. We can... They better keep this video up on YouTube so we can see exactly what happened. Yep. UFC history. Let's go, Volk. This card gets a 2 out of 10. This is horrible, mate. Taurus Vinny main event. I want to... Shut up, Zesty. She saved the card. She did save the card. She actually made it interesting. She did actually make an interesting secret talks. She said she was going to be the youngest champ. She shat herself on the walk out to the warehouse. Dana's deep. Dana's nose deep in a pile of powder right now. What even happened? She just... Well, so this is what happened. She went out. She started walking out. Then she turned around, went back into her locker room, and now she's not medically cleared to fight. Imagine if this was a pay-per-view main event. This is embarrassing, dude. She better be having a stroke or something. No, she just shat herself. Just cancelled due to a wet fart. Yeah, she's not medically clear because she's having nervous shits. She just took a shit. Yeah, she's having nervous shits. Imagine if there was 15k people there. Fucking embarrassment. Dana White looking for homeless people. Time to buy those fight... OTM is like, where do I buy the fight kit? Will the UFC cut her after a move like that? No, of course not, dude. We said Gamrot was the main event too much. We manifested this, Peg. We manifested this. She had a seizure. That's it. She had an event. I can only imagine the smell of that shit. Defeated by your own poop. I didn't know she was Indian. 6 minutes to walk out. They were told everything. This is going to be another reason the UFC... this is going to be another reason the UFC like the Apex. Yeah. Yeah. They can just cancel fights. Did you hear about the UFC 222 being an all-women's... They will never do that, Woeful. They'll never do that. Piper blames Mexico for this. Keep single mums away. I'm dangerous. What an epic fail. Dude. What a cap off for the last 2 weeks, huh? More reason for the UFC to stay at the... It is more of a reason for the UFC to stay at the Apex. They don't have to refund... Well, they wouldn't refund tickets anyway. Those Tatars held her back. Lock up your firearms. Gets new tits, misses weight, pulls out on the walkout, Nacho. On the walkout, she pulls out. MMA Guru seems pretty happy with Macy. MMA Guru would be fucking thrilled with Macy pulling out. That means he gets to make his video and go to bed. He doesn't have to stay up for another half an hour. Blanchfield going to be saying all kinds of shit now. She doesn't like her. Honestly, the worst card I've ever watched. Wasn't that... There were some finishes on it. This is the problem, right? A good card needs a good crescendo. Like, there was some fun... there was 2-3 fun fights on it. A man would never pull out. No, that's half the problem. Raid Paradox. What's up, Paradox? How are you? Macy's pulling a Hamza. Yep. This should count as a win on Blanchfield's... It should, mate. She made her shit herself before she even walked out. New tits is the worst base for women's MMA. Joanna, Paige, Macy. True. Don't get your tits until after your MMA career, girls. Raid Paradox. Raid Paradox. Barber had a seizure. Blanchfield said it on the interview. Interesting. Interesting. Had a seizure. Should have watched the card in reverse. Honestly, because this puts a fucking stink on the whole. It's hard to give this card like a 3 out of 10. To be fair, a WMMA fight as the main event probably would have to make the card slightly less enjoyable. Yeah. Stephen Struve pulled out because of a panic attack. It's happened before, yep. Sometimes, okay. Guys, let's remember Macy pulling out because of shitting, while Paul Craig's opponent pulled out because of herpes. Dude, what is happening at the UFC? What is happening at the UFC? Pullouts because of herpes, pullouts because of shitting yourself. Oh my god. What is happening at the fucking UFC, man? I pulled out once. Time to turn WMMA into lingerie MMA. Only way to save it. What a dog shit ending, dude. What a dog shit ending. I don't think it was a real medical issue, but I'll poll it. I don't think it was a real medical issue. I don't think it was a real medical issue. The coincidence, I'll poll it, but I don't think it was a real medical. The coincidence of her, because she had to clear medicals 2 days ago when she made weight. Like she cleared medicals when she made weight. The coincidence of something happening to her after she's already walking out of the locker room. Already walking out of the locker room. And then turning around and going back into her locker room. And then all of a sudden it's a medical issue. I don't fucking believe it at all. Bro, the only women's main event, they pull shit like this. It's so mid. Strip MMA. Barber is trying to distract everyone from the fact that John Jones is Douggee. Yeah, they want this to be the new controversy. I still don't know what the fuck. Apparently she had a seizure. Who the fuck is that? A small, bald man is walking. It's the GOAT! It's... She pulled a Yoel Romero before the fight started. Yeah, she shat herself. That's a medical issue, right? They said she walked out of the locker room and something happened. That's insane. Yeah, that's insane. She left the stove on. She got a period during the walk. It's Volk! Volk's walking out to fight Blanchfield. Where's a woman stepping up on short notice? Yeah, I mean, Laura Sanko's right there. She was literally walking out to the cage. Yeah, how is... Yeah. She probably just had... Dougie, you skipped my MMA comment. Sorry, Zesty Drickers. What was your MMA comment? John Jones got steel combs and solid bones and rock hard nuts, cold as steel. There you go. The fight's cancelled. UFC should pay her opponent. I hope they do. Faking a seizure to get out of a fight is correct. I think it's just something that they're saying. I think it's just something that the production team's saying. This is what... Alright, Gaz Ninja, calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. What a fucking 2-week run. Poll it. Do you boys believe it? Do you boys believe it's legit? Oh, God almighty. Fucking hell. Faking a seizure to get out of a fight is crazy. It is fucking crazy, dude. Crazy. That's what happens when you let them out of the UFC. You're a clown. Depending on the location, you can get a refund for tickets if the main event gets cancelled, but I don't know how it works if it doesn't get cancelled after the card has been... Apparently it says on UFC tickets, Larry. This is something I've heard a lot from the community. It says on UFC tickets, main event subject to change. If Dana White leaves the UFC, I won't miss it. Neither. Barber just set WMA back 5 years. Yeah, send him back to the... Alright, Kenny, fucking calm down, Eric. Calm down. It's getting on people's... It is. It's pissing people off, man. UFC, underwhelming failed card. That is today's card, Shyla. Fucking bullshit, isn't it? I doubt she would put her career or paycheck in jeopardy unless it was something that, yeah, well, I mean, I think she might have legit, like, had nervous shit. Like, she could have shat herself and ran back into the arena. No idea, WMMA, but they fight for ingredients to cook, and we have Tai Tuivasa as the food judge. Okay. New idea for WMA. They fight over ingredients for cook, and Tai Tuivasa is the judge. Okay. If she had a seizure in the ring, it might have gotten her a knockout. True, Paul. I don't see anything saying it's an exemption, so I assume it still counts. It definitely would. You'd be so annoyed if it was a fight that you actually fucking cared about. Oh, yeah, of course, man. If this was at an arena and the main event got cancelled, you'd be fucking furious if you cared about it. Maybe this card was trending so badly the UFC told her to do this move as a PR move. Dude, this fight card might have been gotten so few clicks. Yeah, they told her to pull out to get some controversy going. Dana's going to be pissed about this. Dana couldn't give a fuck. Dougie, when is the horror video game stream? In a while, Zesty Drickers. In a while. Maybe over Christmas. I keep telling you, dude. Imagine someone worse replacing Dana. It's possible. It's possible. It's very possible someone worse replaces Dana. Macy saved us. Thank you. We don't have to sit through that shit. Thank you, Macy, for saving us from that shit. Remember when Kevin Randleman knocked himself out by hitting his head on the ceiling pipe while walking out the back 5 minutes before defending a heavyweight title? Sounds very similar to that. I don't remember that. I heard a story about that. That does ring a bell. Doug, have you seen Frederick Rosgron look like Pimlet and Andre the Giant and Andre Andrian's the Son? I haven't. You cunts are way behind. I've been hating the UFC since before the Conor days. On ya, Tim. He knows. I remind you for Christmas, Grandpa. Okay. Damn, she took a shit break of her own fight. Kind of base, not gonna lie. And she sat out in her own fight. Nice. 2022, Yuri pulls out due to a shoulder injury. 2025, Macy pulls out for eating too much Taco Bell. Is Christmas in July in the underworld since your seasons have flipped? We do not have Christmas in July here in Australia, Zesty Drickus. We barely have Christmas in summer. Yeah, they do say that's why it depends on the location. Some states have laws saying that they have to give refunds if it changes, like Cali when Armin pulled out. Oh, I see. Right, so it depends what state it's in. Well, then another reason to keep doing it at the Apex. Kevin Randleman was set to defend his heavyweight title versus Pedro Rizzo. Pedro Rizzo. He literally knocked himself out in a pipe backstage working out. They had to announce it to the rowdy, coked up 90s UFC audience. They were not fucking happy. Imagine the scenes, dude. dude. The people... dude. Shotgun. The people in the Apex tonight paid $2,000. They paid $2,000 to be there. They paid $2,000 to watch that. Oh my god. Imagine paying $2,000 to watch that fight night. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some people have way too much money for sense. Oh my god. I demand a refund. Yeah, you didn't even watch it. And I demand a refund. Oh my fucking god. Alright, hang on a second. You will never have incidents like this a decade ago. MMA has leveled up, guys. Yeah, it's a fucking parody now. MMA's it's so much better now, though. How does it feel to always be hanging off the earth instead of standing on it? I get constant headaches because of it. She definitely just pegged out after the weigh-ins and gave herself the shits. That's what it sounds like, casual. That's what it sounds like, dude. She just pigged out on all the food and gave herself the runs. Imagine Charles or Ilya having a seizure like this and they run back to the favela of Spain. The UFC would be done for. Oh, God, yeah. If they were in the favela. True, man. It's one thing to pull out the day before, but literally the arena. In the arena, while everyone's coked up. Carnage. Just bleed. But not from your vagina. Women. Dougie probably doesn't know this, but I'd eat whatever that lady shat into. Oh, I know you would, Zesty Drickus. I know you would. That's what they get for paying $2,000 for a WMMA event. Yeah, it's more money than sense, some people. No way, 2K. It's 2K to sit in the Apex. It's 2K to sit in those seats. $2,000, they could have bought a 2001 Toyota Corolla with that. I agree. I know. They could imagine what you could spend 2K on. I'm going insane. Not even Armin pulled this shit off. This is why I don't believe it, dude, right? Even what Casual is saying. Casual is saying she probably just pigged out after the weigh-ins. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. If she had just pigged out after the weigh-ins and gave herself the runs, she would have been shitting herself 3 hours ago. She started the walkout. And then turned around and went back to waiting to the walkout music. What the fuck? What's up, Thomas D? How are you, dude? She started the walkout and then went back into her change rooms and then had the medical emergency. She shot herself. Fuck him. I am never going through the Apex dorks who paid that. I've never thought about the Apex dorks who paid that. Yeah, imagine the people that fucking pay to be there. The most exciting thing was the new ref cam. There was a couple of good finishes on the card, but it wasn't a phenomenal card. It was a 3 out of 10. Not even Armin pulled this shit off. No. Good to see you, Shayla. It's literally like not deciding. This is literally like deciding not to show up for your job because you got scared. That's what it feels like to me, dude. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like she just fucking pulled out. Dana would be pissed because it's bad look while trying to make a new TV deal in the main event and your TV fight falls through. It makes them look bad. That's true. The only reason Dana would be annoyed is because it makes his bottom dollar look bad. That's very true, Nacho. Very true. Just remember one guy from Boxer made his walkout when the announcer was calling the fight and the dude walked out of the... Yeah, I have seen that video. They call out the fight, touch gloves, and the dude just fucking walks away. Yeah, I have seen that one, man. Oh my god. Zesty Drickus shield change the deeply... Zesty Drickus should change his name to Deeply Disturbed Drickus. He just changed it. But he is. He's bad. Jesus, Kenny, that was bad even for you. Yeah, Kenny's gone off the deep end. Very true. Most likely a panic attack or something. That's what I think it was. I think it was a panic attack. Yeah, she shat bricks. Hey, man, I went away for a minute. What happened? The event got cancelled. It was so bad they just pulled the pin. They just cancelled it. Also, an interesting legal question, whether or not the tickets are saying they would cover the asses in case like this. If not, they get cancelled earlier. They'd have to say the co-main was now the main, so the main event simply changed, but the way it happened tonight, they couldn't technically change it to the main event. It's already changed as the main event, Larry, on Tapology. It's already become the main event on Tapology. Juliana Pena or Kayla Harrison should top this by walking into the octagon and then running back after the introductions. 10 out of 10 card. Yeah, why not just run Juliana Pena and Kayla Harrison now? Fuck the weigh-in, make it for a catch weight. There used to be good Apex cards looked at years ago and it was only $500, pretty close to the ring. There used to be good Apex cards I looked at years ago and it was only $500 USD to be close to the ring. Yeah, but then they realized that they could just scam people and people will rock up anyway. Imagine if Chuck Liddell had the runs while going out to fight Pelé in the jungles of Brazil in 97. Knowing that he was going into enemy territory. Would he have ran? No, of course not. He would have stayed in there. The boxer walking out of the ring was more of a protest over pay, I think. Well, fair enough. They should have had two random drunk guys fight for the main event. Yeah, fucking anything. Get Power Slap going. Since we have Power Slap athletes on the UFC website, just get them in there. The worst replacement for Dana White would be Joe Rogan. The worst replacement for Dana White wouldn't be Joe Rogan's Super Gamer. It would be that weird NPC guy they get to do Dana White's job at the press conferences now that Dana isn't there. He's so white toast. Barber is really not going to be in the UFC's good graces. It's a shame because she was already a halfway fun female fighter. Yeah, no, she's fucked now. They didn't even have a main event at all. I had no idea what relevant laws exist, but I feel like a good lawyer could get people's money back. Maybe, but then they have to start a lawsuit against the UFC, TKO, and Endeavor. So probably not. Chuck would have just shitted on his opponent. That's right. Real men like Yoel Romero shit themselves in the cage and keep fucking fighting. Imagine how scared Sakuraba was going out to the gallows 3 times against a prime, juiced up Vanderlei Silva. Exactly, dude. Exactly. And fucking Macy Barber couldn't fight in the Apex. The UFC would rather have 2 people in the crowd that paid $1 million each than 1 million people that paid $500 each. Yes, OTMO, it makes their product seem more exclusive when it isn't. Fighters today are fucking soft. I agree, Shotgun. Joe Rogan once said it'll be fun if the UFC fights took place in a basketball court. He still says that to this day, Super Gamer. He still says that. I can't believe that we would ever see clown shit like this. Just about to start a walkout and go back because she was scared. It's like 5 years old trying to drive for the first fucking time. Yeah, it's... Again, the last 2 weeks that we have been through together, boys, this just puts a cap on it. So fucking perfectly. This caps off the last 2 fucking weeks just perfectly. Joe also said Masvidal would beat Prime GSP. Yes, Joe Rogan's a fucking idiot. Fight once a year, Sakuraba win. Of course, it's changed online and stuff, but I have the video of evidence of them announcing the co-main event, the fight happening as the co-main event, and then the main event being counted. That's true, Larry. That is true. That's a good argument. I'd like to see how a lawyer would do it, but yeah, I think it would depend on the state, yeah. I'm just going to have to start watching the MotoGP again. At least they don't pull shit like this. Even if they did, you wouldn't notice it because there's 22 of those fuckers on there. It's fucked. It's fucked, casual. Imagine Yuki Nagi going out to the finals, fight Rilken after having his eye gouged out by a 6'6" Jerry Gordo when he was 5'5", Japanese manlet, by the way. Yakunaki would be laughing so fucking hard right now. Shotgun, they're not fighters anymore. They're just athletes, yes. Women's MMA would be better if they fought on pavement. All right, OTMO. Just fucking no need to see them get their skulls split open. I heard that the Saudi Arabian princes are actually gay, zesty drinkers. Let's not forget, Joe once said back of the head shots should be legal and also heavyweights should use TRT. I think heavyweights should use TRT, Super Gamer. But yes, Joe Rogan did say hit him in the back of the head. The UFC should announce some big fights to console for this cut. What can they announce? They've already filled out all their cards up until UFC Mexico, UFC 320 in September, which is going to be Volkanovski versus Movsar. We are in the second Dark Ages. It has begun. Have you seen that Japan IVC? No, Shotgun. Of course I haven't seen the Japan IVC tournament of 1995. You know I haven't seen it, Shotgun. The attitude of too many fighters today is no longer fighting. Yeah, they just want to be athletes and look like cool MMA fighters. It's absolutely insane. Only lost to Rickson in the finals. There you go. At least Barber made it to the venue. John Jones is too frightened to even sign a contract. And it comes from the top. Dana White isn't at the venue. Dana White isn't watching. And fucking your heavyweight champion, the most dangerous man in the world, is sitting in Thailand sipping coconuts, not fighting his number 1 contender. How do I do TRT and fight my wife? It's self-explanatory, Eric. It's in the question. They should at least let the women wear plaster under their gloves. Bridge. Yeah, they should let the girls wear weighted gloves. I agree. Every time I fight my wife, she hits the line up. All right, guys, can we stop with the "I'm beating my wife" comments in the chat? They see being a UFC fighter as a status symbol and a lifestyle. Yeah, they do, man. They get the look, you know. They get the tattoos. They say they're an MMA fighter. You know, they get respected in their local community. They see being an MMA fighter as something fun to achieve rather than being actual savages. There's some truth to what you guys are saying. The new eras of fighters have a superstar mindset. They're not ready to go to war like back then. They don't want to chain Velasquez, JDS war situation. It's true. It's very true, Cayman. It's a lifestyle. Back then, these guys were fucking savages. I picked the right fight card not to bother with. You did, Daniel. Yeah. They want to look flashy, get boring, make money, and get out. Yeah, they do, Cayman. They want to say they're MMA fighters rather than be fighters. How about, not how do I. Sorry, Eric. How about, no, you shouldn't do that, Eric. I never found out why Dana was removed from the boxing promotion. It was a world tour. Shirk Tay Ali wanted to do a 9-country world tour promotion, and Dana didn't want to do that, so Turkshay Ali fired him. If Turkshay Ali offered Dana $1 billion for 10 all-women's pay-per-views, he'd do it. He would. Yeah, John Jones is sipping on some nuts for sure. Oh, I see what you did there. If social media didn't exist, none of this would happen. True. Very true. Going to test my wife and kids and they give the grit, or if they give in a lion heart performance. Don't test out your wife and kids, Eric. Who's an NPC you said would be Dana's worst replacement? The dude who stepped in for Dana after UFC 315? That's the one, super gamer. Yep. Who is P. Diddy? Some gay rapper. Back in the day, only absolute monsters wanted to be in cage fighting, and it was rougher. True. John Jones would love anyone who beat that. Yes, he would. You never know if the guy was going to brain you or gouge your eyes out. Yeah, that's the thing. They were actual, like, insane warriors. Because they didn't know if they were going in there against some roided out freak that was going to try and claw their eyes out. Now they just want to wear the MMA gloves, get the tattoos, and live the lifestyle of an MMA fighter. Now they're all pampered on ESPN. They get the little fluff. But yeah, exactly, Shotgun. Yeah. Like you will not get a Robbie Lawler or a Robbie McDonald war situation ever again. They're not built like that. It's too trendy now. It's been stylized by social media. I agree. I agree with Shotgun and Cayman. Yep, I agree. I agree. Oh. Back then there were savages, but it was low level. Yeah, yeah. The doctors would have stopped Robbie versus Lawler in today's day and age. Yeah, they would. It's sad, isn't it? This is why we're pivoting to BKFC coverage as well. This is exactly why, Daniel. This is why I want to go and watch more. But BKFC, 6 of the 6 next weekend. Let's just go to, hang on a second, Tapology, BKFC. Tapology. Thank you, OTMO, for the $2. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Yoshi! Haven't seen you in a while, Yoshi, but I appreciate you. BKFC's next event is Friday the 6th of the 6th, which means it'll be Saturday for me. I will do my best to try and cover it. Friday, 6th of the 6th for America at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Means it will be in Saturday during the day. I will do my best to try and cover it. Sorry, I've got hiccups. Reading too fast. KOTS has Mad Fights as well. Let me know where to watch them uploaded. I wish someone would tie me up and lock me in a cage in their basement. Okay, Zesty Drickers. Dougie, are you 5'2" like Chandler? No, I'm 5'10", 5'11". Every journeyman like Jeremy Horn went to some sketch-ass places and still put on their big boy pants and went at it. And Macy Barber shat herself. At least the turnout of the main event will get more attraction from the fans due to the controversy, and they might even ignore how bad the card was. Secret Talks, there is a conspiracy there that isn't crazy, right? Dougie is super short. Back when we had Chuck, Rampage, Crocop, Dan Henderson, now we have guys like fucking Peyton Talbot making out with Frank Ocean. Yeah, the sport's lost a lot of what made it good. Not knowing if he was even going to get paid or if there was even an ambulance at the venue. That's back in the old days when they were fucking brutal, mate. It's become stylized to the point where TikTokers are, all right, let me try this. Yeah, that's where it's come down to, Cayman. Like, it's become casually fun to compete in MMA rather than be a true hardcore. Like Shotgun is saying, like back in the day when they were absolute fucking marauders, murderers, back when it was fucking crazy, mate. Very true, dude. I'm just bringing up my chat here so I can see. It's become stylized to the point... Yep. Plus Izzy and Lana Santos jerking their dog. Yes, plus Izzy jerking off his dog. That is true. Guys like Paul Varentos, Maximento, Padilio, etc. Yep. Lower middle management here, just repeating what you said already, but BKFC is... fun on this stream. I don't watch it otherwise, but it's super fun on Dougie's... Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate it, dude. They have a YouTube clan, Katos. Okay. Dougie's 5'2" with his drywalling stits on. Sure. No way, Dougie's taller than 5'6". Paul doing Larry's job there. Dougie, can you tell us about your hot cousins again? No. MUFCG8. What is Magufska, Shyla? What is that? Dougie pronouncing the foreign names always cracks me up. You're so bad at it. I mean, I don't pretend to be good at it, you know. But at least I'm not faking it like Chael Sonnen. All right, how do we rate this card? How do we rate this card out of 10? Alice Ardeline was a decent fight. Balagioki was fine. Jordan Levitt was a sick choke. Alan Nascimento versus Falio was fine. Zach Reese versus Dusko was not a fun fight. Dustin Jacoby was sick. Rahiz Bashimaj was sick. There was 3 good fights. Main event got cancelled. There was 3 good fights and the main event got cancelled. What do we rate this fight? I think it's a 3. I think this fight night is a 3. This fight night is a fucking 3. This came in at a 3. This was dog shit. This was dog shit. Dougie pronouncing the pro names. Hope Dana learns from Take firing him and gets off his high horse to stick with the UFC and doesn't ignore him, loses interest in it. No, I don't think he will because it's already bought and paid for. I don't think he will. Make UFC great again. MUGA. All right, I like it. Make UFC great again. Is that what we're doing? Make UFC great again. All right, that's the new catchphrase. These new era fighters don't deserve the Face the Pain theme song played at their event. They don't, dude. They absolutely don't deserve Face the Pain. They don't deserve the old Gladiator intro. You only caught the Brahimaj fight. Yep. 2 for the number. 2 for the number. 2 for the 2 for the number, and 2 for the 2 that she took on the walkout. For the shit that she took on the walkout. Yeah. Gamrot fights. Any of the others worth watching? Yeah. Gordon Levitt is worth. Jordan Levitt's worth watching. And Dustin Jacoby is worth watching. That's it. Gave it a 6 out of 10 purely because of her pulling out this late. Gave me a good laugh. Yeah, gets points for that. Imagine Newbeck Jr. versus Ben. They cancelled because he had an issue walking out into the ring. What a fucking joke of a thing, isn't it? Oh my god, it's a joke, isn't it? Oh, it's a joke. If you give it more than a 3, yeah, it gets 3. Yep. You're 5'10" with the Rogan 3. I'm 178 centimeters tall, guys. We've measured me on the stream. Honestly, that standing choke was not... That was fucking sick. Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, ref cam was really good. This is a KFC Zinger Burgers therapy session. It is, mate. I'm going to have to drink this whole fucking bottle of scotch to get through this one. They should have had McKee just shadow spar for 5 rounds so we could see how trash she was. Here. How good was Eubank versus Ben? Best boxing fight that Dougie ever saw. That was a fucking beautiful fight. In all seriousness, the worst card I can remember watching. It's 2 out of 10. It's 2 out of 10. Dougie giving himself an extra. I was just playing around him. I'm 178 centimeters tall. But guys. Again, this is the incel energy. All right? This is the incel energy. It does not matter how tall you are. Guys, I know a lot of you are under fucking 25 years old. You see the modern dating world. You got to be 6'6", 6 foot, 6 pack, 6 figures. I am telling you, just go to the gym, have a little bit of confidence, learn how to crack a joke, maintain good eye contact. It does not matter how tall you are. It really doesn't matter how tall you are. It's never fucking mattered. It doesn't matter how tall you are. It really doesn't. Stop being incels. It's not that hard to be alive as a man. I mean, it's hard. Being a man is hard work. It's the hardest thing on the planet, being a man. But it just means you have to put in some level of work. Go to the gym, get a decent job, maintain eye contact, learn how to crack a joke. It's not that hard. Where are we at? How good was Eubank versus Ben? In all seriousness, Dougie is giving himself an extra pound. Kenny should step out of MMA. He's too biased towards Izzy and whoever the light heavyweight champ is. 2 out of 10 card. 2 out of 10 card. Someone on Sherdog posted, this was a divine intervention. God got fucking sick and tired of the Apex events. I'm going to steal that for the post-fight Cayman. Shout out to whoever did that on Sherdog. Face the Pain in the original Wayne music was peak UFC. It was, mate. It was, dude. I only watched 1/3 of the fight. Dude, it was shit. 316, I'm only excited for Johnny Walker. Patchy Mix in the main event. Yeah, 316's not any better. I've made a rage out video about how bad 316 is. 316 is not any better. Volk proved that Australians don't grow over 5'2". He's a short king Macedonian. You're 5'7", stop. I'm not, I was just playing around. Original weigh-in music 2008, 2014 was peak UFC when the fighters came out cracked and skeletal and you knew they were going to war the next day. It was about the war, not the fight. True, dude. They did the press conference right there while they were They did the live weigh-ins. Oof. Who remembers Rose versus Carla 2? Banger review. I remember that. People started walking out of the pub. That's more than 5'10". It's 5'7" confirmed. That's what a midget would say. Never seen anybody care about height more than the internet. Yeah, height really doesn't matter in the real world. It really fucking doesn't matter in the real world. It really doesn't. I always find it weird how these fighters claim they're modern gladiators and shit, but make excuses for the silliest reason like weight cuts and other tiny reasons. Yeah, because they've got giant fucking ego secret talks. Being a Catholic in a Jewish world. 5'7" is not horrible, Dougie. Don't be... I'm not depressed. I'm not depressed at all. I don't think it's bad at all. Insane how much guys lose their shit over height, like Jesus Christ, just walk out. Yeah, go outside. Go to the gym. Lift some weights. Make your mates laugh. Go to the pub. Go to the dance floor. It's not hard. Women don't give a flying fuck about what height you are. I'm 176 centimeters tall and dated 6'1" models. But yeah, they don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. Volk is like the average height of a Spartan. Yeah, he is. He's the average height. Like Volk's just Macedonian. He's just a Macedonian guy. With this card being so trash, we know UFC 316 is going to be amazing to get us hooked again. Only give us more goy slop afterwards. Doug, you don't care that you're 5'4". You can still get women if you've tried. No, no one should care about how tall they are. Doug will supposedly measure his height on the stream, but not his taint length. Ask yourselves why that might be. What is Doug hiding? Oh, God. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for being here during this stream. 6 hours. 6 hours. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate this community. Thank you guys. But we get through this together. Brick by brick. We get through this together. And I appreciate it. Honestly, if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know. It would probably just be Grand Theft Auto Online and going back and watching the cards back. It would be... No, it wouldn't probably be. It would be Grand Theft Auto Online, going back and watching the cards back like I watch BKFC. It wouldn't be live. Like I watch one champ, like watch them back and skip through all the bullshit. See ya, Shia. See ya, Shia. Dougie reading in chat, Nor and Fear of the Monster. No, I like the chat. The chat's great. I love the chat. Eric, I love the chat. The chat's great. The chat's great. The chat get us through this. What a disaster of a card. I just saw Super Shotgun here saying, what a disaster of a card, and it's just... Volt becoming Kratos wouldn't be so bad. Yeah. That'd be kind of good, wouldn't it, Super Gamer? When will we give you attention if the money is right? Also very true, Woeful. Being a man is not that hard. A lot of coke like John Jones and your wife. Abandon your kids like Darren Till. And have the confidence of Ilya. OTMO raises a good point here. OTMO raises a very good point. Has Dougie kissed the wall? Never. Guys like Hooker, Dustin, Max, Justin are the last of a dying breed. Make the most of them before we're left with sissies like Talbot and O'Malley. And notice, Casual, how hard the UFC pushed Talbot and O'Malley. Next card is O'Malley, bring your son to work day, Nepo title shit. It is. Next card is not even a fucking card. The next pay-per-view is O'Malley and Kayla Harrison. And Vicente, I've got a broken brain, Luque versus... Oh, the next card! The next card is Kayla Harrison, who can't make weight. Vicente Luque, who has got a broken brain. Kevin Holland, who doesn't care about his career. Kelvin Gastelum versus a fucking taco truck. Is he gonna make weight? Pythar, who lost to fucking Jack Hermanson. Oh. Fuck. You're right, UFC casual. Too bad Dustin is retiring in July. At least we have Holloway at lightweight. At least we have that. Dougie reading the chat in awe of fear of the monster. No, I love the chat. Dougie, I don't know how I would handle these Trosis cards without the streams. I don't know how we'd... None of us are real, by the way. We're all an AI and Indian service somewhere. Well, thank God, because you guys get me through this. Didn't work out well for Bot Nickel. Nope. Disney were desperate for O'Malley and Talbot to be champs. They really were. Imagine if Talbot became champ. They're glazing from Disney over the first gay champ. Oh, my God. I mean, you don't have to be told to get women. It's wrong to say they don't care about the height. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's true. They'd prefer the height, but it doesn't matter as much as men think that it does, Larry. Kelvin Fatstillum is lost in a food addiction. Yep, I paid $69 for it. How, Cheddarhead, you did not pay for the pay-per-view. Cheddarhead, you did not pay for the pay-per-view. Cheddarhead, my brother in Christ. Please don't tell me you... Do not, Cheddarhead! I actually hate the UFC. Dougie got that 100-yard stare of abused UFC. Mate, if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what we'd be doing. Kayla is going to be the first male WMA champ. Short Kings got to know they face an uphill battles they can prefer. Yeah, which is why I say, like, to the Short Kings, notice I say, like, go to the gym, get a personality, learn how to make people laugh, maintain icon, like, trim yourself up, like, look decent. You've got to do things. You know, it's not, you've got to do things. Talbot would have wanted the Izzy Paulo Costa ending. He would have. Cheddarhead, you fucked up, brother. You fucked up. But it's alright, mate. It's alright, dude. It's alright, Cheddarhead. It's okay, mate. Alright. I think it's time to make a post-fight video about this shit. Just a rage out fucking video. Just a rage out video. Just laughing at this card. I think it's time to just laugh. You know what the recap's going to be? Let's freestyle a bit. We're in the writer's room now, chat. You and me are in the writer's room right now. This isn't going to be so much a recap video of today's card. It's going to be how today's card culminates the last 2 weeks. You know, the last 2 weeks of just dog shit. Dog shit capped off with a WMMA event, shitting herself, unable to walk out to the fucking arena with a co-main event of Gamrot not fucking understanding what gets you ticket sales in the UFC. Disgrace. Disgrace. The next card will be shit, Cheddarhead. It'll be shit. It's shit. It's a throwaway card. They know it's a throwaway card, Cheddarhead, because it's the card before International Fight Week. They do 10% off every promo, every pay. It's just the price. Yeah, it's just the price. Yeah. An interesting even roundhouse shows a savage era of the UFC. This era, there are no Michaels Morales, O'Malley's hairstyles in that move. Exactly, dude. Exactly. UFC is such a joke this year. Last year was a banger. Sorry, never mind. UFC 304 and UFC 302 was shitty. Yep. You're right. Yep. And Super Gamer, do not forget the slop that we were being offered up towards UFC 300. The shit that was happening in the Apex was cancerous leading up to UFC 300. I bought tickets to UFC 3 Rage in the Cage in 2003. Oh, by the way, the main event is cancelled because the guy pussied out. I predict a riot. If this had happened in 2003, there would have been a fucking riot. Like the Dagestanis versus the Irish in the fucking arena after Khabib versus... what's his face? Fuck, I remember that. Exactly, dude. We were offered up shit. You know, the only thing that saved 2023 was Alex Pereira. Dana might cut Armin. This has just been an insane 2 weeks. An insane 2 weeks. Is Guru still alive or did Guru fucking bail? Let's have a look. Did Guru bounce? I bet he did. I bet Guru was happy because he could get an early night's sleep. Yeah, he bounced. Guru left so he could go get an early night's sleep. Guru was only alive for 3 hours. Yeah. Dude, think about it, man. Like, I know I keep bringing it up, but like, this kid gave up his entire life to sit in a fucking garage and make something of this. And this week he made one video and went live for 3 hours and bailed. You know what I mean? Did Joey go live? Did Joey go live? YouTube. MMA Joey. Did Joey go live? MMA Joey. MMA Joey's live. From bed. Oh, he only just went live. Massive disaster. Blanchfield pulls out. UFC Mexico cancelled. Joey didn't go live for the event. He just went live now for a post-fight, quickly in bed. But he didn't go live for the entire card. He's just doing a quick vertical stream from his phone. Yeah. Like, Joey's got nothing. Joey's a fat fucking nobody. The only thing he has is MMA. This is why I bring these guys up. Because, like, the only thing they've got is MMA. And they're walking away. Do you understand why? Like, we're talking about the most hardcore of the fan base. And these guys are walking away. It's crazy. Even Connor wasn't part of this soft era. He was a superstar, but he was a legit savage. He went to war with Diaz. Yeah, he went to war with Diaz. And during the rematch, he called for it to be at 170 again. Alex the GOAT saved UFC last year. He did, mate. He did. I was there. Plenty of Lee Murray and Anderson Silva's fights were in England. It was madness, I believe. I'm not going to drive to the store and get Ben and Jerry's. I'm not going to drive to the store and get Ben and Jerry's. I mean, even I had to eat some ice cream to get through this one, Cheddarhead. The crowd would storm the cage for this nonsense. They would, dude. They would. What's up with Guru? Is he depressed now or something? Yeah, I think he is, dude. Yeah. This is way back when MMA guys, especially not UFC guys, didn't get paid shit. They would still always go and fight toe-to-toe for the pride of it. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, back in the day, it meant something. People like MMA Ronan, Tuju, Guru, and Lucas should speak out against the UFC. They have been, dude. They have. All week, they've been making content about it. Seeing Manhoff versus Unagusta Santos was absolutely insane. Octagon is a really good promotion. It is, dude. You said it earlier. Take it easy on Joey. Be nice. You said Joey is a fat fuck. He has nothing in life other than that. I know. I slip up, dude. It's been, like, the cognitive part of my brain. Be nice to Joey. Be nice to Joey. The subconscious part of my brain, that fucking loser. You know what I mean? Be nice to Joey. Being a fan since the UFC, Usman, KO, George Masvidal. Now I'm belly excited for any UFC events. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Fucking hell. I'm just laughing. Yeah, no, fair enough, dude. Fair enough. I get it. All right, guys. I'm out of here to make a recap video. To recap what we just sat through. Doug, you knew about Lee Murray versus Tito Ortiz street fight? I don't. Legendary story. Bigfoot was bleeding out in the middle of the cage. He never quit. The fight is a soft out. Dude, she shot herself before she went out to the fucking Apex. I'm out of here, guys. I'm out of here. We're going to, yeah. I'm going to make a video. Recapping the last 2 weeks. Bro, the card was shit, but the stream was great. I appreciate you guys being here. We will continue on with the UFC Olympics during the week. UFC Olympics, who's winning the UFC in 2025. Shout out to Woeful. Damn, Dougie has no idea about Lee Murray. I know about Lee Murray. I just didn't hear about the street fight. Kimbo Slice wouldn't take that disrespect from Macy Barber. No. But boys, I'm out of here. You guys have yourselves a fucking great night. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Thank you for the donos. I really appreciate it. The donos certainly help do streams like this where we can do this together. I'm alright. We'll get through it. It's just been a rough 2 weeks for an MMA fan. I'm sure he did. Super Shotgun. I'm sure he fucking did. I don't assume that he just had one good fight. But we'll be right. We'll get through it. We'll cheer up. No, I know, Super Shotgun. It's all good. You guys have yourselves a great night. I'm going to make a video and then drink a bottle of scotch to try and forget about tonight. What a fucking waste of time that was. What a waste of 6 hours. It wasn't a waste of time. We got to do this together. So I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you in tomorrow's stream. Have a good night. Have a good day. Enjoy yourselves. We got some fun content coming up. I've thought of some fun content for UFC 316. So we'll get into that after tomorrow's video. Rest of the week will be fun content for UFC 316. See you guys. Have a good one. Later. Maybe we'll set up at some point. We'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. See you guys. Have a good night. Goodbye.